out statewide when her husband, Bill Clinton, was elected in 1992, 84.5%. And that's really high. And as we look at the exit polls, it does look like Hillary Clinton has won the black vote, maybe 90% or give or take. The white vote has narrowed the gap between Republicans and Democrats we've seen in previous elections. And it looks like Hillary Clinton has handily won among women and even split the independent vote, which in what had been a traditionally conservative state of Virginia until just a few years ago is really remarkable if it had been a normal election year.
And did Virginia get a lot of attention? Did Trump and Clinton come to that state?
For a while, it seemed like the state was written off, that Clinton, one of her supporters, Terry McAuliffe, is Virginia's governor. And then in the last few weeks, there have been a rush of ads and visits. Tim Kaine, the vice presidential candidate for Clinton, was back home in Richmond, also campaigning in Northern Virginia just in the last day. Donald Trump made a late-night, last-minute stop here. His wife was here as well. A lot of attention came in right at the last moment. And Virginia is a state that has traditionally tightened up as it's come down to Election Day, but the way it came much closer together was something that many of the people looking at the initial polls didn't necessarily expect.
That's Max Smith reporting from Virginia for WTOP News. Thanks very much, Max. Kellyanne Conway, she's the campaign manager for Donald Trump. She was just speaking to CBS News about how the Trump side sees things right now.
It's still a jump ball in many places. We're really happy. I mean, for a campaign that has a fraction of the personnel, a fraction of the money as they do at Team Clinton. We're proud of our efforts on the ground, focusing some of our late in the game resources in some of these places. So we see North Carolina and Florida as a jump ball right now. We're feeling really good about Iowa and Ohio. And then we're looking at flipping a blue state like Michigan or perhaps Pennsylvania.
So they're not giving up by any means. Earlier, we reported that she said they are worried, but some people in politics say it's healthy to be worried. CBS News correspondent Peter King, you're in Florida. It often, always maybe, comes down to Florida. And you heard Kellyanne Conway mention the state. Obviously, there was a big flurry of activity and visits. What seems to be the scene? What do you know about Florida so far?
Well, let me tell you how much time the candidates spent here, and that'll give you an idea of how important Florida is. Trump spent 18 campaign days here. Clinton, 13. That's 31 days combined, more than a month. They spent well over $100 million here between the campaigns and the PACs that were backing them on media. They spent an awful lot of time, an awful lot of money here, and obviously this is the big prize of all the swing states. One expert I spoke to last week calls Florida the swingiest of swing states, and there are a couple of key areas to look at. The I-4 corridor, which runs from Daytona Beach down to Tampa Bay, and especially Hillsborough County, which is the county that surrounds Tampa and is, if you will, the swingiest county of all of these counties. So I believe,
Peter, you reported that even when you came across Republicans on the I-4 corridor, they often told you, I can't vote for Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. And for all the reasons that we don't need to go into here, because they've been gone over time and time and time again. The interesting thing I found is, there was talk about a Trump shadow vote. You heard about that. And one of the GOP chairmen in one of the counties said, oh, yeah, there are going to be a lot of Hispanics and a lot of African Americans who come out and vote for Trump, but they're not going to say so publicly because they're embarrassed to say so publicly.
Florida has 29 electoral votes, obviously a big prize. But what about the U.S. Senate race? I know when President Obama would visit Florida, he would say, defeat Marco Rubio. Now, Senator Rubio tried to run, obviously, to be the Republican for president. He did decide to run for Senate. Who's the Democrat against him, and is that a real race?
The Democrat is a South Florida congressman named Patrick Murphy. It's still being characterized as a toss-up. And the polls have been very, very close. Our last CBS News poll showed a 3-point difference, and I think that was well within the margin of error. Rubio, of course, is getting a lot of heat for all the time he spent campaigning instead of being in the Senate. But the Rubio campaign and the PACs have been running a lot of negative ads questioning Patrick Murphy's credentials, his accomplishments, and even his resume. So it's been an interesting race to watch here.
Well, that's for sure. And I know you're watching the other battleground states, and some of them, well, first I should mention Florida, the polls don't close for another 33 minutes. But other battleground states, you got about 30 or 40 seconds. What are the main ones we should think about this evening?
Oh, my God, 30 or 40 seconds aren't nearly enough, but let me tell you what's coming up shortly. At 7:30, the polls close in North Carolina, 15 electoral votes. It went Republican in 2012, Democrat in 2008. Ohio closes at 7:30. That went Democrat in 2012 and in 2008. At 8 o'clock, Florida is closed, and so is Pennsylvania.
Talk about big prizes. Pennsylvania, Ohio, North Carolina, as you heard, the polls will be closing in 2 minutes. We'll try to have some news about that, too. That's correspondent Peter King. He's in Orlando. A lot more from him as this evening goes on. Live coverage of Election Night 2016 from CBS News.
Enjoy gift-giving splendor this holiday season at Nest Home and Holiday with an old-fashioned Christmas open house celebration this Saturday, November 12th. Hi, this is Darlene. The merriment will include homemade refreshments, drawing for giveaways, and wonderful shopping with 15% off everything. Yes, 15% off store-wide Saturday only. This open house will take place from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Free gift wrapping with your purchase. Don't miss our Christmas open house celebration at Nest Home and Holiday, 1815 North Main Street.
Hello friends, this is Dallas Coons, Auto Sales Manager here at Valley Motor Honda, home of the $500 giveaway. November is here and the smell of a new car is in the air. To fill your holiday season with cheer, when you purchase any new Honda in stock, you get to choose up to $3,000 cash back or no payments as far out as May of 2017 or up to $3,000 instant discount. See us for details. With options like these, what are you waiting for? Stop wishing and start driving. Let us show you how easy and fun it is to do business with Valley Motor Honda.
Here we go again. Elections. Whatever the outcome, it's sure to affect your major financial decisions going forward, and that's why Century 21 BHJ is proud to be a sponsor of Election Results. When it comes to your real estate considerations, you can count on Century 21 BHJ to know the latest implications that could affect you, whether buying or selling. First-time buyers, moving up, or large ranch investment, contact your locally owned C21 BHJ, the sign of the gold standard.
A new name in a new location. Hi, I'm Nadine Gale. Quick Printing is now Alpha Graphics. My husband Matt and I have made the move and the name change, and we are now set up to offer even more products and services. We offer an expanded product line with the same quality you have grown used to over the years. Give us a call at 674-6277 or stop in at our new location, 1235 North Main Street. It's Alpha Graphics, 1235 North Main Street in Sheridan.
It's 7:30 p.m. in the East. You're listening to coverage from CBS News. The polling places just now are closing in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. CBS News estimates that when all the votes are tallied in West Virginia, Donald Trump will win that state. We're not yet projecting a winner in North Carolina or Ohio, but the edge goes to Clinton in North Carolina. Ohio's a toss-up. So, Professor Leonard Steinhorn, a CBS News analyst, in that list, what's most important? How Ohio and North Carolina go, I guess.
Well, absolutely, Dan. I mean, Ohio, North Carolina, you got to think about Florida and Pennsylvania, Michigan. I mean, there are a whole slew of states that we have to look at. The question is, with all of this, who turns out to vote in each of these states? The exit polls suggest that the demographics pretty much match what we were expecting before coming into tonight. But again, this is a turnout election.
That's Leonard Steinhorn, part of our coverage, which of course continues. I'm Dan Raviv.
CBS News Special Report, Election 2016.
Polls have now closed in 9 states, most recently in Ohio, North Carolina, and West Virginia. CBS News estimating Donald Trump will win West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky. Vermont will go to Clinton. CBS polling analyst Fred Backus is looking at polling data from North Carolina, where Clinton has the edge.
In North Carolina, black voters make up about 1 in 5 voters, the same as in 2012. But while support for Clinton is high, support for the Democrat is down among blacks from 4 years ago, and support for the Republican candidate is down slightly among whites.
CBS's Nancy Cordes is with the Clinton campaign.
She was dogged by her email troubles, a restless electorate, and an unorthodox opponent. Her aides say, at the very least, her perseverance through all of it shows that she's prepared for the nation's toughest job.
CBS's Nora O'Donnell has just spoken with Donald Trump's campaign manager, who says they are worried, admitting the early vote went for the Democratic Party. CBS News Special Report. I'm Gary Nunn.
I'm Dan Raviv. In the East, it's 7:32 p.m. And as you've heard so far, 9 states have closed their polling places. So there's a long way to go. And when it comes to projections by CBS News, certainly a long way to go. So far, 3 states for Donald Trump when all the votes are counted. 1 state for Hillary Clinton. That would be Vermont. We turn to CBS News contributor Peter Mayer. You were our White House correspondent for years. You've watched many of these election nights, been part of the coverage, etc. At least early on, it's close with some key states. We're saying edge to Clinton, edge to Trump. That means we still don't know as votes are being counted.
This is going to be a long and exciting night. I would probably guess that it'll be after midnight Eastern time, around midnight Eastern time, that we know what's going to happen.
Well, that might be a fair guess. Please stay with us, everybody, because
Yes.
there's a lot to talk about on the way. I'm wondering where it fits, well, when it comes to history, right? News is the first draft of history, and here we are giving the news tonight, and this will be historic, I think, either way.
Throughout this campaign, it's occurred to me, Dan, that sometimes almost lost in the campaign noise is this potential that we all know has been part of this this narrative, the first woman president or the first president with no government or military service. So that would be Donald Trump. You'd have to go back to Dwight Eisenhower, or before that to Ulysses Grant, or even Zachary Taylor, who each had military but no government service before winning the White House. So a lot of history on the line here tonight.
And do you have a feeling that whoever loses will be very bitter? The campaign was bitter. Last night, Hillary Clinton said at one of the rallies, "I regret that it became so bitter and angry," and someone in her crowd shouted, "It's not your fault." And of course, neither side is going to take it upon themselves. But it sure feels like, even the day after, the other side might not be all quiet and gentle.
No, I don't think, especially Donald Trump, would not go quietly into the night. After Walter Mondale lost in that landslide election in 1984, he visited his old buddy George McGovern and said, "How long will it take to get past this loss?" And McGovern, who, of course, had lost to Nixon in his own landslide defeat 12 years before that, said to Mondale, "You know what? I'll call you when it happens."
Still wasn't over it. That's Peter Mayer. Professor Leonie Huddy, you're looking at the exit polls. Do you find indication that those who voted today and then spoke to pollsters as they left the polling places, did they indicate they might be angry still, no matter who wins tonight?
We're seeing dissatisfaction with the economy. We're seeing unhappiness with the candidates. People are rating them unfavorably. So there's a lot going on here. What I wanted to say, too, is about Virginia and Georgia. I'm looking at the gender vote here, and I'm seeing that we're guessing that things may go well for Clinton in Virginia, and it looks like the female vote is up there. But that's not true in Georgia and other states. So I think that we want to keep an eye on how women are voting across the states. I think it may be very indicative of how the night goes.
Professor Leonard Steinhorn, we've already heard from a leading Democrat some satisfaction that Georgia is only an edge for Donald Trump, right? Georgia's an example of a state where the Democrats had hoped to win, and I guess they're still hoping. Why would Georgia be meaningful?
Well, Georgia could be meaningful in some ways, even if Donald Trump wins it, because what it suggests is that there may be somewhat of a realignment going on. If you think that Hillary Clinton can get close in Georgia, if she can pull off Florida and North Carolina, yet struggle in Pennsylvania and Michigan, what does it say? It says that the industrial Midwest, which used to be the firewall for Democrats for years, could potentially be shifting red, but parts of the South may be potentially shifting blue.
So thinking about who can win or lose, here's part of what Trump's campaign manager a very short while ago, Kellyanne Conway, told CBS News.
What we see is a very strong day of vote in Florida today, particularly in counties where we've improved the margins over Governor Romney's margins in 2012. We have people deployed in these counties who are talking to us about the returns, and we're getting data inputs into our war room on a constant basis. We like the fact that Mr. Trump seems to have grown the turnout and grown the voter share within some of these key counties across Florida.
And CBS News correspondent Major Garrett covers the Trump campaign. He reports,
the fascinating thing about covering this campaign is, yes, you can talk to senior advisors, but Trump often speaks the truth right out loud on Twitter. And he identified moments ago the importance of the state of Florida. There is deep and abiding anxiety within Trump Tower about what they're seeing in Florida, because they know and have said over and over, there is no Trump path to the presidency without Florida's 29 electoral votes. And they are deeply concerned about the Latino turnout for Hillary Clinton, plus a softening of suburban college-educated women for Donald Trump.
Leonard Steinhorn, the importance of Florida. Now, we remember the battle in the year 2000 where there had to be a recount in a Supreme Court case, but Florida's always, well, it seems to be always really close. And the polls are closing there like 23 minutes from now. Let's say it's really close. We'd be yearning for a decision because that could be decisive as to whether Trump or Clinton wins tonight. But we may not get that projection early.
Well, yes, look, it's a big state, but a large number of people have voted in Florida already. The early votes are in. That might make the vote counting a lot easier as the night goes on.
I see, because they don't have to be transmitted in from the precincts to the counties to state officials. They're ready to count. They're there.
Correct.
Makes a difference. A lot of early voting this year. That was a stronger phenomenon in American politics than it's been in the past. You're listening to live coverage from CBS News of Election Night 2016. We have a lot more coming up.
Well, it's open enrollment season again.
That's right, and at Delta Dental, we know that this time of year can be confusing when you're trying to determine what dental plan is right for you and your family.
Whether you're looking for an ACA certified dental plan or individual and family dental plan, we have options that can meet your dental insurance needs.
And don't forget that we are the only dental insurance company located in Wyoming and have experts on hand to help guide you through the open enrollment season.
Call us today at 632-3313 or visit our website at deltadentalwy.org.
And remember to show off your smile, Wyoming.
Getting your dryer vent cleaned is something we should all do every year. For only $99, you can rid your vent of the lint that accumulates, causing restricted airflow, less dryer efficiency, higher energy bills, and the potential for a fire in your home. Call today. Our high-pressure air washing system is fast, efficient, and affordable. Make your home safe today. Captain Clean, 672-0726, located in the heart of Sheridan.
We clean more for you. We're Captain Clean.
Wilcox Abstract and Title has been taking care of Sheridan's real estate for over 100 years. There have been many changes over the years, up, downs, and even in between. But through it all, Sheridan continues to thrive. It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title in Sheridan, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closings, and so much more.
Hear better, live life to its fullest. Hi, this is Elizabeth with EBA Hearing, and we are excited to bring you a Hearing Healthcare VIP event November 8th, 9th, and 10th in to try the latest in hearing aid technology with hearing expert Derek McKinney. All hearing instruments will be offered at tremendous incentives, including financing options toward the purchase of any new wireless hearing aid system. The consultation is free. Call us now. Appointments are limited. EBA Hearing, 674-8920. That's 674-8920.
I'm Dan Raviv with continuing coverage of Election Night 2016 from CBS News. Let's catch up with Hillary Clinton. Where is the Democratic Party candidate for president? A lot of travel lately. They rallied around midnight last night in North Carolina. And just before that in Philadelphia to a crowd reported to exceed 30,000. She was with, well, her husband, the former president, with both Obamas who gave speeches. And Hillary Clinton in Philadelphia. Big speech, big, combine that with North Carolina. Big finish to the campaign. All of it covered by CBS News digital journalist Hannah Fraser Chanpong. First, let's be clear. What's Clinton, been doing today?
Well, she started the day, she landed back in Westchester at about 3:30 this morning. That's Tuesday morning after a long day on the campaign trail. And then just a few hours later, around 8 o'clock, she went to cast her vote. Hillary and Bill Clinton went together to put their votes in. And so we saw her this morning, and she said that she was feeling really happy. Holding at a hotel in Manhattan, watching the results come in with her family.
So it's a family thing. Now, by the way, when you saw her and former President Bill Clinton, what would you say? Smiling, relaxed? They've been through this before, even if she hasn't been the candidate for president, right? They're experienced.
Yeah, smiling. They were very happy to see the large group of people who were there waiting and cheering Hillary Clinton on. A lot of people just from the community waited out in the cold for her, and she came right outside after she voted and shook hands and took pictures, and she seemed really happy to see all of them.
And from the Clinton people, are there key states? Would they love to have an early victory in Florida and North Carolina, or do they, like many others, say it could take a long time before the votes are counted and we know?
The people from the campaign that I've spoken to tonight are really looking at Florida. I think they're really encouraged by what they're seeing in Florida, what they're seeing as a very high turnout in southern Florida, in Broward County and Miami-Dade. These are Democratic areas, and I think that they're feeling like that's good for them, that Donald Trump will have to make up a lot of ground to compete with that.
Thanks so much, Hannah Fraser-Chanpung, who's been covering the Clinton campaign for CBS News. On the road, thousands of miles. Don't even ask. Now to CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula. We find you in Greensboro, North Carolina. We do have news that even though the polling places were supposed to be all closed about 12 minutes ago at 7:30 Eastern Time, that there was a decision by the state elections board to keep some polling places, especially in Durham County, open for an additional 45 to 60 minutes. I don't know, Jim, if you've heard what the problem was.
Apparently just basic computer problems with the electronic machines, Dan. 8 of those locations in Durham County, another one in Columbus County, a rural county down in the southeastern part of the state. Durham County, a heavily Democratic county, many minorities living there, registered to vote, of course, so that's could be key for Hillary Clinton here as she tries to win North Carolina and its 15 electoral votes.
Well, in 2008, Barack Obama was the winner by a sliver of a percentage point over John McCain. Then in 2012, President Obama lost North Carolina. Mitt Romney won by a couple of points. Stay with me, Jim. Let's listen together to John Dickerson, CBS News political director and host, of course, of Face the Nation. Here's what John just said. He mentions North Carolina.
If Pennsylvania and Michigan go as they have for Democrats before, and she wins Virginia and North Carolina, it's looking increasingly likely that she's on her way. But we'll have to see what the shape of the vote is in North Carolina. The two things to watch for are, of course, the African-American vote, 22% of the electorate there, but also then those suburban women, white women that she has been able to do better with than Barack Obama did with in 2012.
That's John Dickerson. Now back to you, Jim Krasula. You're in North Carolina. You know, you've traveled here and there. Does it really separate out that there's, I don't know, people with more college degrees, higher educated, the minority groups, African Americans, favor Clinton? That's clear. And is there a lot of enthusiasm for Trump? And is it only from Republicans, or frankly, you come across maybe new voters who never were that much into presidential politics?
Probably a little bit of both. I can tell you, generally speaking, in the more urban areas, Charlotte, Raleigh, Greensboro, Winston-Salem, at the biggest cities, they tend to be more Democratic areas as opposed to the rural areas, especially in the western part of the state. I was there earlier today in the mountains of North Carolina, and I saw very, very few Hillary Clinton signs, far, far more Donald Trump signs. Really no surprise because, again, that's Republican territory. You talk about exit polling here, and what we're seeing today, 9 out of 10 black voters voting for Hillary Clinton. Certainly no surprise there. In terms of white voters, 6 out of 10 voting for Donald Trump. Both candidates spent an enormous amount of time here, time and money, in this very, very key state.
As of now, CBS News says that Clinton has an edge in North Carolina as votes are being counted. What about the Senate contest? Republican Richard Burr holds that seat. The Democrats have a former state representative, Debbie Ross. What's the Democrats' chances?
At this point, it's too close to call what we're seeing in terms, again, exit polling, very, very close. And also the governor's race. Mm-hmm. Pat McCrory, the incumbent Republican, he's taken a lot of heat nationally, principally over the so-called HB2, the bathroom bill, and what's happened with that, the economic fallout for North Carolina. So, again, his challenger, the Democratic Attorney General Roy Cooper, that'll be another race that will be watched closely.
And that's a case where the challenger, Cooper, as you say, Attorney General now, the Democrat, he says that shame has been brought down on North Carolina by that attempt to restrict where people can go to the bathroom. It looked like it was an attempt to attack transgender people. So it's a true liberal versus conservative argument, at least that part of it.
Very much so. In fact, Republicans now control everything in North Carolina, both houses of the legislature, both chambers of the legislature, and the governor's mansion. First time since Reconstruction. And for many, many people, they feel here that the Republicans have tilted this state far, far too much to the right. North Carolina's always been kind of a moderate, progressive state, especially when it comes to Southern politics. And I think a lot of people, Dan, feel that the state has moved too far to the right with the Republicans in control. And will that bear out, that feeling, in today's voting? Well, we'll have to see how these results come in tonight.
And briefly, Jim, the other Carolina, South Carolina, a smaller population, just 9 electoral votes. We usually think of Republicans being more powerful, though the polls are closed and CBS News hasn't made a projection for South Carolina.
That's exactly right. We'll have to see what happens there. If Hillary's strong there, that speaks volumes tonight.
That's CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula, who's in North Carolina. We'll hear from him, the rest of our team, reporters, pundits, real numbers. We'll have the results. You're listening to CBS News coverage of Election Night 2016.
Slow speeds got you down? ACT has recently made a series of network upgrades to offer 1 gigabit services to ACT fiber customers. That's right, speeds over 1,000 megabits per second. This is Rob Johnson, Business Solutions Specialist with ACT. With gigabit connectivity, ACT customers have the ability to download a 500 megabit file in less than 5 seconds. Instead of waiting for files to download, beat out your competition by staying ahead of the game. Get connected to ACT's network today and give me a call at 673-0910.
Looking for a change in employment or know someone that is? Sheridan Manor is offering an $8,000 sign-on bonus for RNs. $8,000. $5,000 for LPNs. $5,000. And a $2,000 sign-on bonus for CNAs. $2,000. Come in today and look at Sheridan Manor. Join the team and take every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. For more information, call Sheridan Manor at 674-4416 or stop on by at 1851 Bighorn Avenue in Sheridan. Sheridan Manor, where your loved ones are our priority.
Local, regional, or national, Century 21 BHJ believes keeping informed helps with your decision-making options. That's why C21 BHJ is a sponsor of these election results, monitoring the issues that help you make the best decision to fit your circumstances. From tax implications to code issues, Century 21 BHJ offers informed, up-to-date guidance. Single-family investment property or relocation, you can count on Century 21 BHJ, the gold standard in real estate.
Let it begin. Ready, set, bake, and save with Ridley's Family Market Sales Flyer in this week's Country Bounty. Ridley's has all sorts of ways for you to save on everything on your grocery list. Buy 4 select items and get a free gallon of milk. And did you know that you can even have a chance at winning a brand new 4-wheeler just by shopping at Ridley's? See the store for details. Ridley's even has delivery. Fill your grocery bags without emptying your wallet at Ridley's. Ridley's Family Market on Coffeen Avenue in Sheridan.
CBS News Special Report, Election 2016.
16 more states and the District of Columbia just 10 minutes away from closing their polls, including battleground states like Florida, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump campaign manager Kellyanne Conway.
We see North Carolina and Florida as a jump ball right now. We're feeling really good about Iowa and Ohio, and then we're looking at flipping a blue state like Michigan or perhaps Pennsylvania.
Even on election night, Donald Trump is tweeting.
While the campaign is optimistic about what it's seeing in North Carolina, Ohio, and Iowa, it is deeply concerned about Florida. So much so, Trump just took to Twitter urging Florida supporters to get to the polls before they close, declaring this election is far from over.
CBS's Major Garrett in New York. This voter in Virginia, where CBS News exit polling gives Hillary Clinton the edge.
Hopefully it puts Hillary Clinton in and shows Donald Trump and all his supporters that we don't need that kind of mindset in our country.
CBS News exit polling gives Trump the edge right now in Georgia. Here's CBS News polling analyst Fred Backus.
Just like in Virginia, white voters are voting heavily for Donald Trump in Georgia, while black voters, who make up about 3 in 10, are choosing Hillary Clinton by an even wider margin. About 9 in 10 are voting for her. But even these wide margins are down slightly from 2008, when John McCain won the state by 5 points.
Polls are closing. CBS News Special Report. I'm Jim Taylor.
I'm Dan Raviv with our continuing coverage of Election Night 2016 from CBS News. In Philadelphia, an official says there's no evidence of fraud or intimidation at the polling places. The district attorney for Philadelphia, Seth Williams, says despite some warnings, especially from the Donald Trump campaign, that Philadelphia often has some sort of problems or fraud, he says no major problems emerged among 68 complaints that were investigated in the first half of this day. However, several Pennsylvania counties are reporting some complaints about touchscreen voting machines that would switch your vote. The machines are quickly being recalibrated to fix the problem, so the officials are not denying that there was some problem maybe with the electronics. The state Republican Party chairman, Rob Gleason in Pennsylvania, he says he doesn't see anything nefarious in the apparent vote switching on older machines. And by the way, in North Carolina, even though the polling places closed at 7:30 Eastern Time, some of them are still open because of problems, computer problems, stoppages, couldn't process the voter who showed up. So complaints were filed, and the state elections board let some of them, especially in Durham, North Carolina, stay open. Let's talk about other things that have to do with computers and online life. We're joined by Robert D'Onofrio. You work for Facebook as Director of Data Communications. Just yesterday, Facebook said it counted billions of postings and interactions about Trump and Clinton. I remember there were more about Trump. Now, Robert, that doesn't tell us that all the posts about him or her were positive.
That's correct, Dan. So thanks for having me. And it does look at the overall conversation. And today what we see is a very balanced conversation between the two candidates. Since midnight last night, we've seen 42.3 million people talking about Hillary Clinton and 41.6 million talking about Trump. So they're both around 42 million unique voting age Americans talking about each candidate. And that's as of a few minutes ago. So the conversation today has been almost neck and neck. But again, we can't tell whether that's positive, negative, or neutral.
Have you personally noticed something that I understand as a technical violation of the law in some states, that people take a photograph of themselves voting, like a selfie in the voting booth? Apparently that's not really allowed in some places, but it's been happening, right?
It has been happening. We've been seeing a lot of people, when they say that I voted, we've had 8.4 million Americans say that I voted on Facebook throughout the day, often accompanied by a selfie either at the polling place or outside of the polling place. So it is something we've definitely seen.
Yeah, outside apparently is legal. Can you tell us something about the use of Facebook Live? The Trump campaign sometimes did short TV shows from various states, and they said, find us on Facebook Live. Now, that kind of direct communication, without CBS or some big traditional media being used, do you think it's growing?
It's definitely growing. I think it's one of the things that, frankly, both of the candidates have really leaned into and tapped into, especially over the last few months. It's a way for them to directly connect with a very large audience. And even tonight, we're seeing a lot of media outlets use Facebook Live to either run through their electoral maps or to show some exit polling. And we're seeing some strong viewership across the board there as well. So I do think it's something that is growing, and I would expect that to continue into the midterm and, dare I say, 2020.
So it's not just about individuals, people, frankly, all around the world, not only in the U.S., wanting to say something about Trump or Clinton or the American election. But now if they want to put video up, everybody suddenly, their own TV station in a small way.
Absolutely. So it really is, I think, what we're seeing today, people making personal appeals to their friends and family in their Facebook feed by posting a live video of themselves either right after they voted or just before they voted, sort of articulating why it is they're voting. So everyone from an everyday citizen, to the campaigns themselves and the media outlets.
What about the candidates themselves today, and maybe not just the two major party candidates, Trump and Clinton, but also the Green Party and Libertarian? Have you noticed an attempt to communicate today, whether it's on Facebook or, one of your competitors, Twitter? They often use that too. Have they been reaching out today on voting day?
Absolutely. I mean, Gary Johnson just a few moments ago actually went live to encourage people to get out to vote, reminding them, especially in the western states, that it's not too late. Polls are still open, and some of those states are where he has some of his strongest support. So we're actually seeing that as we speak right now taking place on Facebook.
Okay. Now, you can be blunt. I can take it. Do you think the people who are engaging in politics using Facebook and other online platforms, do you think they're also listening to the radio and watching TV?
Yes, I do. I think that what we see is that people prefer to have more than one form of media, whether it's a television, whether it's the radio, whether it's multiple streams of online content. I think what we're finding is that people enjoy having those sort of multiple facets around them, and that's what we see when they talk about the conversation. They will be talking about what they're listening to or what they're watching while they're typing on Facebook.
That's what democracy is now. Robert D'Onofrio at Facebook. Thank you very much. Let's turn to CBS News. Senior political editor Steve Chigaris. Steve, is there a strong trend? I mean, right now in our coverage, it's sounding like, oh, this state for him and Vermont, South Carolina. Now, CBS News just now is projecting that state will go to Trump. Okay, no surprise. South Carolina, usually in the Republican camp. Do you think there's something stronger going on beneath the surface, or we frankly don't yet know?
I think we don't yet know. I mean, what's interesting is that these states are looking very, very close. I think what we saw in polling leading up to tonight seems to be matching what we're seeing in the exit polling, but there's no real clear leader in a lot of these battlegrounds. And I think this is going to be a night where it might not be a really, really late night, but it's definitely we're not going to be calling battleground states immediately as polls close. In fact, we're probably going to have to wait a couple of hours on each of these battleground states to make sure, as the votes come in, that we know who the winner is going to be.
Would you say so far, exit polling and fragmentary vote counts indicate that the opinion polls in the last few days were pretty much right? In the battleground states, there was a lot of neck-and-neck stuff going on.
That's what we're seeing in terms of what the exit polls are showing. But again, there's always, you still got to count the votes. There's no, let's just put it this way, we have no surprises at this point. And so as we're seeing these numbers come in, we're not expecting any huge surprises, but we're expecting a lot of really tight races, which is what most of these polls leading up to election night have shown in the battleground states.
That's what news coverage is about. Our thanks to Steve Chigaris and our entire team. We end this hour of coverage, but we have a lot more ahead. I'm Dan Raviv.
At the Country Kitchen, every Tuesday is now Burger Tuesday. With your favorite beverage, every Tuesday you can have any single patty burger for just $7.99. Every Tuesday, every time. Includes your choice of fries, soup, salad, or onion rings every Tuesday at the Country Kitchen. So come in and enjoy Burger Tuesday at the Country Kitchen. You'll find exceptional service and a comfortable, friendly atmosphere, too. Come in and give it a try. Burger Tuesday. Order your favorite beverage and get a hamburger for $7.99. The Country Kitchen on North Main in Sheridan. It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of weathering the highs and lows and in-betweens of election years for over 100 years. History is important to our future, and Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of Sheridan's history and will be part of Sheridan's future, too. Wilcox Abstract and Title, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closing, and so much more.
A habit can be a good thing. Why not make having lunch at Frackleton's a habit? Hi, this is Dave Youngren, General Manager of Frackleton's, inviting you to make lunch at Frackleton's a habit. Our lunch menu is more than you'll ever need for a happy, healthy afternoon. How about our lamb burger? 1/3 pound of ground lamb grilled to your specification with roasted red pepper, tzatziki sauce, goat cheese, and served on a brioche bun.
Frackleton's lunch, served fresh and always with a smile. Main Street, downtown Sheridan, across from the YO Theater.
What's better than tender grilled steak? Tender grilled steak and crispy smoked bacon. Welcome to Steak and Bacon, now at Perkins. Try our Big Bacon Smasher on a bed of tasty smashed tots. Or the Bacon Tater Omelet, packed with 6 strips of Applewood smoked bacon. And don't forget the steak medallions and shrimp. Steak and Bacon, it all comes together at Perkins. Want even more great food at great prices? Try Perkins' Great Plates menu with items from $4 to $8.
That when all the votes are counted, Hillary Clinton will win Massachusetts, Maryland, Delaware, and Washington, D.C., while Donald Trump will win Tennessee, Oklahoma, and South Carolina. Earlier, we estimated that Trump will win Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia, while Clinton will win Bernie Sanders' home state of Vermont. CBS News polling analyst Fred Backus joins us live to look at the trends he's seeing.
Bill, as we've seen in the past, black voters are voting overwhelmingly for the Democrat, while white voters are voting strongly for the Republican, though support for both groups is down slightly. One noteworthy change, white college-educated women. They went for Romney in 2012. This year, they're trending towards Hillary Clinton.
This is a tense period of waiting for the candidates and for their supporters. Correspondent Steve Futterman joins us live from Hillary Clinton's election night gathering in New York.
And Bill Clinton supporters have credited the Javits Convention Center here in Manhattan for what they hope will be a triumphant evening. We are, of course, seeing lots of women who say they've been dreaming of a day like this when a woman could possibly be elected president. At various times, we will hear cheers when projections are broadcast on the huge video screen. At the end of the night, people here are yearning to hear Hillary Clinton give a victory speech. Bill?
The Trump people are a short distance away, and correspondent Barry Bagnato is there.
Trump is still very much in it, so no one's losing hope here, but his team is worried about close races in some reliable Republican states, such as Georgia and South Carolina, about record turnouts in Florida Democratic strongholds. Exit polls show most voters nationally have serious problems with Trump's experience, judgment, and ability to care about them. There are large age and racial splits in this race. Trump wins among whites and adults over age 50. He loses among non-whites and younger voters.
Correspondent Peter King joins us live from Battleground, Florida, where the polls just closed.
And Bill, the minority vote was seen as crucial here, and our CBS News exit poll shows Hillary Clinton has gotten 64% of the Latino vote, 84% of the African American vote. These people voted for Clinton in historically black Eatonville near Orlando.
An inexperienced person that trying to run a country is like running a ship without a sailor.
Yes, sir, because I believe that a woman can run it just as well as a man can.
Donald Trump is leading by a nearly 2-to-1 margin with white voters here, Bill.
Now to Battleground, North Carolina, and correspondent Jim Krasula.
Bill, voter turnout has been very heavy across this key state today, and I can tell you more than 40% of the state's registered voters cast ballots during the early voting period.
We're learning some interesting things from the exit polls, and we asked specifically voters in Ohio, what about trade with other countries?
Was extended up to an hour because of computer problems. Exit polling suggests Donald Trump picked up about 60% of the white vote, Hillary Clinton 90% of the African American vote, Bill.
And just in, CBS News estimates Hillary Clinton has won New Jersey. The Dow up 72 points. This is CBS News.
CBS News Special Report.
We're going to make America great again.
Change is coming. Let's make sure it's the right kind of change.
Election night 2016. Here's national correspondent Dan Raviv.
And right now in the Eastern time zone, it's 8:03 p.m., and that means a lot more results still have to come in. When it comes to the 50 states, so far 25 have closed their polling places. Yep, there were 6. There were 3 at 7:30 p.m. There have just been 16 plus Washington, D.C. So you could say we're halfway there. But we're not, because when it comes to actually adding up enough votes and maybe also looking at exit polls and thus being able to say, oh, we at CBS News project this date or that, we're not nearly there at all, considering that you need 270 electoral votes. I'll bring you a precise number of where we stand after I turn to Leonie Huddy. Professor Huddy of Stony Brook University, you've been looking at the exit polls. What voters told the pollsters as they came out, from casting their votes today. It seems to me that we have a lot of divisions and also a tale of dissatisfaction.
Certainly, the voters are unhappy with the candidates. By and large, the majority see each candidate unfavorably. They're not considered to be particularly honest or trustworthy. Most people say they are not. Clinton has a slight edge in terms of being seen as qualified to serve as president. But when we ask about the email scandals, 6 in 10 say they're bothered by that, and about 7 in 10 are bothered by Donald Trump's treatment of women. So there's a lot of unhappiness here with these candidates tonight.
Do you see the possibility, maybe even the likelihood, that someone would tell the exit pollster, I don't like him, I don't like her, but I had to choose one? So they voted for it. Well, you know what it's been called, Leonie, the lesser of two evils.
Well, that's exactly what's happening. I mean, people certainly are making choices, and they are choosing one candidate or another, despite these negative assessments of their candidate.
That's Leonie Huddy, a professor at Stony Brook University in New York. How about a professor at American University, also a CBS News analyst, Leonard Steinhorn. So from what you're hearing, including a lot of states where it's close, and the key states in general still too close to call, where are we heading in all this? What are you picking up?
Well, look, the demographics really are suggesting that there's white, working class, male turnout in large numbers for Donald Trump. That is making this race very close in some key states. Florida's tight. North Carolina, probably Clinton, but Pennsylvania's tight. New Hampshire tight. Ohio's tight. this is going to be a bunch of tight states going into the evening. But we will know soon enough on some of these states who does prevail.
Can we also just take a moment to say, when Donald Trump entered the presidential contest in June of last year, there were many pundits who claimed to know American politics very well and never thought that he'd win the party nomination. And who knows, tonight he may well be winning more than 40% of the votes of Americans who are choosing him to be the president. It's an amazing story since June of last year.
Well, it's breathtaking. I mean, in the sense of how he has channeled and captured the energy of a certain group of voters in this country. He said at his convention, "I am your voice," and they resonate with that.
Well, CBS News now projects that the state of Illinois, where Hillary Clinton was born 69 years ago, will be won by her. No surprise. The states that Hillary Clinton, we project, will be the winner in are Maryland, Massachusetts, Illinois, and Vermont. Also Delaware and Washington, D.C. As for Donald Trump, we project that he will be the winner in Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and did I mention South Carolina? Nope. Well, but now I have. Let's turn to CBS News contributor Peter Mayer, our longtime White House correspondent. How do you see things adding up, as of now? It's still a mystery, frankly, as to who's going to win.
Right. As our friend Steve Chiguera said, no surprises. It's going to be something of an extended night. As the evening wears on, Dan, and we have to wait for these 13 states. We know basically where 31 states were going to end up because of traditional patterns that we've seen over the past election cycles. But those 13 battleground states are going to keep us on the edges of our political seats tonight.
Well, keeping in mind the Democrats want to capture a majority in the U.S. Senate, they've picked up one seat, ousting the incumbent Republican senator in Illinois, Mark Kirk. Tammy Duckworth, we project, will be the winner in Illinois. Stay tuned.
Breaking news, stimulating talk. This is the News Talk Station, 930 KROE Sheridan.
KROE Sheridan.
Don't make that impulse water cooler buy. At Water Products and Solutions, we offer monthly leases at just $15.90 a month for a hot and cold water dispenser. If it breaks down, you simply drop it off and pick up a new one. The hot and cold dispensers are perfect for homes and businesses. The hot water is great for soups, hot chocolate, tea, and coffee. Our water is incredible, and we are the best value. We're locally owned, and we offer delivery or pickup. Water Products and Solutions, right across from Connect Home Center on Sheridan Avenue.
Here we go again. Elections. Whatever the outcome, it's sure to affect your major financial decisions going forward, and that's why Century 21 BHJ is proud to be a sponsor of Election Results. When it comes to your real estate considerations, you can count on Century 21 BHJ to know the latest implications that could affect you, whether buying or selling. First-time buyers, moving up, or large ranch investment, contact your locally owned C21 BHJ, the sign of the gold standard.
Stage.com brings what's happening within reach, like the latest styles by Calvin Klein, Jessica Simpson, Adidas, Skechers, Carter's, and more, at prices that will wow your wallet. And amazing beauty finds from Estee Lauder and Clinique. Plus, our mobile app and incredible sales give you even more ways to save. There's always something new at Stage.com. Value at your fingertips. Style delivered right to your door.
Style inspired by you.
Did you know it's legal to hunt both large and small game with a silencer in Wyoming? Save your hearing, reduce recoil, achieve better accuracy. All these things are yours with the addition of a silencer to your rifle or handgun. We have $79 NFA gun trusts available, a way to purchase and share the enjoyment with your family and friends. To learn more, come to Bighorn Trading at 227 North Main, across from JCPenney in Sheridan.
68 electoral votes for Clinton, 51 for Donald Trump. So 68 for Clinton. Just a few minutes ago, CBS News projected that she will be the winner in Rhode Island. 68, you need 270 to win. So the night is young, as they say. Let's get a perspective from the RNC, the Republican National Committee. Oh, well, we'll do so quite soon, I promise. We can turn, however, to the headquarters for tonight of the two leading presidential candidates, right? So standing by right now at Hillary Clinton's party, getting ready on the west side of Manhattan, CBS News correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
We are here at the Jacob Javits Convention Center, Dan. It's made of glass, the ceiling too, and that's a big reason the Clinton campaign has chosen this, the symbolism of Clinton shattering the metaphorical glass ceiling. Clinton's camp acknowledges it's likely to be a late night tonight watching some of these states, including Florida, which just closed, where the margin is about 1.5%, with close to 7 million votes already tabulated and counted. North Carolina closed last hour. They're watching that closely here. Aides are enthused, though, by the support that Clinton has gotten from what they're calling the Clinton Coalition. College-educated voters, young people, and minorities. And on the streets outside this glass structure, hundreds of Clinton supporters representing that coalition. Here inside, volunteers, staffers, and other top Democrats are hoping to witness history tonight.
May I ask you, Stephen, is the inside sort of a hotter ticket, or nobody's really inside yet, and the party is mostly outside, where I understand the weather's pretty nice in New York?
There is no doubt this is a very exclusive event. Staffers, Democratic Party bigwigs, core supporters, volunteers, people who've been working on this campaign. Those are the people who have been able to clear security, have credentials hanging around their necks. On the streets, a much more, I guess, small d Democratic example of the support Clinton is seeing in this race.
Okay, so keep an eye on the inside where you are and the outside if you can. Later, we believe Hillary Clinton will be speaking on the inside. Will it be a victory speech, a concession speech? We just don't know. And we go several blocks away, just a little bit to the east. CBS News correspondent Pam Coulter, you're at what Donald Trump has made his election night destination. I know he's actually in the Trump Tower, apparently at home with his family watching the results. But the party's where you are. It's a Hilton hotel, not a Trump.
That's right, and there's still a fair amount of empty space on the floor of this ballroom, Dan. But the people who are here look a lot like Donald Trump, suit-wearing businessmen and some women. Here and there, they're sporting the red Make America Great Again ball caps, and they're gathered at the base of a stage that features a podium in front of several rows of U.S. and state flags. Also on stage, 2 of those red caps are displayed in glass cases. People are milling around taking photos, but a cheer did go off a little while ago when some new returns came in. And earlier, Vice Presidential nominee Mike Pence, the governor of Indiana, tweeted out thanks to Indiana for being the first state on the board to make America great again. Dan?
Thanks so much. That's Pam Coulter at what is Trump's Party Central tonight in New York City. Let's get a perspective now from the Republican National Committee. Last hour, we interviewed the DNC, the Democrats. Sharon Day, you're co-chairman of the Republican National Committee since early 2011. I know this has been a very different election. You went through 2012. Mitt Romney was your candidate for president. Not every Republican has said they support Donald Trump. There are notable exceptions. We don't have to name them right now, unless you want to. But how do you see the overall picture? Trump, your surprise nominee, doing, well, how would you say? How's he doing tonight?
I think he's doing well. It's still early. We're still waiting for the polls to come in key counties that we think we're going to do really good in around the country. So, the night is early and we're going to be fine. And I will say this, with Donald Trump, he has worked harder than any presidential candidate that I've ever worked for. I have to be honest with you. He was on the ground. He was working constantly. He was asking for the vote. He was out there. So I have great respect for the energy and the effort and all that he has done. So I think we're going to have a good night. So
Sharon Day. Result in the year 2000. How long do you suppose before we know who won Florida's 29 electoral votes today?
Oh, I don't know. It depends on how soon that Broward County will get their votes in, where it happens to be my home county. It's conveniently always the last one to report in. And as you may have known, we had a little bit of problem there earlier in the cycle where they were open absentee ballots in a back room with nobody present. So not the canvassing board, not an outside attorney, nowhere, just himself. So it'll be one of those nights again, and it'll be Broward County that we can thank for it again.
And in the U.S. Senate race, Marco Rubio, probably a friend of yours, the incumbent senator. Do you think it's a slam dunk for him?
I think he's going to have a good night. He had earned it. He deserves it. He's been a great senator. He is a great individual, great principled individual. So we're excited for it. And they had a flawed candidate that, went out there and was not completely honest about
Congressman a chance to answer of Patrick Murphy. But I do thank you, Sharon Day, who's co-chairman of the RNC. We turn to Jill Schlesinger, who knows everything about money. Jill, we noticed that yesterday Wall Street seemed to be more convinced that Hillary Clinton will probably win the presidency, so the stock market went up more than 300 points. Today it started a little lower, but ended up the Dow Jones by more than 70. Is all this right? I mean, Wall Street favors Clinton?
Well, right now, yes. And if you look at the S&P 500 over the last few weeks, it almost looks like it's moving tick for tick with Hillary Clinton in the polls. Now, that said, there can always be the fact that Wall Street can be wrong. And certainly in the Brexit vote, there was a pretty much of a major league consensus around the globe among investors that the British would vote to remain in the European Union. And when they actually voted to leave, you saw a tremendous negative reaction in the markets. I think that there are a lot of folks out there on Wall Street who are sort of thinking, I believe that's what's going to happen, but they will not be burned again, to quote the famous song, and they are actually putting on big hedges over the next couple of days. I understand that a lot of the big traders out there saying, yeah, sure, we think Hillary's going to win, but just in case she doesn't, we bought a little protection.
Right, sometimes called put options, hedges, got it, maybe even sold in a little cash. I understand that the Dow futures for tomorrow are also up, so Wall Street probably thinks she's doing well, but why isn't the business world concerned that she's a progressive Democrat who will crack down on corporate profits and will not cut business taxes?
Well, I think that the feeling around her is that they understand where she wants to regulate, but they also understand that they'll probably have a House that's in the Republican majority. The Senate will remain close, at least pretty close in the majority, maybe a little bit one seat here and there. And that divided government actually augurs quite well if you're someone who watches regulation. It tends to lead to some gridlock. And you know what? Wall Street loves when things don't get done as much as they complain about
CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger, thank you very much. Live coverage of Election Night 2016 from CBS News.
Wilcox Abstract and Title has been taking care of Sheridan's real estate for over 100 years. There have been many changes over the years, up, downs, and even in between. But through it all, Sheridan continues to thrive. It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title in Sheridan, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closings, and so much more.
Honey, remember we discussed refinancing our home loan last weekend and I was going to research some online lenders for the best deal?
Sure.
Well, I found the best loan for us with a lower loan payment.
That's great news.
It's a local lender with 80 years of home loan experience. Check out their website, efirstfederal.com. Plus, they have a home loan center here in Sheridan.
So we get the speed and the convenience of the online experience along with local personal service?
That's right.
Wow, that's impressive.
Since 1935, we are a community bank and an equal housing lender.
Ever thought of switching your internet provider? Well, there's never been a better time to switch to Spectrum Internet. With Spectrum Internet, you'll get super fast speeds that start at 60 megabits per second. Just call 844-855-2999. With speeds that fast, everyone in the house can search the web, connect on social media, watch their favorite cat videos, shop, play online games, stream music, and more, all at once. Just call 844-855-2999 and get Spectrum Internet. Unlimited fast internet for all of your devices with no data caps. All for only $29.99 a month when bundled. And did you know Spectrum Internet offers free Security Suite, providing you with automatic detection of viruses, hackers, and spam? Just call 844-855-2999. Switch to Spectrum Internet and get the fastest internet speeds available. Virus detection with Security Suite and no data caps. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
CBS News Special Report, Election 2016.
Latest CBS News estimations, South Carolina will go to Donald Trump, as will Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Mississippi. Hillary Clinton will take Rhode Island, Illinois, New Jersey, Vermont, Delaware, Maryland, Massachusetts, and the District of Columbia. Considered toss-up states right now: Ohio, battleground states of North Carolina, New Hampshire, and Florida. That's where CBS's Peter King joins us live from Orlando.
And the polls are closed here in Florida. It is a tight race for the White House and a toss-up with 88% of the vote in. It's also a toss-up in Ohio with about 30% of the vote counted. Rob Portman has been reelected to the Senate there. Clinton leads in North Carolina. The Democrats have the edge. Pennsylvania is just closed. The vote is slow to come in, partly because there's no early voting there.
Already some results to report in other significant Senate and congressional races. Live now to CBS's Steve Dorsey in Washington.
CBS News projecting Republicans winning Senate races in 5 states now, including Ohio and in Florida, where Marco Rubio will be reelected. Democrats estimated to win 4, including Illinois. We are watching much more closely races in Indiana, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire polls. And all those states now closed. If Democrats tie Republicans, they'll need the vice president to be the tiebreaker.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Jim Taylor.
I'm Dan Raviv with our continuing coverage of Election Night 2016. Let's drill down on the state of Pennsylvania, where the polls have been closed for almost 22 minutes. We turn to Hadass Kuznets, reporter for CBS station KYW News Radio in Philadelphia. Hadass, let me first check you're there. Oh, a nice little delay.
I am here.
Thank you very much. I want us together to hear John Dickerson.
I'm a volunteer from Drive the Vote.
Oh, okay. We'll get to that. Let's just listen together to John Dickerson, the host of Face the Nation on CBS, as he describes sort of what's at stake in Pennsylvania, where we have not projected a winner between Trump and Clinton.
2 keys for Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania and in Philadelphia, and do well with white college-educated women in those collar counties, the women who throughout this campaign felt a nervousness about Donald Trump on that central question of whether he has the judgment and temperament, and the people that Hillary Clinton constantly tried to keep the image of Donald Trump saying things about women and some of his other more controversial comments in front of those voters to keep them from drifting back to the Republican ranks.
Well, that's what John Dickerson says. So, Hadass Kuznets, you're there, as you say, with a volunteer who wanted to get, the vote count up. First, let's be frank and go ahead and speak with that volunteer. I wonder whether the real goal is to support the Democrats, because as of now, in our CBS News projections, we say that Pennsylvania is a toss-up, both in the Senate race between incumbent Republican Pat Toomey and the Democrat Katie McGinty, and also in the presidential. Pennsylvania, a toss-up. What can you tell us about the turnout effort?
Well, the volunteer is Sharon Pennock. She's with Drive the Vote. So she has been helping people that have a problem with accessibility. Either even the polling places in Pennsylvania they're supposed to be close to your house, but if you moved and the polling place didn't move with you, if you can't get to your polling place because you hurt your foot or you have a disability and you don't have a car, then it makes it extremely difficult. Sharon Pennock is the volunteer. What did you learn from the people that you met tonight about getting the vote out?
I learned, I was confirmed by meeting these people that it was really, really important to these people to get to the polls, and it was extremely important to them. But without a service like this program that I was working with, Drive the Vote, they may not have been able to get there. The last woman we worked with, we got there about 10 minutes before it closed. That was kind of a nail biter, frankly. And these experiences are going to inform the way that I advocate for accessibility to voting in the future. It's something that I got a hunch of over the last couple months as I worked with my elderly grandmother and other people, and it's going to be something I continue to work on.
Now, I can tell you that in 5 hours, Sharon was able to drive 5 people to the polls. It doesn't sound like a lot, but with this brand new service, it's called Drive the Vote. It works kind of like an Uber app. Sharon tells me there are about 100 people on this app. If 100 people drove 5 people to the polls tonight, then that's 500 votes that would not otherwise have been counted. Now, other reporters have been telling us for KYW News Radio here in Philadelphia that the lines are long, that people are waiting in line still now to vote because they were in line earlier tonight. And there's a lot of enthusiasm here in the Philadelphia area, particularly with this election. People like Sharon are really enthusiastic about getting people to the polls that really can't get there.
Well, that's the word on turnout in the very important state of Pennsylvania. Thanks so much, Hadass Kuznets of KYW News Radio in Philadelphia. Well, let's just take a closer look at Florida, where we do expect things are in a dead heat right now. Anthony Salvanto is CBS News Director of Elections.
Even though Hillary Clinton is doing well,
down in the areas where Democrats typically do well, and that's down around Miami. Getting decent turnout there, getting the percents of vote that she probably needs in and around Miami. But Donald Trump is outperforming Mitt Romney and typical Republicans in a lot of these other Republican-leaning counties. And one by one, that's adding up his totals. So we see him outperforming typical Republicans, and that's keeping this race close.
It sure is close. We're about to turn to CBS News correspondent Steve Dorsey, who's covering the congressional races, including the Democratic Party's quest to capture a majority in the Senate. They would need 4 or 5, depending on who will be vice president. We'll get to that. But I want to say this about Florida. Right now in the actual vote count, would you believe 48.5% for Trump, 48.3% for Hillary Clinton? So far, 8 million votes counted in Florida. But when it comes to the Senate race, the incumbent Republican Marco Rubio, we project that he will be the winner against Congressman Patrick Murphy. Rubio right now in the count has just over 51% of the votes, but Murphy only about 45. All right, hope I didn't steal some of your thunder. Steve Dorsey, think about the quest for the Senate. How's it going? Are the Democrats making any headway, any pickups?
Dan, they haven't won anything that has been a major surprise yet. In fact, you mentioned Marco Rubio there. That was a big deal for him, maybe not necessarily the party, because he is projected to beat Congressman Patrick Murphy, who has nearly twice the amount of money that Rubio has on hand. So that's a big deal for him. But we're also watching races in several other key states, including in New Hampshire, where incumbent Kelly Ayotte is trying to fend off Democrats. Maggie Hassan, she's the governor of the state. Also in Pennsylvania, let's talk about how much money is at stake in that race. $162 million. And Senator Pat Toomey trying to fend off their Democrat Katie McGinty.
All right, those are the races that are, vital to the Democrats, absolutely. We have a lot more coming up. That's that's correspondent Steve Dorsey. I don't think you want to be a congressman, but you're actually absolutely covering the quest for that. Right now, when it comes to the popular vote being counted coast to coast in the states that already closed, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, 50% for Trump, 46.5% for Hillary Clinton. I'm Dan Raviv. Our coverage continues from CBS News, Election Night 2016.
It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of weathering the highs and lows and in-betweens of election years for over 100 years. History is important to our future, and Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of Sheridan's history and will be part of Sheridan's future, too. Wilcox Abstract and Title, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closing, and so much more.
Local, regional, or national, Century 21 BHJ believes keeping informed helps with your decision-making options. That's why C21 BHJ is a sponsor of these election results, monitoring the issues that help you make the best decision to fit your circumstances. From tax implications to code issues, Century 21 BHJ offers informed, up-to-date guidance. Single-family investment property or relocation, you can count on Century 21 BHJ, the gold standard in real estate.
Is your car connected? If not, stop in Wyoming Wireless and connect your car with Hum by Verizon. Get vehicle diagnostics, set boundary and speed alerts, automatic crash assistance, and so much more. Best of all, roadside assistance is included. Connect your car at Wyoming Wireless Verizon in November, and the equipment is free. Wyoming Wireless, 1415 North Main in Sheridan. When it comes to Verizon, shop Wyoming. Wyoming Wireless.
Enjoy gift-giving splendor this holiday season at Nest Home and Holiday with an old-fashioned Christmas open house celebration this Saturday, November 12th. Hi, this is Darlene. The merriment will include homemade refreshments, drawing for giveaways, and wonderful shopping with 15% off everything. Yes, 15% off store-wide Saturday only. This open house will take place from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Free gift wrapping with your purchase. Don't miss our Christmas open house celebration at Nest Home and Holiday, 1815 North Main Street.
I'm Dan Raviv with our continuing coverage from CBS News of election night 2016 in Illinois. CBS News projects that, well, for the presidency, Hillary Clinton wins that state. No surprise, she was born there. Democrats are pretty solid. But in the Senate, it's a pickup for the Democrats. We project that Tammy Duckworth will be the winner. Mark Kirk, the Republican incumbent, losing his Senate seat. So, CBS News contributor Peter Mayer, what can you tell us about Tammy Duckworth and that seat?
Well, Congresswoman Duckworth was recruited for elective office by President Barack Obama himself. This is his former seat, so this race was near and dear to him. He and Senator Durbin from Illinois recruited her. She, of course, is an Army veteran, severely wounded with combat wounds, damaging an arm, losing 2 legs in wartime action. And she defeated another disabled candidate, Senator Mark Kirk, the incumbent, who had suffered a stroke.
A Democrat pickup. Here's more news.
CBS News Special Report, Election 2016.
The Democrats have picked up a seat in the Senate. CBS News estimates that Congresswoman Tammy Duckworth will beat Republican incumbent Mark Kirk in Illinois. So far, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are winning where expected, but the battleground states are still in play. Trump campaign spokesman Brian Fallon is optimistic about North Carolina.
Initially, there was some talk about a drop-off in African-American turnout. We not only made up gains there in the second week of early voting in North Carolina, but we actually offset it with a surge, 83% increase in Latino participation in early voting in North Carolina.
Kellyanne Conway is Trump's campaign manager.
It's still a jump ball in many places, and we're really happy. I mean, for a campaign that has a fraction of the personnel, a fraction of the money as they do at Team Clinton, we're proud of our efforts on the ground, focusing some of our late in the game resources in some of these places.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Bill Whitney.
I'm Dan Raviv with our continuing coverage from CBS News of Election Night 2016. And just to clarify for sure, you heard Brian Fallon. He is a spokesman for the Hillary Clinton campaign. You probably heard that okay. Kellyanne Conway is Trump's campaign manager. We will continue when possible to have comments from them. And at some point tonight, I guess we'll hear from the 2 leading candidates for president. Victory speech, concession speech, we just don't know. Leonard Steinhorn, CBS News political analyst, they're both New Yorkers, Trump and Clinton, and of course, this is the night that comes home to roost. As they're waiting for the votes to be counted, Hillary Clinton, her husband Bill Clinton, their daughter Chelsea and her husband, they're all together as a family group with the famous Clinton aides waiting for numbers. That's in New York City. And Trump, he's at home in the Trump Tower, and then they're going to these parties. What do you mean? It's New York. I mean, it's not the same, really, of candidates from all over the place, east, west, rural versus city. In a strange way, they may seem like diametrical opposites, but they're 2 New Yorkers. They're from the same world.
Well, they're from the same world. They're both in New York, but they represent 2 very different Americas. And that's the funny thing. Their campaign events tonight may be, just a mile away from each other. But what they represent in this country, they represent totally different worldviews and mindsets in the United States right now.
Including at least the way the candidates wanted to put it. Certainly Hillary Clinton says she represents optimism, and we've got a great country because we're a good country. Donald Trump has been stressing the negative, the problems of this country, which he promises to fix. That obviously does resonate with a lot of voters.
Well, Donald Trump's also saying that he represents working class America, and that's been his appeal all along. It's why he's strong in old industrial states like Michigan and Pennsylvania. His opposition to the trade deals, his sense that white working class voters have gotten the raw end of the deal over the years. So this is who his appeal has been to, that old America that he says he wants to restore to America's greatness.
Let's bring Peter Mayer into the conversation. You've been our White House correspondent for so long. As you're looking at this campaign, let's look at the vote count right now, actual votes being tallied. Donald Trump, 50.1% of the votes, but listen to the number. It's 11 million votes. Hillary Clinton, 10.2 million votes, 46%. I guess my point is that when Donald Trump declared himself a candidate, and we said he's really unusual, he's never had any elected office before, it's quite something that he has. It's now jumped to 11 million. 11 million Americans so far, and it may well grow to about 50 or 60 million tonight, want him to be president. That's not just an accomplishment, it's a message, Peter.
It certainly is, and you see a sort of a microcosm, if we can call Florida that, with 91% of the vote in Florida, and it is razor thin there with Trump just ahead slightly, Dan. And this is eerily looking like 2000. I hope we're not going to be, looking at, well, we're not going to look at hanging chads. They've repaired that, hopefully. But this is going to all come down, I think, to Florida, as we've expected from the get-go.
Though it turns out that the nearby state of North Carolina is also too close to call. We're saying now there's an edge for the Democrat Hillary Clinton in North Carolina. That's important. Where else should we be look? Ohio, always incredibly important. And in Ohio, I mean, the word from CBS News and our experts right now is that it's a toss-up. So we have these vital states, Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, and they're all practically toss-ups.
Yeah, it's amazing. And we have to, of course, look at Pennsylvania, too. I mean, these are must-wins for each of them to have that, that highly vaunted path to 270.
Well, Leonard, let me just ask you, I mean, what does that mean, that the desire for change, never mind Donald Trump's style, which some people don't like, some do, but that desire for change kind of outweighs other people who say, we desire experience, and Hillary Clinton represents that. A lot of voters may well have been conflicted, and we're seeing it in the numbers where things are about even so far.
Well, I think it's not only the desire for change, it's the desire for disruption, the desire to go against the status quo, the desire to sort of stick it to the establishment, which they feel have gotten rich, comfortable, and elite at the expense of everyone else. I think that is exactly what Donald Trump has been appealing to. That's why they call him a billionaire populist. I emphasize the word populist because he's appealing to people who feel that they have been left out of society by the elites on each coast, and they want to push back.
Right now, when it comes to the electoral vote, when we consider all the states where CBS News has estimated a winner when all the votes are counted, we have 68 electoral votes for Hillary Clinton, 66 for Donald Trump. 68 to 66, you need 270 to win the presidency. When it comes to the votes being tallied in the states where the polling places have closed, for Donald Trump right now, 11.5 million votes. For Hillary Clinton, 10.5 million votes. The polling places have closed so far in 28 states. At the top of the hour, that's 22 minutes from now, well, the polls will be closing in some big states, including New York and both Dakotas, Texas, Wisconsin, Wyoming. Well, we'll have the results for you as this night goes on. And eventually in New York City at their events, we expect to hear from Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. But that seems to be a while off. I'm Dan Raviv. You're listening to live coverage from CBS News of Election Night 2016.
Here we go again. Elections. Whatever the outcome, it's sure to affect your major financial decisions going forward, and that's why Century 21 BHJ is proud to be a sponsor of election results. When it comes to your real estate considerations, you can count on Century 21 BHJ to know the latest implications that could affect you, whether buying or selling. First-time buyers, moving up, or large ranch investment, contact your locally owned C21 BHJ, the sign of the gold standard.
Wilcox Abstract and Title has been taking care of Sheridan's real estate for over 100 years. There have been many changes over the years, up, downs, and even in between. But through it all, Sheridan continues to thrive. It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title in Sheridan, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closings, and so much more.
Hello friends, this is Dallas Coons, Auto Sales Manager here at Valley Motor Honda, home of the $500 giveaway. November is here and the smell of a new car is in the air. To fill your holiday season with cheer, when you purchase any new Honda in stock, you get to choose up to $3,000 cash back or no payments as far out as May of 2017 or up to $3,000 instant discount. See us for details. With options like these, what are you waiting for? Stop wishing and start driving. Let us show you how easy and fun it is to do business with Valley Motor Honda.
Well, it's open enrollment season again.
That's right, and at Delta Dental, we know that this time of year can be confusing when you're trying to determine what dental plan is right for you and your family.
Whether you are looking for an ACA certified dental plan or individual and family dental plan, we have options that can meet your dental insurance needs.
And don't forget that we are the only dental insurance company located in Wyoming and have experts on hand to help guide you through the open enrollment season.
Call us today at 632-3313 or visit our website at deltadentalwy.org.
And remember to show off your smile, Wyoming.
You're listening to CBS News coverage of Election Night 2016. I'm Dan Raviv. Right now, when it comes to the state of Virginia, where it's a close contest. It had been widely said that Hillary Clinton was favored to win Virginia, largely because of the so-called liberal suburbs of northern Virginia near Washington, D.C., as opposed to the rural areas that it was believed would be, favoring Donald Trump. As of now, CBS News is not projecting an eventual winner in Virginia, but we are saying the state it leans. Virginia leans toward Hillary Clinton, but in the actual vote count so far, 1 million votes for Donald Trump, 937,000 votes for Hillary Clinton. So in the actual vote count, Trump is ahead in Virginia. Just an example of states that are so close. And of course, when vote counts are close, that sometimes leads to disputes or claims that there's a problem. We turn to CBS News senior legal analyst Andrew Cohen. Now, this morning, Nevada time, there was a lawsuit filed by the Trump campaign that charged that an early voting place last week was kept open beyond the scheduled hours, and maybe that could have helped Clinton. So please, Andrew Cohen, explain the lawsuit and what rapidly happened today.
Sure. You see that sometimes, Dan, in these sorts of close cases. Usually you see it, and we're seeing it tonight, where election officials from one party go to a judge and say, or to the polls, and say, look, we have too many people in line. Can you keep the polls open longer? And usually judges accede to that. We're seeing that in North Carolina, for example. We're seeing it, I think, in Ohio as well. The opposite of that happened in Nevada, where the Trump campaign today went to court and said, you know what, poll officials kept the lines open, kept the polling open longer than they should have for 2 hours, thus allowing people who maybe should have been blocked out of voting from actually casting their ballot. And so they took it to court, and the judge essentially said, literally, what do you want me to do about this? These people have voted. We can't separate out necessarily their votes from the votes of other people who may have voted earlier before the deadline. And the practice in Nevada is to allow people who are in line when the polls close to actually be able to cast a ballot. And I think, Dan, that's a general rule around the country. If you're in line, you stay in line, and you're able to cast a vote even if it's after the designated time.
And the side that feels that, it's unfair, it's in a neighborhood that favors my opponent, there must be something crooked going on. I mean, they can try to complain, first to the Board of Elections. In this case, the Trump campaign complained to a judge.
That's right. And what the Trump campaign said was this was not the ordinary situation where people in line were allowed to vote, that there was the allegation was that there was some sort of concerted effort by the Clinton campaign to make sure that these particular people voted, the assumption being that these particular people were going to vote for Hillary Clinton. The judge essentially said to the Trump campaign, look, you can't bring this to me first. If you have some sort of a complaint, you have to go through the administrative channel, which of course is going to take longer than an actual lawsuit. I'm surprised that after that hearing where the Trump campaign lost, there wasn't some sort of an appeal, which we haven't heard about yet. Maybe they're going to wait to see what the results of the Nevada contest are, wait to see what their national results are before they do that. But it was an extraordinary thing where you have a campaign essentially saying too many people voted. You just don't see that every year.
Andrew, what's your take on this? Two international organizations, the Organization of American States, OAS, and the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE. They have hundreds of observers in the U.S., which leads some people to say, what, the foreign countries believe there's something crooked going on? Or on the other hand, maybe they're just trying to learn from the U.S. system. What's your take on that?
Well, there's two reasons for that, I think. One is the U.S. Supreme Court restricted the scope of the Voting Rights Act 3 years ago in that famous Shelby County case out of Alabama. And what that did was to restrict the ability of the Justice Department to send out federal observers to monitor elections in a way that had been done for half a century. So you have that. You have more talk about voter fraud. You have Donald Trump talking about elections being rigged and so forth. You have a heightened awareness of the sense of the problem at the same time that you have fewer neutral federal observers there to protect the rights of people to vote. You have more allegations of voter suppression. You have voter suppression laws that have popped up both before and after Shelby County. So I think that constellation of events has generated this perception internationally that American elections are not necessarily as fair as we would like to think that they are.
And foreigners have their eyes on us. CBS News senior legal analyst Andrew Cohen, we thank you. Let's check in with Ohio. 18 electoral votes. The polling places have been closed for 1.25 hours, but as of now, just 25% of the precincts have reported, and it's just about tied. CBS News says Ohio is a toss-up, but when it comes to the U.S. Senate, the Republican Senator Rob Portman has held his seat. We project that he is the winner over Democrat Ted Strickland. We turn to CBS News reporter Greg Saber. You're at the Cuyahoga County Board of Elections, I understand, in Cleveland. Any problems with the vote count? Ohio is a sensitive, closely watched place.
Yeah, definitely a battleground state, and as Ohio goes, so goes the presidency, at least for Republicans. And just to repeat the phrase, it is oh so close right now in Ohio. 8 million precincts in the state, only 569 have reported, but Donald Trump is trailing Hillary Clinton. Clinton has 952 votes, Donald Trump 914. So you can see this is razor thin and still too very close to call.
Okay, I think that's 8 million votes expected. There aren't that many precincts. But, Greg, Barack Obama was the winner in Ohio by almost 5 points in his first run, then by 3 points 4 years ago. What may have changed?
Well, certainly a president that's in office for 8 years has a record to defend, if not run on. He's not the incumbent, and fodder for Donald Trump aiming at Hillary Clinton. I think, as was mentioned, there's a lot of angst in the nation, a lot of feeling that certain people are left out of the process, and Donald Trump was never elected to any office whatsoever, is doing pretty well, at least in Ohio and Florida. So I think there's a great amount of angst, and it's reflected in the vote tonight.
Greg Saber reporting from Cleveland. Thanks. Let's turn to you, Leonard Steinhorn. Ohio is one of those states where I think people who had industrial jobs are really angry. The jobs are gone, and Trump told them it's because of trade deals, and he blames the Clintons. That was a powerful argument.
Oh, very powerful. And Ohio is a tailor-made state for the Trump message. In fact, this was one of the states where you began to see Donald Trump surge ahead a little bit in the polls before the election. Now, again, you know, the polls only tell you so much because, as we may find out tonight, some of the polls may be flat out wrong on some of these states. I expect Ohio to be very, very tight. But Donald Trump's message is definitely resonating in a part of the country like Ohio where you've seen manufacturing decline and people feeling like the economy hasn't served them well.
And no matter who's elected president, they probably will want to confront that somehow. Any president, even President Clinton, would be concerned.
Absolutely. I mean, if it's the person who sits in the White House doesn't address the issues of a deindustrializing Rust Belt, they are not going to get a second term.
That's Leonard Steinhorn. I'm Dan Raviv with CBS News coverage.
It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of weathering the highs and lows and in-betweens of election years for over 100 years. History is important to our future, and Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of Sheridan's history and will be part of Sheridan's future, too. Wilcox Abstract and Title, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closing, and so much more.
Local, regional, or national, Century 21 BHJ believes keeping informed helps with your decision-making options. That's why C21 BHJ is a sponsor of these election results, monitoring the issues that help you make the best decision to fit your circumstances. From tax implications to code issues, Century 21 BHJ offers informed, up-to-date guidance. Single-family investment investment property, or relocation, you can count on Century 21 BHJ, the gold standard in real estate.
Hi, this is Michael Tate Marshall at Captain Clean. When me and my sister have to wrestle my two twin brothers on the living room carpet, we want it to be clean. When we're all sliding across the hardwood floor, we love it to be shiny and beautiful. When my dad wants to cuddle on a chilly Saturday and watch football on the couch, I want it to be clean and smell wonderful. Call Captain Clean today and let the best cleaning company in town get your home clean and beautiful this fall.
Are you or someone you know struggling with hearing loss? Hi, this is JT with EBIA Hearing. We're having a 3-day hearing healthcare event and you're invited. Call us to schedule a free hearing consultation. Hearing expert Derek McKinney will be demonstrating the latest wireless hearing technology from Starkey on November 8th, 9th, and 10th in Sheridan. Save up to $500 on a pair of premium RIC hearing aids with additional incentives to purchase now. Call EBIA Hearing to change your life through hearing today. 674-8920. That's 674-8920.
CBS News Special Report, Election 2016.
Latest CBS News estimates: South Carolina goes to Donald Trump, as does Oklahoma, Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi. Hillary Clinton will take Rhode Island, Illinois, New Jersey, Vermont, Delaware, Maryland, Massachusetts, and the District of Columbia. Virginia right now leaning toward Clinton, but right now no projected winner in any of the battleground states: Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, New Hampshire, or Pennsylvania. Michigan emerging this year as a big electoral vote state. Clinton campaign press secretary Brian Fallon.
Michigan, we've been pleased with what we've been seeing so far. In fact, I think that the day after this election, one of the mistakes that the Trump campaign will look back on is their failure to contest a state like Michigan earlier on. We never took it for granted.
Trump campaign manager Kellyanne Conway.
We see a couple different routes. We see about 6 or 7 different routes to 270, and we're just going to be patient as these returns come in. We know people are still standing in line to vote, and I don't want to talk too much about exit polls that may dampen them one way or the other.
About the Latino vote, CBS News polling analyst Fred Backus.
Despite evidence of a surge among Hispanics in early voting, exit polls so far indicate that Hispanics seem to be turning out in similar numbers as they did 4 years ago, making up about 18% of voters, and they're breaking for Clinton in about the same proportion as they did for Barack Obama in 2012. About 6 in 10 Hispanic voters are voting for Hillary Clinton.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Jim Taylor.
I'm Dan Raviv with our continuing coverage of Election Night 2016 from CBS News. It's close so far. If you look at the electoral vote count, 68 for Hillary Clinton, 66 for Donald Trump. But you need 270 to win the presidency, so a long way to go. When it comes to the votes actually being counted in the almost 30 states where the polling places have closed, for Donald Trump, 51%. For Hillary Clinton, 45.5%. Here are the numbers. For Trump, 12,800,000. For Hillary Clinton, 11,500,000. But as we say, long way to go, though there are states, closely watched states, like Florida, Ohio, and North Carolina, where things are really tight. Let's consider the social media. Social networks, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Reddit, I could go on. What are they saying about today's election here in the United States? We turn to CBS's Luis Giraldo. What's trending? What do you see right now? Because I think there are people who feel very involved in the process, and they want to make sure that folks are still voting where the polling places are open.
Dan, throughout the day, we've noticed social media has become the venue for users to express their concerns on the voting process of polls across America. Facebook reports the number one issue discussed surrounding the election is government ethics. The hashtag voter patrol and the phrase stay in line has gained momentum on Twitter, as many say throughout the day they've encountered longer wait times or experienced technical difficulties while casting their ballot. It seems those in line were extra vigilant this time around to hold poll workers accountable for any glitch they might have noticed.
Wow, citizens really care about that. I'll get back to you in a second. CBS News senior political editor Steve Chigaris. The overall picture with so many key states really, really tight, really close right now, it's a big unknown. We're just a few minutes away from 9 p.m. in the East. Certainly a lot of big states still have to vote. But if we thought Florida, North Carolina, Ohio would be among the decisive ones, we don't have decisions yet, Steve.
We're still waiting. We're looking very closely at Florida, though. It's extremely tight. A lot of the votes are in. There's one nugget that's in there. We've been talking about the women vote and Donald Trump and how he was going to perform among especially white women with college educations. And what's interesting in Florida, we're seeing him right now with a 20-point lead among that group in the exit poll in Florida, which I have to say is pretty surprising to a lot of people. We're not seeing that kind of number. In fact, nationwide, Hillary Clinton has a lead among that group. If Donald Trump wins in Florida, it's going to be because he's getting support from a demographic that we didn't think he was going to do very well with.
And remind us, Steve, Florida is absolutely vital for Trump, but not necessarily for Hillary Clinton.
That's right. He has to win Florida. If he doesn't pull out Florida, to make up the 29 electoral votes there, he would have to flip a couple of other blue states, states that normally vote Democratic or historically vote Democratic. And that's just really an uphill battle for him at this point. It makes his path to 270 extremely narrow. So he must win Florida if he wants a real chance tonight.
All year and part of our coverage, you've been analyzing what is Trump's appeal. So take Ohio as an example. This argument that trade is bad, the exit polls indicate a lot of voters, believe that trade is a net loser of American jobs. That's part of why he's doing strongly today.
Yes, trade, the economy. You look at the question about what is the most important issue to voters, and by far it's the economy. And again, who is he appealing to in places like Ohio? It is white working class men. And so those are issues that are really resonating with them, and really the reasons why they're supporting Donald Trump so enthusiastically.
And what is the Trump ground game? We've said all along he doesn't have the usual kind of political machine, but Republican parties did work with him. And the biggest appeal was Trump having his big televised rallies, wouldn't you say?
That's right. He really outsourced his organization to the Republican National Committee. They worked hand in hand together. Of course, the Republican National Committee is also trying to get people elected to the Senate and to the House as well. But as you mentioned, those large events, those are organizing events for Donald Trump. He can get people's phone numbers and emails and contact people down the road from those large events. And so, yeah, it's going to be very interesting if Trump somehow pulls this out tonight. It's going to raise a lot of questions about this idea of get out the vote and organization, because there's no question that the Clinton campaign versus the Trump campaign, Clinton's campaign had a much more detailed, much more savvy organization. And if she can't pull out the victory, people are going to start raising questions about, is it more the candidate than the organization? And we'll see what happens there.
That's Steve Chigara, CBS News senior political editor. Thanks. Let's go back to CBS's Luis Giraldo. You were mentioning that there's concern among citizens who are online, social networking sites, about glitches. And apparently in the voting system, they felt that Colorado's had glitches.
The Twitter data analysis tool Dataminer is still detecting the spike in conversations surrounding the state of Colorado, which earlier today experienced the statewide 29-minute glitch to their election systems. Since then, the Secretary of State's office said it is investigating the problem, but it is not clear if extensions to closing times will be implemented. Now, conversations regarding the same topic also surround Ohio, where the Secretary of State there has announced a smooth election day and no reports of cyber mischief or no cases of voter intimidation. Obviously, social media users there are interested in how Ohio plays as a battleground state.
And they keep an eye on Ohio in case of, as you say, glitches, problems, difficulty getting to the polls. Hey, right now in this segment, we only have a few seconds, Luis. May I ask you fast facts? You said you might have put some together. Fast facts from the social networks.
Well, I mean, we're obviously seeing a trend of speeches about marijuana in Florida, Tammy Duckworth, Marco Rubio, and 7.5 million people on Facebook sharing that they, in fact, voted on this election.
People saying, hey, I voted. I assure you a lot of people did. We'll see how many, maybe 130 million or so. This is CBS News coverage of Election Night 2016. I'm Dan Raviv. We have a lot more ahead.
Here we go again. Elections. Whatever the outcome, it's sure to affect your major financial decisions going forward, and that's why Century 21 BHJ is proud to be a sponsor of Election Results. When it comes to your real estate considerations, you can count on Century 21 BHJ to know the latest implications that could affect you, whether buying or selling. First-time buyers, moving up, or large ranch investment, contact your locally owned C21 BHJ, the sign of the gold standard.
Wilcox Abstract and Title has been taking care of Sheridan's real estate for over 100 years. There have been many changes over the years, up, downs, and even in between. But through it all, Sheridan continues to thrive. It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title in Sheridan, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closings, and so much more.
Are you tired of hidden fees from other internet providers? Switch to your local internet provider, ACT. ACT's fiber optic network is growing and expanding all throughout Sheridan's business corridor. With fiber optic internet, your business can enjoy speeds up to 1 gigabit per second. ACT Fiber customers can download a 500 megabit file in less than 5 seconds. What are you waiting for? Join the local provider today and stay ahead of your competition. Call me, Rob Johnson, Business Solutions Specialist at ACT at 673-0910.
Looking for a change in employment or know someone that is? Sheridan Manor is offering an $8,000 sign-on bonus for RNs. $8,000. $5,000 for LPNs. $5,000. And a $2,000 sign-on bonus for CNAs. $2,000. Come in today and look at Sheridan Manor. Join the team and take every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. For more information, call Sheridan Manor at 674-4416 or stop on by at 1851 Bighorn Avenue in Sheridan. Sheridan Manor, where your loved ones are our priority.
Welcome to Sheridan Media's election coverage 2016, broadcasting live on 1410 KWYO and News Talk 930 KROE. I'm Ron Richter with Sheridan Media News, and joining me live here in the studio is Rustin Burr. Good evening, Rustin.
Hey, Ron. How you doing, man?
Very good. Very interesting, busy night we've got ahead of us. A lot of local races, and of course there's the big race that everyone's a little worried about right now.
Yeah.
But we'll have a new mayor after the night's over for the city of Sheridan.
Yeah, exactly, Ron. You know, it's down to two people. It's Roger Miller and Alex Lee, and they're, like you say, they'll be our new 4-year term mayor. Alex, of course, is already a councilman, and Roger Miller is not a current council member, but he is running for that mayor position. In addition, we have 3 seats for 4-year terms on the Sheridan City Council. That'll be Shalene Smith, Kristen Kelly, Thayer Schaefer, and those are all incumbents, and then Rich Bridger. So 3 of those 4 will take those seats. And I think we have a few House districts also up there.
Oh, yeah, quite a few House districts. House District 29, Mark Kinner, Sandra Kingsley. Of course, Mark Kinner is the Republican. Democrat is Sandra Kingsley, 2-year term in House District 30. Mark Jennings, he's the incumbent Republican. Val Burgess, the Democrat. And then also House District 51, Bo Beitman, the Republican, facing off against Hollis Hackman. He is the Democrat. And, of course, we've got the lone 2-year seat in the U.S. House of Representatives, Liz Cheney, against Ryan Green. I know there's a Libertarian and a constitutional candidate, but it's pretty much Liz Cheney and Ryan Green. Lawrence Gerard Strumpf is the Libertarian, and Daniel Clyde Cummings is the Constitution candidate. But it's pretty much been down to Cheney and Green. And
well, and we also have we have 2 seats on the Sheridan County Commissioners, and those will be 4-year terms as well. Tom Ringley and Mike Nickel are the Republican incumbents there, and then they're running, as well as Vicki Taylor. She's on the Democrat side of that. And so 2 of them will end up on our Sheridan County Commissioners as well. So that wraps it up for us on what we're looking at other than the school districts.
Yeah, there's school districts. There's some Dayton and Ranchester stuff as well. That will probably roll in later in the night.
Right.
You know, the polls just closed, I believe.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Now, you were up at the fairgrounds, and it was quite a busy scene, I heard.
You know, it has been crazy busy up at the fairgrounds. Of course, there are several, I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it looks like, at least different polling stations there that are all put in that same building there, at the exhibit hall. And, yeah, there's a lot of new voter turnout. They're there. There's a huge line, at least 3 people deep, and if you lined them up, it would be all the way from one end of the exhibit hall to the other end, if not longer. And that's all new voters that are there. According to one of the district judges, Ron, apparently they've had that kind of a line all day, if not more. And she did say that it seems like a lot more than in past elections.
So yeah, than usual. Well, I know I think it was Pat Blair, one of our reporters, did a story. I think it was 29% voted absentee.
Yep.
That's a large number.
Well, I mean, that can swing the vote for any close race.
Mm-hmm.
That is, like you say, it's huge. That 30%, man, that's almost a third of all of the votes. So it certainly is going to have an effect on certain races. You know, any race that's even a little bit close, that'll have a big effect.
Well, I know even in the primary, it affected some of the races.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So very interesting, and of course we've got Aaron Palmer, our Johnson County News Desk in Buffalo. We'll be checking in with him. Some races out that way. Mike Madden's in a race. Senator Dave Kinski's running unopposed, so
Right.
unless there's a huge
Write-in.
amount of write-ins, I don't foresee Senator Kinski not moving on. But we'll check in with Aaron Palmer as the evening moves on. We'll also have some results from around the state, and of course, we'll keep you up to tabs on what's going on with the big presidential race between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. I just like saying Hillary Rodham Clinton. Just
Yeah.
something I like to throw in there.
Well, and also we're going to have some guests throughout the time we're here. We're definitely going to have Alex Lee and Roger Miller, the two mayoral candidates. They should be getting here within this hour. So definitely stay tuned to hear from those candidates. And who else are we? We're expecting Hollis Hackman, I do believe, and Val
Hollis
Burgess.
Hackman and Val Burgess might make their way up here, and we'll just see. I extended an invitation to quite a bit of the candidates, so I know a lot of them are busy tonight. The last thing they want to do is come up here and sit in the studio. They're out there having a good time, kind of almost the end of a long journey for a lot of them. And just talking to a few of them today on the phone, it sounded like they just wanted to almost get it over with.
Yeah,
that they're relieved that Election Day is finally here and they can kind of put it behind them, win, lose, draw, or whatever.
Well, and Ron, it has been a tough political season. Aside from the year-plus long battle between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump.
Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Right, Rodham. And, there's been some tight races in our local, the local area. So it's been tough. They've been out there campaigning. You see the signs all over.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think you'd be crazy if you weren't excited that it was coming to an end. They put in a lot of work this season.
Yeah, and the thing is, it kind of picked up steam a little bit earlier than usual. There was a lot of candidates on the Republican ticket. I think at one time there were 16, 17 candidates vying for that nomination.
For the presidential?
Yes.
Yeah, there was 15, I think.
And so it really it started a long time ago, and it's just kind of steamrolled into what we've got now. And the thing is, there's a lot of people that I have found that are very interested in this presidential election that are usually not interested in politics at all.
Well, and that was part of the reason why we assumed there were more voters that are pre-registering. I guess I should say it wasn't just younger people. It wasn't just, people that maybe it's their first or second year of eligibility where they could vote. It seemed like there were a lot of different age groups. I saw people that looked to be over 50, some that looked to be in their 40s. I mean, this election, these two people are so polarizing, Donald Trump and Hillary Rodham Clinton, that they are definitely, people are turning out to have their opinion. So,
yeah, it'll be an interesting evening. And like I said, we'll keep you up to date on the minute as results start rolling in. Polls just closed a few minutes ago, so no results locally or statewide yet, but they will be rolling in. And once they start coming in, we'll keep you up to date on what's going on. Just like to say thanks to our fine sponsors for election 2016 coverage this evening, Wilcox Abstract and Title and Century 21 BHJ Realty. You're listening to live coverage of election 2016 on News Talk 930 KROE and 1410 KWYO. Also live on streaming live audio and video at SheridanMedia.com. Join us throughout the evening. We're going to have statewide results. We'll keep you up to date on that presidential election as well. And then, of course, the local races. The big race, we'll have a new mayor sometime this evening.
Definitely a thought in the back of everyone's mind.
This is Election Coverage 2016 from Sheridan Media News. We'll be right back.
KROE Sheridan, KWYO Sheridan.
It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of weathering the highs and lows and in-betweens of election years for over 100 years. History is important to our future, and Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of Sheridan's history and will be part of Sheridan's future, too. Wilcox Abstract and Title, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closing, and so much more.
Local, regional, or national, Century 21 BHJ believes keeping informed helps with your decision-making options. That's why C21 BHJ is a sponsor of these election results, monitoring the issues that help you make the best decision to fit your circumstances. From tax implications to code issues, Century 21 BHJ offers informed, up-to-date guidance. Single-family investment investment property, or relocation, you can count on Century 21 BHJ, the gold standard in real estate. Hey, buddy, you need a new grill.
My girl, what's wrong with her?
No, I said grill. The last time we barbecued, it almost fell apart. You need to enter the Me and My Grill Friend contest at SheridanMedia.com.
Really? I can win a grill?
Yeah, not just any grill, but a Traeger grill from Blowdorn Lumber and a meat bundle from Sackett's Market.
Well, I guess it is time for a new grill friend.
Enter the Me and My Grill Friend contest to win a Traeger grill from Blowdorn Lumber and a meat and seasoning bundle from Sackett's Market at SheridanMedia.com.
CBS News Special Report, Election 2016.
Polls have now closed in 9 states, most recently in Ohio, North Carolina, and West Virginia. CBS News estimating Donald Trump will win West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky. Vermont will go to Clinton. CBS polling analyst Fred Backus is looking at polling data from North Carolina, where Clinton has the edge.
In North Carolina, black voters make up about 1 in 5 voters, the same as in 2012. But while support for Clinton is high, support for the Democrat is down among blacks from 4 years ago, and support for the Republican candidate is down slightly among whites.
CBS's Nancy Cordes is with the Clinton campaign.
She was dogged by her email troubles, a restless electorate, and an unorthodox opponent. Her aides say, at the very least, her perseverance through all of it shows that she's prepared for the nation's toughest job.
CBS's Nora O'Donnell has just spoken with Donald Trump's campaign manager, who says they are worried admitting the early vote went for the Democratic Party. CBS News Special Report. I'm Gary Nunn.
Well, I've been a community member for 41 years. I moved to Wyoming in 1972. Almost all of my work life, I've volunteered in some aspect, in some committee or some agency within Sheridan County to try and make it a better place. And so I understand a lot about different nonprofits and organizations working to make things better for us. I also, right now, I'm serving on the Board of Medicine, so that I'm looking at licensure for medical docs all around the state and PAs. That's a very interesting committee to serve on, or board to serve on, simply because of the things that we look at, which is strictly licensure, but we see a lot of illegal and things that happen, unfortunately, and how to deal with that and what we do to move forward to keep the public's health safe.
Okay. So as you've been campaigning around on a little lower level, just because you didn't have any competition,
Right.
I'm sure you've come up with some issues or things that are on folks' mind. What do you find are on? I try to guess that, but
Yeah, well, our economy is really a concern, with the downturn of the minerals industries. I was talking to one constituent, and he's in the oil and gas industry, and he said, what about finding a market for flared gas? What if all of the municipalities in the state were converted to natural gas, and we use the flared gas as that for the municipalities to use, and then build a market outside of the state and export natural gas for that, the flared gas for that very fact. And I thought it was an interesting concept.
Welcome back to Sheridan Media's election coverage 2016, brought to you by Wilcox Abstract and Title on Century 21 BHJ Realty. We are broadcasting live on 1410 KWYO, News Talk 930 KROE, plus streaming live audio and video at SheridanMedia.com. And we've got our first guest for the evening. We've got Sheridan mayoral candidate Alex Lee. Good evening, Alex.
Good evening, Ron. How are you?
Very good. The end of a long road.
Yeah, you could say that. It started in April, and I think we've had, I think I counted up something like either 12 debates or symposiums or Q&A sessions. This last month, I know we've seen a good solid 8 of them. So,
yeah.
So we definitely have talked about the issues and spent some time visiting with folks.
And, the thing is, I know you and Roger, you're running, your opponent, I guess, Roger Miller, haven't always saw eye to eye on things, but it's been a pretty fair, clean run for you, too.
Oh, very much so. He and I have shown respect for each other, respect for the process, and we've definitely vetted out the issues and shared our sides of the issues and where we stand on them. So it's been a vigorous debate, vigorous discussion. We've gotten all the issues out of them. We hadn't sidestepped them, and we've taken them on. And we've been complimented. When we had our Q&A down at the Rotary, a gentleman actually stood up and interrupted us and said, "Thank you." A little civility brought to debate, and even encouraged us to videotape it and send it to Trump and Hillary and encourage them to exhibit the same. So So no, it's been a long campaign season, but you know what? That's what's wonderful about our country.
Yeah, and you know that's the thing too. That's why people run for positions. They don't always agree on everything.
That's exactly right.
And everyone sees something a little bit different. It's all about perspective. And now you've been a part of the process for a while now. You started off with the Planning Commission, correct? And now you're on the City Council and running for mayor. So you've kind of had the whole enchilada.
Well, if you remember, there was a design review board, which was prior to the Planning Commission
and
the
you were on
planning
that
process.
as well.
Yeah. Yep. Actually, ran into Senator Kinski, and we were reminiscing over a cup of coffee and kind of sharing some stories going way back being 7 years ago, and talking about some of the things that we addressed on the design review board. At that time, it was a gateway ordinance, so we were really spending a lot of time evaluating what we thought the community wanted to build, what they wanted our community to look like. And so we were doing quite a bit of outreach, working with developers, and that was right smack in the middle of the boom that was going on in our community. So, yeah, I started with the design review board, and from there, I didn't know it at the time, but I enjoyed learning about ordinances and zoning and the application of, and with my construction background and being an iron worker and in Colorado and those type of things, they just married together very well. And so I asked to sit on the Planning Commission, was blessed to sit on the Planning Commission, and from there just saw an opportunity to run for City Council. So I went in and did a campaign for City Council and got elected. So, yeah, there's been some time put in.
Now, you said 7 years ago, a long time ago, we both had a lot more hair.
Yeah, and I didn't have crow's feet.
Neither did I.
Yeah, I tell folks, hey, be careful what you wish for. Bo Beitman, we had a symposium at the Eagles, and I made that comment. You know, Bo, he takes care of his hair. He's got a good hair on his head.
Looks good now.
Yeah. And I said, you know what? Be careful. You get elected, that stuff will jump ship fast.
Yeah, it will. It'll sail.
So yeah, no, we've had some. You know, there's been some funny times and some good times, and I just applaud Roger. You know, much respect to he and his family. I know what it's like to put yourself out there and be passionate about what you feel about and expressing that, and that has it puts weight on your family also. And so it's been a good solid campaign. Much respect has been shown again, like I said, and we've had some funny times. The best one I think by far was down at the senior center. We were sitting there, and you know they have us up on stage, and everybody's looking at us. And we got these intense eyeballs watching us, and I hear this in the background, way back in the corner, and I lean over to Roger and I go, "Are they playing dominoes back there?" And no sooner
priorities, man.
Roger leans over and he goes, "Yeah, I think they are." And no sooner did he say it than we hear this, "Yay!" And staff comes running across the senior center, you know, doing the old teacher shh. And you know, we just started laughing, you know, and then of course, you know, it comes our turn to discuss, and we're just as passionate as we were. You know, folks, sometimes I wish we had the behind the scenes, you know, for Public Pulse going on.
Right. I know last time I had you guys on, it was interesting. You know, you guys got into it a little bit on the air, you know, a little back and forth. But as soon as we took a break, you guys were cordial to each other, you know, and it was like, hey, how's your day going? You know, it was.
Why aren't we fishing?
Right. Well, you know, and the thing is, your opponent's in a campaign, but the bottom line is you both want the same thing. You want what's best for Sheridan.
Exactly.
And that's kind of the bottom line.
And I think that's what you draw on, you know, among other things. But I think that's what you draw on when it comes to that point where you have that moment that you could be disrespectful and you choose to be respectful, you know, and you can listen to our interviews and you can hear both of us had those moments where we could have chose to have gone in the dirt, roughed each other up, said names, made accusations, thrown out lies, just the crap that we see on national TV, and we chose not to. And for me, it's that respect factor that comes in. My respect for my community, respect for myself, respect for Roger, respect for this process. I mean, I'm telling you what, a campaign since April, you find out pretty quick where your passions lie. Mm-hmm. You know, it is brutal. It is, you know, I counted it up. It was over 3,000 doors that I knocked on since April. And
I hope during the day.
Oh, yeah.
No?
Yeah.
I'm just razzing you.
Yeah, it wasn't in the police records, Ron. And you're standing there. I mean, full
Right.
on, here I am, this
Right.
is what I'm about.
Yeah.
And in my case, I have a record that I have to go back and understand every one of those votes, every one of those committees, why we went about that the way we did. It's one thing when you're on the outside coming in, you're popular. You have no voting record whatsoever. So
Right.
to stand on somebody's front door, it's a different approach to campaigning.
Well, yeah, you never know who's going to open up that door. They might be mad at you.
Yeah.
Mad at the way you voted, and you don't know.
That's exactly it.
And the thing is, going door to door, you're really opening up yourself to the community.
Very much so. I mean, it's filleting yourself. Here I am. This is what I'm about. This is where my passions are. This is why, and again, it comes back to the two things that I'm about. My life isn't about me. It's about others. And go big or go home. And that's the filter in which I look through when I look at my calendar every day and decide what I want to do with my time.
Cool.
So, yeah.
All right.
So the next, if we ever do a debate again, I want you to totally do, let's get ready to rumble. I want to hear that.
Do the Michael Buffer.
There you go.
Definitely. I will, too. I'll get
Well, I appreciate it because there towards the end, there was an over-under on how many times Kim Love is going to interrupt us going on in the community. So I appreciate you just letting us really... there's something to be said about just letting two people sit down and just have that conversation, let that back and forth, let it go.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I had a list of questions, and I think, got into one or two questions, and then you guys started just feeding off each other, and I thought, I'm just going to sit back here and moderate. I'm going to let, and you guys were good about it. It wasn't, you weren't slinging mud. You were debating the issues, and I did have to step in after, like 8 minutes, and say, hey, we got to get a break in here,
No, you got to pay the bills. I understand completely, you got to pay the bills. It was really nice. It was refreshing. And I remember at the end of it, both of us stood up and thanked you for that, letting us have that time to really get that back and forth, get that dialogue, get it out there. And so, most folks, they said of the 3 interviews that we did on Public Pulse, that one, they got a clear indication of where each of us stood on the issues. And so I was just grateful for it. I was appreciative. I was glad that we were able to get 3 Public Pulses. At first, when I was asked to do it, I thought, 3, that's quite a bit. But I think it took 3 for us just to kind of work through everything. I mean, again, it comes back to this is a $50 million operation, 180 employees. You can't fit that in 45 seconds. That don't happen.
Right.
And we're talking about some big stuff that we're doing in this town. And sometimes, I know I like to pontificate sometimes, but sometimes you got to take 2 or 3 minutes and really just explain to the details of what's going on, why we need it. One of the things I think has surfaced out of this campaign season that no matter what the results are tonight, that the city of Sheridan's got to address, and they're going to have to do it with the state legislators, is how we get the information about what we're doing. How does the city get its information of the business the city is doing to its customers, you and I? Because how we're doing it right now, I'm not saying it's broke. I'm not saying it's fallen on its face, but I am saying it is not working as well as it needs to be. And I'm not saying we completely throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's not what I'm saying at all. But there's a way that we can go about getting that information out to the public. Because I'll tell you what, the last thing we want to do as electeds is have somebody say, I didn't know. You're ramming it down our throat. We didn't get to say anything. I would much rather have a room full at the council chambers of folks that are just passionate about their position and are able to share with me their position. I'll take that any day, all day, and twice on Sunday.
Now, I will say this, and I understand what you're saying, Alex, but some of the responsibility has to go with the constituents, too. Because if they're interested in a certain topic, and a lot of times they don't show up until after the fact. Because I've seen a lot. Now, I know exactly what you're saying, and I know it needs to be retooled. I'll be the first to admit that.
Okay.
But I think some of the responsibility falls on the constituents. If they want to come to the meeting and voice their, disdain or approval or whatever, or just have a conversation about whatever they're interested in, then shouldn't it be almost up to them to kind of say, okay, I go to the city's website, I see what time the meeting is, I take a look at what's on the agenda. I mean, because
Yeah, but Ron,
you can't always hold their
sure,
hands, though.
but in defense for them, I mean, well, let's take one example. Here's one example. By state law, the city of Sheridan, not specific in state law, but how they figure out the formula, we have to advertise our business in the local paper. But if you go online, you have to subscribe to the local paper to see the business of what the city is doing with your taxpayer money.
And the future is online.
And exactly. And that's an easy one to fix, I hope. Is just a simple discussion with the editors down at the Sheridan Press saying, hey, can we, nothing else, put a link there. Ideally, I'd like to see them just be able to scroll and see, oh, okay, that's what's on the agenda, those type of things. So again, there's things we can do. Yeah, there's that balance. But at the end of the day, I've got to approach it to where if I'm 17, 18, 19 years old and I want to see what's going on with my taxpayer money, how do I find that out? And that's the way I have to approach it as an elected, is to say, okay, how do I get the business that I'm doing for the taxpayer, my customers, how do I get that to them? Whether that's social media, whether that's whatever that may be. And so the thing is, at the end of the day, it takes people doing that. That costs money. And right now, we're having to funnel our budget, and we're talking serious money, $4,000 or $5,000 a month, that we have to allocate towards advertising in one media. I'll tell you, if I could pull back half of that, boy, we would really be able to get some the messaging out about the great things we're doing in the community. So yeah, I agree with you. I don't like to hear, I didn't know about it, I didn't hear about it, it's being shoved down. That stuff, it causes me to cringe.
Right. And understandably so. Yeah. If I was elected and in your position, that's the last thing I'd want to hear.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So yeah, no, it's been a fun campaign. It's been a stressful campaign. I didn't get to work out near. The pathways look great, I think, because I didn't get to run them like I normally do. And I've heard about some trout rising down in the creeks in town. Couldn't tell you because I didn't get a chance to look at those. Right. But I got to see a lot of neighborhoods and a lot of alleyways and a lot of sidewalks. And we need some help on the sidewalks, and we'll start addressing those too.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining us here this evening, Alex.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. And everybody that went out and voted, thank you so much. At the end of the day, it's our community. We do this because we love our community. This is why we put in our time and effort. And I'll tell you, folks, we're rock stars. We flat are. I have met some awesome people on their front doorstep, and I'm just humbled and blessed that I get to represent them as elected.
All right. Well, good luck as the results start coming in this evening.
Yes. Yeah, they're coming. So thanks, Ron. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And enjoy the evening. Go have fun. Relax a little bit now.
Oh, I'm sure I'll relax. Yeah.
Right. Of course, mayoral candidate Alex Lee. And we're going to get a timeout. When we come back, we should have a few results start trickling in, and we'll run those down for you. You're listening to live coverage of election 2016 on News Talk 930, KROE, and 1410 KWIO. Stay tuned as results come in from Sheridan County, Johnson County, plus statewide results and national headlines from CBS News. Election coverage 2016 from Sheridan Media News, brought to you by Wilcox Abstract and Title and Century 21 BHJ.
This is election coverage 2016 from Sheridan Media News.
Wilcox Abstract and Title has been taking care of Sheridan's real estate for over 100 years. There have been many changes over the years, up, downs, and even in between. But through it all, Sheridan continues to thrive. It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title in Sheridan, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closings, and so much more.
Finally, a guy has won Pro Football Pick'em. Sorry, ladies, we just needed some redemption from our armchair quarterbacks. Congratulations this week to Bill Ostrom. He picked up a $75 gift card to the Main Street Tavern. This week's winner in Pro Football Pick'em will get a $75 gift certificate to Star Video Audio. Every week, a winner is picked based on that week's score, so sign up today and play. Sign up now. for the McDonald's Sheridan Physical Therapy Pro Football Pick'em at SheridanMedia.com.
Here we go again. Elections. Whatever the outcome, it's sure to affect your major financial decisions going forward, and that's why Century 21 BHJ is proud to be a sponsor of Election Results. When it comes to your real estate considerations, you can count on Century 21 BHJ to know the latest implications that could affect you, whether buying or selling. First-time buyers, moving up, or large ranch investment, contact your locally owned C21 BHJ, the sign of the gold standard.
Want to find the perfect place in Wyoming? Go online to SheridanWyoming.com. Let the outdoor adventure in the Bighorns begin. Discover the interactive maps and featured listings at SheridanWyoming.com. There's new and updated information on everything you need to live life along the Bighorns at SheridanWyoming.com. Stay, shop, eat, and play. Your adventure awaits at Sheridan's most comprehensive website, SheridanWyoming.com.
CBS News Special Report, Election 2016.
Polls have now closed in 9 states, most recently in Ohio, North Carolina, and West Virginia. CBS News estimating Donald Trump will win West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky. Vermont will go to Clinton. CBS polling analyst Fred Backus is looking at polling data from North Carolina, where Clinton has the edge.
In North Carolina, black voters make up about 1 in 5 voters, the same as in 2012. But while support for Clinton is high, support for the Democrat is down among blacks from 4 years ago, and support for the Republican candidate is down slightly among whites.
CBS's Nancy Cordes is with the Clinton campaign.
She was dogged by her email troubles, a restless electorate, and an unorthodox opponent. Her aides say, at the very least, her perseverance through all of it shows that she's prepared for the nation's toughest job.
CBS's Nora O'Donnell has just spoken with Donald Trump's campaign manager, who says they are worried admitting the early vote went for the Democratic Party. CBS News Special Report. I'm Gary Nunn.
Most important issues, probably the budget crisis we're looking at right now. It's a big thing. I hear it a lot on the campaign trail. People are concerned about us spending more money than we should be spending in these difficult times, and they're looking for ways to cut back responsibly, not just willy-nilly. We're looking at a couple $100 million shortfall, according to the Craig estimate back in July, I believe. That's probably going to, unfortunately, be higher by the time we get down to either Hollis or I get down there in January. So got our work cut out for us this time around. It's going to be a tough session, and it's going to require looking at things and prioritizing what we need to have and what we'd like to have. And so that's a big issue. Obviously, we're a conservative district, so we're about 74% Republican, and most of them are pretty conservative Republicans. So they care a lot about the issues like the Second Amendment and life issues and traditional values. So those are all things I'm hearing out on the trail.
Welcome back to Sheridan Media's Election Coverage 2016. We're broadcasting live on 1410 KWYO and News Talk 930 KROE. I'm Rustin Burr here with Ron Richter, and we're also streaming live on SheridanMedia.com. You've got video and audio there, so hello to those of you tuning in via the SheridanMedia.com site. We still don't have any election results. They're still getting counted around the state. We don't have any for local or, like I said, for those state offices. But right now, I kind of wanted to take a moment and talk about some of the things that weren't candidates and weren't people that were up for office, like the lodging tax, Ron. Mm-hmm. And the lodging tax, essentially what that is, it's a tax that only people that use hotel, motel, bed and breakfast, campgrounds, things of that sort to stay in Sheridan. And that tax, I think it's a 1% tax. And, it's a tax there, and it's going to, what that does is it comes right back into Sheridan Travel and Tourism and helps boost our economy through that. And it doesn't affect the locals. According to Sean Parker, it was first introduced in 92 in the election there, and it has subsequently passed every single year with a record passing in 2012.
Yeah.
So it's it's something that most people around here are familiar with, people that have voted before, and it really is a helpful thing for our economy. And then we also have, of course, Constitutional Amendment A.
Yeah, and Constitutional Amendment A is very interesting. It should. I hope it passes. Honestly, that's
Right.
just my opinion on it, because it'll allow the state to invest some of their funds in other things other than bonds into the stock market and whatnot. It's a little convoluted. I don't understand it. I'm not an accountant, but right now, with the way the revenue picture is for Wyoming, it is a good thing to allow them. And it's not they're not. I know some people are worried that they're just going to kind of invest it, not very wisely. But it's got to be passed by the legislature. I mean, there's a lot of things that have to happen before they invest this money. It's just not, some guy going, "Hey, I'm going to put this money into this stock." It's not that way. And
Right, there'll be kind of a checks and balances on it.
yes, and I believe it requires the majority of the voters to pass this evening. It has to be a majority vote, so that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I think Mark Gordon, the state treasurer, did a very good job traveling around the state the last 6 months to a year, letting people know exactly what it is and the benefits of it, and to try and alleviate some people's concerns on, investing their money, so to speak.
Right. Well, yeah, and that was definitely one of the more important non-candidate issues on the ballots this year. We're going to flip real quick to the presidential election. We have some information there. Official electoral scores. They need 270 electoral votes to win. Currently, Donald Trump leads with 129 over Hillary Clinton's 104. And it looks here that Trump won Nebraska statewide, Kansas, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Arkansas, Texas, and Indiana. Clinton won New York. And right now it's too close to call Minnesota, Michigan, Colorado, Missouri, Louisiana, and Pennsylvania.
So what's going on in Florida?
Well, in Florida, it's like they say, it's too close to call. Last I checked, Trump had a slight lead, but it doesn't say on this site here.
Before I was leaving the homestead, within like a minute, it changed 3 times. Within the minute before I was leaving, they're like, "Oh, Trump just took the lead. Oh, Hillary took it back." And I was like, "My goodness." And they were going through county by county by county. And
yeah, Florida and Ohio are definitely 2 states that are going to be important for each candidate, because those are going to be states that could swing either way and may just decide who wins. If Hillary wins both of those, it's likely Hillary will take it. And likewise, if Trump wins both of them, it's likely he will take it. So right now, there's still a lot of counting left. Of course, polls haven't even closed on the West Coast.
Right.
So, not getting too worked up about the slight Trump lead at this point. It's definitely nothing it doesn't guarantee him a win at all. So it's just where it's at right now.
Do you think we will have it figured out before the end of the night? I think it's going to go into tomorrow.
Well, and that's the thing. It's, again, as we alluded to earlier, this year there's been a lot of voter turnout that were new, that had to register. So based on that, it might be a lot closer than perhaps the polls thought. Of course, the polls are made by people who are registered voters and who have already pledged their support behind a candidate. And these people that are just now registering haven't done that. Those aren't counted in the national polls. So right now it really could be up to neck, and it, like you say, it might be another 2000 election.
Yeah, could be very interesting. Could be a long night when it comes to that.
Absolutely.
We still don't have any results coming in. They should. If we go by elections past, it takes a little bit.
45 minutes.
Once they start coming in, they start rolling pretty quick, and it starts updating pretty quick, and we will have some numbers to give you and whatnot. Some interesting races. I mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wyoming is a Republican state, but I think there's some interesting races tonight. House District 30 between Mark Jennings and Val Burgess.
Right.
Of course, you've got House District 51, Bo Beitman, Hollis Hackman. That was locked down for many years by Rosie Berger, who did a fine job representing our area and whatnot. And Bo Beitman beat her out in the primary. And, of course, Hollis Hackman is the Democrat running against Mr. Beitman, and it should be pretty interesting.
Yeah,
see how that shakes out.
There's definitely some strong Democratic candidates that have really been campaigning. Ryan Green's the one that comes to my mind, of course, in that Wyoming, the U.S. House seat. Ryan pointed out that throughout the many forums that have been held for those candidates, of course, Liz Cheney, Ryan Green, Lawrence, and Daniel, the Libertarian and Constitution candidates, there's been several, even here in Sheridan. And Ryan pointed out that Liz Cheney has not been attending a lot of those.
Present.
Right. Yeah, she hasn't been present for several of those. And, that might have an effect.
I think it will have an effect, but a big enough effect?
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah.
Well, and, when you think of a Democrat, a Wyoming Democrat, it's not quite what I would call a traditional Democrat. They're still a little more right-leaning than, say, a New York Democrat.
Yeah,
so it's not impossible to have one elected.
And Ryan Green is everything I've heard from him. He's pretty sharp. He's got a lot going on, and
he's a formidable candidate.
Yeah, and the thing is, I thought it funny that last debate that they had that was on Wyoming PBS and whatnot
in Casper,
yeah, that she called him out for kind of being a trust fund baby, so to speak, and he kind of said, well, aren't you the pot calling the kettle black, because she got to where she is because of her father, and she was riding on him for getting to where he was because of his family, because he, the business he runs and owns is a family business. So kind of interesting that she went after him with that sort of approach, knowing that we kind of know where she got where she is.
Well, and as we kind of alluded to, Ryan came back with, "Where have you been, man?
Yeah.
Why haven't you shown up? Why is this the only debate you're willing to go to? Because it's televised?"
It was the last one.
Right. Well, and I remember him telling people he was campaigning here in Sheridan. He had I think he was parked out by the JB's old JB's parking lot.
Yeah.
And he was telling people, he said, what kind of representative is Liz Cheney going to make if she won't represent you, if she won't even campaign?
Right.
Is she going to be there when she's actually in the office? So, I think a lot of people that traditionally would vote Republican are second guessing that.
Or at least they took a long, hard look at Ryan Green.
Absolutely.
Instead of just saying, I'm voting Republican, I'm voting for Liz Cheney, they took a long, hard look at Ryan Green and said, well,
this
kid's got some good ideas.
As far as the state election goes, I think that's the one that will be interesting because, you would expect in a Republican state that normally leans far, far right, you would think that Liz Cheney would take the election pretty handily like she did in the primaries. But with the circumstances being as they are, it could shape out to be a little closer than maybe it traditionally would be.
I think we have Sheridan Media News reporter Pat Blair. Well, we don't? Okay. I thought we had Sheridan Media News reporter Pat Blair.
Well, we'll hear from her later for sure.
Okay. Yeah, we will be checking in with Pat Blair. We'll also be hearing from Aaron Palmer from the Johnson County News Desk throughout the evening. Hear how things are shaping up in some of those Johnson County races. And, of course, I think Mike Madden, and I forget his opponent's name, lack of too many papers. But
exactly, too many papers.
I've got way too many papers, but I do not have anything with Mike Madden. Greg Haas, thank you.
Greg Haas. Thank you, Steve Sisson, our fly on the wall here in the studio, pushing all the buttons to make sure that we have an awesome video thing. Again, hello to those using this. It's pretty awesome that we're streaming this in so many different ways.
Yeah. And thanks to our sponsors tonight, Wilcox, Abstract and Title, and Century 21 BHJ Realty, making it possible to be broadcasting on AM 1410 KWYO, News Talk 930 KROE, of course, and then live audio and video at SheridanMedia.com. And not used to the video, I keep putting my hand up over my face, and I'm like, there's the video. There, get your hand down.
Yeah, it's strange for radio people to be, got a camera right here.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite feel normal, does it?
Well, I actually have forgotten that it's there, and that's why I keep putting my hand in my face.
Yeah. Well, got to be careful with the mic too, or else,
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, we still are waiting for some results to come in.
Yeah, still no results.
Still nothing coming in. Nothing on the statewide scene either.
No.
Between Liz Cheney and Ryan Green, and then Amendment A.
Well, I'm checking on the presidential race real quick. Once the page refreshes, we'll see if there's an update there for you. Like I said, just as a recap of what we know, Trump is got about a 25-point lead on Hillary, and it looks like it's still that. And that's in electoral votes. So you need 270 to seal the election. Right now, Trump has won several states. They've called it in Nebraska, Kansas, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Arkansas, Texas, and Indiana. New York was won by Clinton, and the ones that are too close to call at this time, because they're going back and forth and whatnot, Minnesota, Michigan, Colorado, Missouri, Louisiana, and Pennsylvania.
As you know, just a little fact, in 2012, Wyoming was one of the 3 most Republican states in the nation, along with Utah and Oklahoma.
Doesn't surprise me.
No.
500,000 people, most of them are Republicans.
Yeah. I guess, yeah.
Well, of course, we've been talking a lot about the state and the national elections and the people that are going to be up for election. But of course, we need to remember that we do have some local stuff going on. We have 2 seats up for 4-year terms on the Sheridan County Commission. That would be Tom Ringley, Mike Nickel, the Republican incumbents, and their challenger, Vicki Taylor, the Democrat. And so 2 of those 3 will get seats. Of course, the 4-year term for Sheridan Mary, we just had Alex Lee on, and we're going to have Roger Miller. His opponent will be on coming up here in just a little while. And we have the Sheridan City Council. We have 3 seats there, 4 people vying for those. Shalene Smith, Kristen Kelly, Thayer Schaefer, all incumbents, and Rich Bridger.
We do have Pat Blair, who is live at the Democratic headquarters, and we're going to check in with Pat Blair right now.
Oh, I'm here with Roger Miller, and who's one of the candidates for mayor. We're so obviously running for mayor, and what are you hoping for at this point, besides winning, I mean?
Well, I'm just looking forward to seeing what the results are. I'm excited to possibly win here tonight. I know the voters are out and got most of the voting done already. Waiting to see when the polls close and get everything counted and see where we stand. I'm just looking forward to serving the community if I actually pull out a win here.
What's your do you have an agenda as mayor, or do you have any things that you'd really like to see happen to the city?
Well, there's many things that I would like to see happen with the city, but first we got to get in and evaluate things. Work with Mark Collins to determine what needs to be addressed and start to getting that working relationship together. Start working with all the people, the department heads, and all the staff around the city, and really just get a good, comfortable feel for what's going on. And then the council has got a good plan, working on a lot of different aspects right now. So my hope is to get in and start working with the entire city staff and start to put together what the future plan will be. But up front is really just get in, understand who's doing what's going on, work with the new city administrator, Mark Collins, and really just create that teamwork to move the city forward.
And as a Republican, what are you hoping for tonight?
Well, I kind of basically looked at the 2 candidates and decided that there was too much animosity between there, so I kind of chose on the vice president side of thing. So I think Pence would make a great vice president.
All righty.
Hey, we're back. Live election coverage here from the studio. You're listening to 1410 KWYO or News Talk 930 KROE, or you're joining us live on our SheridanMedia.com site. And Ron, we have 1 precinct of the 29 Sheridan precincts in. Right now, it's looking like Donald Trump took 126 of the 248 votes, with 85 for Hillary Clinton and 23 for a Libertarian candidate, Gary Johnson. For the United States Representative, it is close. Liz Cheney, 118. Ryan Green, 110. So that might be quite a close race. Of course, Kinski.
You got to remember that's just for Sheridan County, though.
Right.
Yep.
So for Sheridan County, Kinski, there is no votes in for him yet for his portion of the county. Looks like Mark Kinner and Sandra Kingsley for State Representative, House District 29. Looks like Kinner has 169 votes to 70 for Sandra. And then down to the county commissioners, Mike Nickel has received 161 votes, Tom Ringley at 116, and Vicki Taylor not too far behind with 85 votes. Go ahead and keep us rolling, Ron.
Well, we've got City of Sheridan Mayor right now currently with 1 precinct reporting. Roger Miller has 142 votes to Alex Lee's 88. There are 2 write-ins. And for the Sheridan City Council, there are 4 candidates. 3 will move on. And 132, Rich Bridger leads the way. 126, Kristen Kelly. 110 votes there. Schaefer and Shalene Smith has 92. And taking a look at Dayton council members, there's nothing there, and nothing's reported for Dayton. So
we do have constitutional amendment A votes, 139 for, 90 against, and we also have the city 4% city lodging tax, 206 for, 33 against.
Interesting.
Yeah, so definitely some close races there.
But it's one precinct, so
right? So you're right.
it will probably most likely change as because that's only 3% so far
of the total percentages. Yeah, there's 28 more precincts that need to report in, and there were only 248 ballots that were cast from that precinct. Like Ron said, 3.45%. So we got a long way to go.
Yeah, and it looks like a pretty tight race for that Sheridan City Council.
Right, yeah, definitely.
I mean, because Rich Bridger is leading the way with 132. However, it's 126 with Kristen Kelly, 110 there, Schaefer and Shalene Smith, 92. So they're all right there. Only 3 of them will actually make the council out of the 4 candidates, but pretty close race there. We do have Aaron Palmer in our Johnson County News Desk on the line, and we're going to check in with Aaron Palmer in Johnson County right now. Aaron, how's it going this evening?
Ron, good evening. Aaron Palmer reporting from the Johnson County Courthouse in Buffalo. In addition to the state and national races that, of course, we're all following, we have no results in Buffalo yet in Johnson County, but they are counting them as we speak. The polls closed at 7 o'clock, of course, and I just wanted to give you guys an update on what we're going to be following tonight. There's an open seat on the county commission that we'll be following. Hospital district will be following that. Also, there's 2 spots open on the Buffalo City Council and 5 on the Johnson County School Board. And so we'll be following those races. And, of course, there's other ones, conservation districts and, rural health care, others that, we'll also be following as we get further into the night. But we're expecting at some point in the next hour or so to get at least some preliminary results, and then when we do get those, we'll of course report those to you. But as of this point, nothing to report other than we're watching and we're here, and we'll give you results when we get them. Back to you, Ron.
All right, thanks a lot, Aaron. Of course, Aaron reporting live, and he will keep us up to date on what's going on in Johnson County as results start coming in. We're still at only 1 precinct reporting, and really early on into the evening, but it's going to be rolling here pretty soon. I would venture to say things will pick up in the next 10, 15 minutes.
Well, and we also have another report from reporter Pat Blair. She's there at the headquarters with Ryan Mulholland.
This is Pat Blair, live from Republican headquarters, and I've got Ryan Mulholland, who's the Republican Party chairman. Ryan, how are you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling pretty good. We've got a lot of excitement. The Republican Party headquarters is full to overflowing, and everybody's very excited to see the results start coming in.
And I noticed you've got food down here.
Well, it's Wyoming, right? Everybody brings a plate.
All right. And what are you hoping for tonight, other than victories?
Well, that's it. We're looking and hoping for victories, and obviously from the Republican Party front, we're hoping for victories not only here in Sheridan County and the state of Wyoming, but also nationwide. Like anyone else in Wyoming, we understand and recognize the importance of who will be our next president and what that means for potentially generations as we have new folks that become appointed to the U.S. Supreme Court. We're all concerned, we're all looking forward, and we're all very hopeful. We had a large number of absentee votes. I took phone calls all day, folks reporting extremely large lines of folks registering to vote for the first time. Up at the fairgrounds, I heard lines that were snaking around for people waiting to vote for the first time. In other areas, folks waiting out the doors. So it is kind of as we expected, a very large turnout year from what we can see. I know the Sheridan County Elections Office plans to certify the elections on Thursday, so we'll know just exactly what kind of a turnout we saw.
And so there's a lot of interest this year in the elections.
A lot of interest in the elections, and what a lot of folks don't realize is that each party is impacted to some degree by voter turnout. So in presidential election cycles, we see a larger voter turnout, which results in a larger number of county central committee members, precinct committee people, on both Republican and Democrat tickets. And off presidential years, we see a lower number. So right now, we have a lower number of precinct committee people due to the last election cycle than we will in 2 years, because of the general that we're looking at now.
All right. Ryan, thank you very much. This has been Pat Blair at Republican headquarters, talking with Ryan Mulholland, and I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
All right, back here once again. That was Sheridan Media News reporter Pat Blair, live and on location downtown at the Republican headquarters, stirring things up as Pat knows how to do best. And, of course, just to let you know, you're listening to live coverage of Election 2016, News Talk 930 KROE and 1410 KWYO. It's brought to you this evening by Wilcox Abstract and Title and Century 21 BHJ Realty. And just to let you know, we're also streaming live audio and video online at SheridanMedia.com. And I think, Rustin, we're still at 1%, our one precinct.
Yeah, we're still just 3.45% of the Sheridan County votes. And again, I'd like to state that anytime we update you on the votes from Sheridan County, it's still, when we're talking about state races, for instance, the Ryan Green, Liz Cheney race, or if we're talking about Constitutional Amendment A, when I count those votes and tell you how close they are, like the 118 to 110 in this first precinct, that is only taking into account Sheridan County, and it may be very different in the federal or the statewide race. And when we have updates from that, we'll make sure to cue you in on it. It does not appear like we have any more updates on the presidential race at this point either. And I guess we could just run back down through some of the local races. Again, the state representative for House District number 29. We did get that in the first counted precinct. And right now it's got Mark Kinner, the Republican candidate, at 169 after one precinct count, and Sandra Kingsley, the Democrat, at 70. And we've also got county commissioner race heating up with Mike Nickel and Tom Ringley, the incumbent Republicans, at 161 and 116 respectively. Just got a couple numbers reversed in there. And Vicki Taylor, the Democratic candidate's not too far behind with 85. We've also got the first report on the mayor race. Roger Miller leads 142 to 88. And City Council, Rich Bridger is leading after one precinct, 132. Kristen Kelly at 126. Thayer Schaefer at 110. And Sheilene Smith at 92. So, again, really close, but only 3.45% of the votes counted at this point. So,
yeah, we also, just to run down some of the school board and college district trustees for the Northern Wyoming Community College District. There are 4, and right now it looks like Bruce Hoffman leads the way with 110 votes, followed by Deborah Wentland with 107, Gary Koltiska with 103, and then we go to Elaine Olafson Henry with 80, and then 39, Mike Watkins. Actually, Rolf Thor Distad has 49. And we've got also trustees at large, School District 2. 5 will move on here. Molly Steele's leading the way with 112 votes. Tony Wentland with 91. Michael Sweeney with 84. Wayne Schatz with 80. And then there's kind of a hodgepodge with 60, 51, 50. Craig Acord, Shane Rader, Don Sopron, and Seth Olvested. And Terry Burgess and Servio Carroll, they are also going for a school district 2. I think that's just a 2-year term, and that's 161 for Terry Burgess over Servio Carroll, 39. And like we said, this is very early, just one precinct. Or is it?
We have 3 precincts now, Ron. Woohoo! 10.34%. We've got a tenth of the votes from Sheridan County in, and so we'll just zip right back around and give you some updates. Right now for House District 29, Kinner is still ahead, 262 to 88 over Sandra Kingsley. For House District 30, Mark Jennings is in a close race with Val Burgess, 60 to 44. Representative House District number 40, Michael Madden, is that one does not have any results yet. State Representative House District 51, however, Bo Beitman leads with a 100-point lead, 167 to Hollis's 58. County Commissioners, we've got Mike Nickel at 451, Tom Ringley at 407, Vicki Taylor at 215. City of Sheridan Mayor Alex Lee is at 146 with Roger Miller at 291 after 3 precincts. And the Sheridan City Council, Rich Bridger at 274, Kristen Kelly at 244, 209 for Thayer, and Shalene Smith at 178.
All right, and not much has changed with the trustees for the school districts. It looks as though Bruce Hoffman is leading the way, and there's 4 that will move on. And right now, Bruce Hoffman, Gary Koltiska, Walt Rogge, and Deborah Wentland for the trustees at large for the Northern Wyoming Community College District. And then leading the way for the School District 2 is Molly Steele, Wayne Schatz, and Michael Sweeney. We've got news coming up at the top of the hour, CBS News. We'll find out what's going on with the presidential election, and then we'll come back and get you caught up on what's going on locally. You're listening to live coverage of election 2016 on News Talk 930 KROE and 1410 KWYO.
KROE Sheridan, KWYO Sheridan.
CBS News, I'm Bill Whitney. The polls in all but 6 western states are now closed, and so far Donald Trump leads in the delegate count, but the vote count in the battleground states is so close that CBS News rates most of them as toss-ups. Ohio is leaning Trump. Trump has an edge in Georgia and Iowa. CBS News Director of Elections Anthony Salvato looks at battleground Florida.
Even though Hillary Clinton is doing well, down in the areas where Democrats typically do well, and that's down around Miami, getting decent turnout there, getting the percents of vote that she probably needs in and around Miami. But Donald Trump is outperforming Mitt Romney and typical Republicans in a lot of these other Republican-leaning counties. And one by one, that's adding up his totals. So we see him outperforming typical Republicans, and that's keeping this race close.
Correspondent Barry Bagnato is at Clinton headquarters in New York and joins us live.
Bill, election night keeps looking better and better for Donald Trump, who has been watching increasingly promising results with family members and his running mate Mike Pence at Trump Tower. Energy levels are rising in the Midtown Manhattan Hotel ballroom here, where hopeful supporters believe they could hear a victory speech. But with nearly every battleground state right now still a toss-up, this tense race might not be settled for a number of hours. Just blocks from here, live at Hillary Clinton headquarters, CBS News correspondent Steve Futterman.
And Barry, a night that began with great optimism is turning into a night of great concern. Suddenly, the Hillary Clinton supporters see plausible scenarios that could result in a Clinton defeat. This is not to say they don't see plausible scenarios of a Clinton victory, but tonight, to this point, has not turned into the easy victory they all hoped it would be. Live at Clinton headquarters in New York City, Steve Futterman, CBS News.
For a look at the impact of the black vote in this election, we turn to CBS News polling analyst Fred Backus.
Bill, African-American turnout is at 12%. That's nearly matching the 13% that turned out in 2012. But the margin that is voting for Clinton, while large, is down slightly from the 93% of black voters that voted for Barack Obama in 2012 to 87% today. And that's true in 2 of the battleground states that are still being contested with large African-American populations, Virginia and North Carolina.
Our exit poll analysis sees no big surge in Hispanic voters. CBS News projects that, as expected, Republicans will keep control of the House. In the Illinois Senate race, we estimate Republican incumbent Mark Kirk will lose to his Democratic challenger, Congresswoman Tammy Duckworth. 9 states voted today on liberalizing marijuana laws. So far, we know that Florida has approved medical marijuana. The stock market rallied yesterday and again today on the expectation of a Clinton victory. Now, with the outcome less certain, overseas markets have tanked and Dow futures are down 500 points. Earlier today, the Dow was up 72 points to close at 18,332. The Nasdaq 27 points higher. This is CBS News.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/talk. That's ZipRecruiter.com/talk. ZipRecruiter.com/talk.
Twitter's video sharing app might not completely disappear after all. CBS News business reporter Jason Brooks explains.
Twitter could score some cash for its Vine feature, even though the company has already said it's closing down the video sharing app. TechCrunch reports that Twitter may be receiving some interest in Vine, mentioning Japanese messaging firm Line as a possible suitor. Twitter could get upwards of $10 million for Vine, although the New York Times reported that it cost Twitter $10 million a month to run the operation. A big reason why the struggling firm shut down Vine, as Twitter needs to go lean and mean if it's going to survive on its own or make itself more attractive to potential suitors.
Officials in coastal Sri Lanka found themselves confronted with a monster, a 17-foot crocodile. Officials believe river levels rose after heavy rain and the giant croc was pushed toward the town of Matara. It was looking for food when it got stuck in a canal. Instead of killing the croc, they rescued it with a crane. I'm Bill Whitney, CBS News.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/talk. That's ZipRecruiter.com/talk. ZipRecruiter.com/talk.
It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of weathering the highs and lows and in-betweens of election years for over 100 years. History is important to our future, and Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of Sheridan's history and will be part of Sheridan's future, too. Wilcox Abstract and Title, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closing, and so much more.
Local, regional, or national, Century 21 BHJ believes keeping informed helps with your decision-making options. That's why C21 BHJ is a sponsor of these election results, monitoring the issues that help you make the best decision to fit your circumstances. From tax implications to code issues, Century 21 BHJ offers informed, up-to-date guidance. Single-family investment property or relocation, you can count on Century 21 BHJ, the gold standard in real estate. Hey, buddy, you need a new grill.
My girl, what's wrong with her?
No, I said grill. The last time we barbecued, it almost fell apart. You need to enter the Me and My Grill Friend contest at SheridanMedia.com.
Really? I can win a grill?
Yeah, not just any grill, but a Traeger grill from Blowdorn Lumber and a meat bundle from Sackett's Market.
Well, I guess it is time for a new grill friend.
Enter the Me and My Grill Friend contest to win a Traeger grill from Blowdorn Lumber and a meat and seasoning bundle from Sackett's Market at SheridanMedia.com.
Finally, a guy has won Pro Football Pick'em. Sorry, ladies, we just needed some redemption from our armchair quarterbacks. Congratulations this week to Bill Ostrom. He picked up a $75 gift card to the Main Street Tavern. This week's winner in Pro Football Pick'em will get a $75 gift certificate to Star Video Audio. Every week, a winner is picked based on that week's score, so sign up today and play. Sign up now for the McDonald's Sheridan Physical Therapy Pro Football Pick'em at SheridanMedia.com.
Welcome back. You're listening to 1410 KWYO and News Talk 930 KROE. I'm Rustin Burr with Ron Richter. Also, hello to everyone joining us live via our SheridanMedia.com live webcast. Right now, we have 5 precincts, 17.24% of the Sheridan County vote in. We'll take a look at some of these results. We've got the state representative for House District 29 with a Mark Kinner has a pretty big lead now, 262 over Sandra Kingsley, 88. For House District 30, Mark Jennings is beating Val Burgess 296. I got the numbers all mixed up, to 124. So about 170-point lead there. And then for State Representative House District 51, Bo Beitman leads with 167 votes to 58. Moving on, we have the County Commission race heating up as well. Mike Nickel and Tom Ringley, the incumbents, have picked up a big lead over Democrat Vicky Taylor with 683 for Nickel, 615 for Ringley, and 292 for Vicky Taylor. 2 of them will move on to take those seats. And I'll send it to Ron now with the city mayor race and the council members, as well as the city lodging tax.
All right, for the city mayor, Roger Miller has 291 votes, 146 for Alex Lee. And then Sheridan City Council, 3 will move on to the council, and Rich Bridger is leading the way with 274, Kristen Kelly with 244, Thayer Schaefer with 209, and Shalene Smith with 178. And taking a look at that constitutional amendment A, 545 for and 386 against. And now that's just for Sheridan County. That is a statewide measure. And just for Sheridan County is the 4% city lodging tax, and 379 for and 78 against. We have Sheridan Media Pat Blair standing by. She is at the Republican headquarters speaking with Senator Dave Kinski. We'll send it to Pat Blair.
This is Pat Blair calling from Republican campaign headquarters, and I've got Dave Kinski, who's running for re-election to the
election. Initially, I was appointed.
Running for election for the Wyoming Senate, and you're unopposed, right, Dave?
I am.
So, what brings you down here tonight?
Well, I think it's important that we're Republicans. It's important that we all get together as Republicans, have an opportunity to celebrate, watch the returns. And it's very easy to kind of fall asleep at the switch as a Republican Party that we've got 2/3 majority registration in the county. But, you know, there's folks who have different views that are working very hard to unseat a lot of Republican candidates. And I think it's just important that we show unity and come together and continue to build the party, because there's a vision for America that the Republican Party represents of free enterprise and individual responsibility that built this country. And we've got to make sure that moves forward into the future.
And looking ahead, because you will be going back to the Senate next year, what are your plans at this point?
Well, as we head into the legislative session, my plans are to just go over every line item of that budget to make sure that there is no fat, there's no unnecessary spending. As you know, there's been calls for tax increases, and I think that's putting the cart way ahead of the horse. I think people are convinced, and rightly so, that government has grown very quickly during the good times, and we've got to tighten our belts, live within our means, and just make sure that every dime is being spent wisely. And it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of time. It's not going to be a fun session, because, you know, a lot of people are going to be told no, but That's where we are. I mean, we're on hard times in Wyoming.
Dave, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pat. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you. And from Republican campaign headquarters, this is Pat Blair.
Welcome back, everyone. Sheridan Media Election Coverage 2016. That was Sheridan Media News reporter Pat Blair at Republican headquarters with Senator Dave Kinski, who is, of course, running unopposed. And always good words from our senator. And Rustin, you got an update here?
I do. I have an update on the presidential race. According to the Google election results, right now Donald Trump leads with 140 votes to 104 electorals for Clinton. Trump will need 130 more, and Clinton needs 166 more to make that magic number 270 votes to win it, Ron.
Interesting. Very interesting. Always seems to come down to Florida.
Yeah, well, and we just got word that Florida is only 100,000 votes for Trump is the margin there. So with 99% of the vote collected, it looks like Trump will take Florida. That's going to be big for him.
Yeah, very big. All right, we have got. We are going to be joined right now. If
I'll do it.
Okay, Val, you can come in and steal my seat if you would like.
Yeah, we've got House District numbers. We got 39, Val Burgess here. 30, rather. We're trying to go on the fly. And Val is the Democratic candidate for that seat here, representing Sheridan County. And we're getting her situated real quick here. Thanks again to our sponsors, Wilcox Abstract and Title and Century 21 BHJ. We could not do all these awesome election night coverage without them. You're listening to 1410 KWYO and News Talk 930 KROE. I'm Rustin Burr here, and Ron Richter is with us as well. And, of course, District Candidate 30, Val Burgess. Val, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well.
Awesome. So, Val, right now with 5 precincts reporting, right now the race between you and Mark Jennings is at 296 for Jennings and 124 for you. But that's only five precincts in. There's 24 left to go. So, it's really no
early.
cause. Yeah, there's no way you can tell that that's going to be the trend there. So, well, first of all, Val, why don't you remind the listeners a little more about yourself?
I've been a Sheridan resident since '72. I graduated from college here. I went on and got a different degree, and I've lived here. My family grew up here, and my husband and I call this home. I mean, we can travel anywhere. And my community service is wide and broad, and I love this community. And so I just would really like to be their legislator. I would like to represent voters of House District 30. And especially with the public lands issue, and I think it's incredibly important that the economics where we are today and trying to budget that and use a scalpel instead of a hatchet, and just to see what we can do to maybe not cut into programs so dramatically, as well as education. Education is really the lifeblood of our economic development, I think. So those are just some thoughts I have. It's been great. Last weekend I visited about 100 and, well, I guess I didn't do all of it, but we actually contacted about 120 homes, and the response was so positive. And it's great to be out there with people and hear about what problems they're dealing with or what they think is great about the community. It really is fine to talk to the voters.
Well, and we've also got Ron Richter joining us. I know you folks watching at home cannot see him, but he is still in the studio. So if you hear that random other male voice in the room, that is Ron.
That would be me.
That voice right there.
And he has a dog that's running for office, and his name is Pedro. He's a great little dog. I wanted to vote for him today, but that didn't happen.
Thank you, Val.
Yeah, the cute little Chihuahua. It's quite the rage here in Sheridan County.
He has no clue.
So, and didn't you say your other Chihuahua was the running mate, right?
Yes, the Secretary of Defense. Sadie.
Well,
I couldn't help it. It was too great of the dog looks great with his political gear on.
Yeah, absolutely. Go Pedro. All right. Well, what Vote for Pedro makes me think of is that movie Napoleon Dynamite.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, Val, you're representing a portion of Sheridan County, and you mentioned that your roots are here. You're a big advocate for Sheridan and the public lands of the state and Sheridan, of course. Some of the other things you've done in the community that I know of are your war voices. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, for 22 years I've been doing, well, not lately, but I've been doing oral histories of World War II POWs. I've got about 150 oral histories of prisoners that were held in the Great Escape prison camp. And then about 5 years ago, I was given a suitcase of some 325 letters from families of POWs held by the Japanese. There was a broadcast called Radio Tokyo Calling, and the Japanese would allow American and British POWs give their name, rank, brief message, and contact information for their family. And a woman named Cora Reed, who lived here in Sheridan, would write down these messages and all the information for these POWs. And she sent thousands of letters, and those letters that came back to her were from the families. And they represent 7 brigadier generals, 67 colonels, majors, lieutenant colonel, naval commander, naval personnel from the USS Pope, USS Perch, and USS Houston, and the 131st Field Artillery, who were on the Death Railway, the Burma Railway, and their stories. We have about half of them researched, and they were actually the basis for two semesters of 2 classes for Sheridan College for English 1010. And even last summer, those letters were part of they were the basis for East of Heart Mountain, which was a play for the theater festival. And it was mostly sold out. And so it's just, it's so incredible. I've had such a great fortune to have interviewed, like the reason we have seatbelts in our cars is because of one of the men that I've interviewed who wrote the legislation when he worked for the Ford administration or the Nixon administration. I don't remember which one. One of the gentlemen I interviewed was, he worked with all the 123 or 128 rocket scientists that came over from Germany, Werner von Braun, Magnus von Braun, Arthur Rudolph, and these men who literally built NASA. We were last year, I guess in January, February of last year, we went to Huntsville, Alabama with he and there were about 50 members of his family, and he took us through the NASA Museum. And we go over to the Eagle lander that landed on the moon, and he says, people don't realize that the toggle switch that turned it on broke. We didn't know how we'd get him back. And one of the astronauts had a ballpoint pen. He took it out, the plastic casing off, stuck it inside the hole and flipped it up, and the switch went on. He said they got home. And he said, when I watch Apollo 13, I just sweat because I'm just like there. And so it's just their personal experiences. The thing that they knew was life and death there was a very close distance between them. And they did things because they never had any fears after being a POW. If they were shot down in an airplane or a prisoner of the Japanese, they realized how close life and death was for them. And so they have lots of lessons to teach. And I really like to go into the schools. Next week I will be in, excuse me, I'm hoping Casey, I haven't got that quite scheduled yet, but I'll be in the Buffalo High School, and then I'll give a program at the Johnson County Museum. And then on December 7th, I'll be in, I'm not sure what day, I'll be in Tongue River, Bighorn, Sheridan, and Fort McKenzie, Monday through Thursday of that week. And then on Thursday, the 10th, I will give a program at the WYO Theater on the research in the world. It'll be History's Speaking, Are We Listening? Because there are so many things that reflect how that war started and maybe never ended, I'm not sure. But it's just, I could go on for hours, sorry. I really get started and I can't hardly stop.
Yeah.
Well, and I've watched one of your programs that you had at the Senior Center, Val, and, you really go into it. You were wearing, you'll have to remind me, but you were wearing one of the female flight suits when I saw you. What was that suit again?
It's an L1 flight suit, and then I have a Mae West, and I have an electric flight suit that the men wore as well. I have quite a few uniforms, and I have a whole room that's bigger than this room. Well, maybe not much bigger, but it's floor-to-ceiling books and file cabinets full of men's stories and personal accounts, just a lot of materials that I have. I was at the National World War II Museum a year ago last October, and they think I have one of the best collections of World War II POW memorabilia in terms of oral histories of anybody that they know of. So
did you have some pull to the air side of it?
Well, my uncle was at my grandmother's funeral in 1993, and he said, I want to go back to the prison camp I was in during the war. And he kept talking about it. So I said, what does that mean? And he said, I want to take a large group back for the 50th anniversary of our liberation, which was, it was April 29th, 1945. So I said, well, why can't you do that? He says, I don't have anybody to do the marketing material. So I had a free trip to Europe, and that's really all I wanted out of it. But we sent out 3,000 letters, and these men started calling me and telling me stories, and it was just like, I couldn't believe it. It was like, are you kidding me? So I started down that path, and many times my husband and I would say, it's a lot of money. You're traveling again. We need to stop doing this. And ultimately, it came down to, will I have regrets, or will I appreciate when I'm an older woman having done the work? And it was just, that was the answer. If you had the same question posed to you, you would just say, I got to do this. And so here we are 22 years later, and I studied most of the morning today, because even though I've been doing it for 22 years, they're just like swastika. What does that mean? And, how did Hitler come into power so easily? And what did he promise to his people? He was going to bring up the middle class and make them better and more prosperous. They were going to throw out all the immigrants. I mean, it's very interesting how things really represent places where we are today, and accept that they were to the extreme. And prejudice always seems to be a part of it. There's this culture clash, and there's somebody that's going to be treated badly. It was the Jews. I mean, even in these 25 points of the German Workers' Party, the Nationalist German Workers' Party, I mean, they included some of those things. And today we sort of are talking about similar things, and that bothers me a lot, because I just I don't want us to ever go down that road again. There were 20 million Jewish people killed. We used to think it was 12. And at 12 million, that's 1,000 people a day for 33 years. But we now know, because of the World War II, or the Holocaust Museum, that there were up to 20,000 satellite camps to the concentration camps. Probably most of them were work camps. And they killed 20 million people. And today I was looking, and the Japanese killed close to 20 million Chinese during World War II. I mean, it's a horrible way to...
It's a horrible part of history.
Horrible. Yes, it is. Stephen Ambrose said that World War II ended in 1989 with the fall of the Berlin Wall. And so if you think of World War I ended with the fall of the Berlin Wall. World War I started in 1914. And truly, at the end of World War I, the Versailles Treaty, there were so many reparations on the Germans. They were starving. A loaf of bread was 22 million marks. They were just printing money. There were so many things going on that it made the country desperate for someone who would lead them and going to take care of things, when in fact he became a dictator, and the rest is history.
Yeah. Well, real quick here, I think
fascinating.
Yeah, I could go on. I won't.
Well, again, thank you so much for joining. Good luck with your race. We have a couple more precincts reported. We'll catch you up on that race. There's 8 precincts reporting, and for District 30, we've got Mark Jennings with 1,040 votes, and Val's with 497 right now, and we've got 2 write-in candidates for that House race as well. We've got a lot more results to bring back to you. Again, thank you, Val, for joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And we'll be back in just a little bit on 1410 KWYO and News Talk 930 KROE.
This is Election Coverage 2016 from Sheridan Media News.
Wilcox Abstract and Title has been taking care of Sheridan's real estate for over 100 years. There have been many changes over the years, up, downs, and even in between. But through it all, Sheridan continues to thrive. It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title in Sheridan, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closings, and so much more.
Have you seen what's new on SheridanWyoming.com? The site changes daily. Find out all the activities that take place throughout the year.
Showcasing the best of Sheridan with a warm welcome to the YO Theater and ERA Carroll Realtors, Mandy Koltiska, Stacy Staben, and the Bates team.
Just a few of our new partners on SheridanWyoming.com. Share it on Facebook. Share it with your family and friends. SheridanWyoming.com. Life along the Bighorns.
Local, regional, or national, Century 21 BHJ believes keeping informed helps with your decision-making options. That's why C21 BHJ is a sponsor of these election results, monitoring the issues that help you make the best decision to fit your circumstances. From tax implications to code issues, Century 21 BHJ offers informed, up-to-date guidance. Single, family, investment property, or relocation, you can count on Century 21 BHJ, the gold standard in real estate.
Hi, everybody. Trevor Jackson back with you as we get ready for a big football Saturday in Laramie. The Bighorn Rams, Tongue River Eagles, and Sheridan Broncs play for their football state championship games, and we have all three of them live for you on Saturday. We'll get started with Bighorn and Grable at 10 o'clock. Then the Tongue River Eagles take on the Pine Bluffs Hornets at 1 o'clock, and the Sheridan Broncs in Natrona County will play the final game of championship weekend at 4 o'clock. You can hear all three games live on 87.7 FM ESPN Radio.
I'm Tom Ringley, graduate of Sheridan High School, Sheridan College, George Washington University with a BA, and Auburn University of Montgomery, where I got a master in public administration. My work experience, I had a 27-year Air Force career, logistics assignments worldwide, including 18 months in the Southeast Asia Theater. And then when I returned to Sheridan after retired in 1990, I was the emergency management coordinator. I've been a facility manager at the Sheridan County Fairgrounds, director of the Sheridan Memorial Hospital Foundation, and somewhere in there I spent 2 years in Saudi Arabia as a logistics advisor to the Saudi Air Force. Since I came back, my community involvement's been extensive, and just to name a few, I was on the original Sheridan Inn Joint Powers Board, the Dog and Cat Shelter, Salvation Army Board, Citizens for a Vital Community, current member of the Bighorn Lions, and an emeritus member of the Sheridan Wild Rodeo Board. My governance experience, and note I say governance, not political, because I don't consider myself political. I was elected as a commissioner in Sheridan County in 2008. I take my job very seriously. I consider myself a servant of the public, and I've been honored to serve with the current commission where no one has agendas. It's not political. We're conservative. We have a good record of stewardship of public funds and providing services, and I think that we're all totally accountable. Family-wise, my wife and I, Georgina, live in Bighorn, have for 26 years. Got 3 adult children that live and hold responsible positions in the Sheridan community. 2 grandchildren. Grandson graduated from Bighorn High School this year, and he's off to University of Wyoming, and he registered to vote and voted for the first time in the primary. My granddaughter continues her high school education at Bighorn. The Ringley family is totally invested in the Sheridan community, and we are proud of that. And I won't address any issues. I'll let the moderator take that on.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sheridan Media's Election Coverage 2016, broadcasting live on 1410 KWYO, News Talk 930 KROE, and, of course, streaming live audio and video at SheridanMedia.com. I'm Ron Richter with Sheridan Media News, and joining me throughout the evening here is Rustin Burr in studio. We've got 9 precincts reporting, 31% of the votes for Sheridan County, and taking a look at our U.S. Representative, Liz Cheney, winning hands down. And just to let you know, we've got some statewide results in the U.S. State Representative race. It looks like with 14% reporting statewide, Republican Liz Cheney has a commanding 64% of the votes over Democratic challenger Ryan Green, who's got 28% of the vote, and 4% each for Daniel Clyde Cummings and Lawrence Gerard Strumpf, the Constitution and Libertarian candidates. But back to some of the local races here. State Representative for House District 29, Mark Kinner, is up 365 to Sandra Kingsley's 121. Mark Jennings has 1,040 votes to Val Burgess's 497. That is for State Representative for House District 30. And we still don't have anything for House District 40, which is Mike Madden versus Greg Hawes. Bo Beitman has a commanding lead right now in House District 51, the race for that seat, 464 votes to Hollis Hackman's 168. And county commissioners, looks like, unless something crazy happens, Mike Nickel and Tom Ringley will probably be moving on. Mike Nickel leads the way with 1,713 votes. Tom Ringley, 1,597. Vicki Taylor, the Democrat in the race, has 768. And, of course, only 2 move on out of those 3. And why don't you take what's going on with the city of Sheridan with the mayoral and council members, Rustin?
Yeah, Ron, looks like we have a Roger Miller lead still with Alex Lee on his tail. It's 1,000 to 17 votes for Roger after 9 precincts reported, with 613 for Alex Lee. 20 more precincts to count up in that. So all of these races are still going to change a lot before we get to the end of it. For the council members, still looks about like it did before. Shalene Smith is caught up a little bit, 725. Next is Thayer Schaefer with 797. Kristen Kelly then at 906. And Rich Bridger leading the way with 980. Again, 3 of those 4 candidates will move on and become the council members. And 3 of them, that would be Smith, Schaefer, and Kelly, are incumbents for those positions. We're going to move on down and see how the lodging tax is doing. Looks like it's a resounding yes again for the lodging tax, with 10 times as many votes for the lodging tax at 139.8 and 306 against. And then, something I found interesting, even though it doesn't really matter in the large scheme of things, Ron, but after 9 precincts have been counted, there's been twice as many votes, write-in votes, as there has been for the candidate Jill Stein at 29. So 62 write-ins for president at this point in Sheridan County.
Pedro.
Yeah, I mean, who else would it be? And then at the state, moving on to the actual national polls right now, it's still Trump leading. He got 10 more electoral votes at 150 to 109. 270, first to 270 wins, essentially, is how that goes. And at this point, it's still, there's still a lot of voting left. We've had the polls on the West Coast closed for 34 minutes. So those are going to be coming in pretty quick, and it might close up Clinton. It might make Clinton's lead, or catch her up a little ways there. It'll be hard to tell there. And then Amendment A, we've got 14% of the state reporting in on that, and it's for 59% and against 41%, Ron.
Yeah, and no change as we last reported between Republican Liz Cheney and Democrats Ryan Green for the U.S. Representative for Wyoming. 14% of the states reporting, and Cheney's commanding lead, 64% over Ryan Green's 28%. We've got Sheridan Media's Pat Blair on the line, and she is speaking with Democratic candidate Sandy Kingsley. Of course, Sandy Kingsley is running for House District 29 against Mark Kinner, and Sheridan Media's Pat Blair is speaking with her.
This is Pat Blair. I'm at the Democratic County headquarters with Sandy Kingsley, who is running for House District 29 representative. And Sandy, how you feeling tonight?
Well, I'm feeling good. The votes are starting to come in, and I feel really optimistic. The issues that I stand for, like Medicaid expansion, we know that the majority of Wyomingites think that's a good idea. So I'm hoping that that'll be reflected in the votes.
So that's one of the things that you're going to be looking at and working on if you are sent down to Cheyenne.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's one of the highest priorities for me, and I think for the other Democrats that are running.
Okay. What are some of your other issues?
Well, the budget, of course, is concerning to me. I feel very strongly that the budget cuts over the last year, across the board cuts, were a bad idea. I think it was lazy, and there should have been more research done on the people that it would hurt rather than just doing a blanket cut.
All right.
So I know that there's going to have to be cuts, but I think we need to do some research and figure out where we can make cuts without hurting so many people. And education is really important to me. I mean, that's the future of the state. And if we cut education, then we're shooting ourselves in the foot.
Okay. So at this point, it's just a matter of waiting and see what happens when all the returns are in.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're starting to come in, and we're just all are watching on our phones and and I don't know what time we'll find out for sure, but so far I'm doing pretty good.
All right. Thank you very much. That was Sandy Kingsley, and I'm Pat Blair from the Democratic County headquarters.
All right, thanks a lot, Pat. Of course, the woman on the street this evening out there checking in with the candidates at the headquarters. Sounds like a busy time, of course. And welcome back to Sheridan Media's election coverage 2016, brought to you by Wilcox, Abstract and Title, and Century 21 BHA Realty. Of course, we're broadcasting on 1410 AM KWYO and Newstalk 930 KROE, and streaming live audio and video at SheridanMedia.com. Rustin Burr, my partner in crime, in the studio this evening. And Rustin, we've got a few more precincts in for Sheridan County.
Yeah, Ron, we're now sitting at 12 precincts, 41, a little over 41% of the total Sheridan votes. That's 3,565 ballots cast. Move right along to the state representative and House District 29 race. Mark Kinner still leads with 365 over Sandra Kingsley's 121. Kinner, of course, the Republican, and Kingsley, the Democrat. Mark Jennings, Republican candidate for House District 30, is winning with 1,561 votes. And looks like Val Burgess, the Democrat candidate we just had in studio, she has caught up a few votes. She's now at 731. So moving to District 40, Michael Madden. We do have some results on that race now. Michael Madden, the Republican, has 39 Sheridan County votes, and Greg Haas, 8. Haas, of course, the Democrat. And finally, House District number 51, Bo Beitman, the Republican, leads 464 to Hollis Hackman, the Democrats, 168. County Commission race, 2 will move on. And again, as Ron pointed out, it's a very, very big lead for the 2 incumbents, the Republican incumbents, Mike Nickel, Tom Ringley, over Vicky Taylor, the Democrat. From top to bottom, Nickel 2,244, Ringley 2,067, and Taylor 955. Ron, why don't you tell us about the council and mayor races?
Taking a look at the Sheridan mayoral race, Roger Miller 1,320 votes to Alex Lee's 829, and for the Sheridan City Council, Rich Bridger leads the way with 1,262 votes, 1,191 for Kristen Kelly, 1,060 for Thayer Schaefer, and Shalene Smith has 946. Of course, 3 of those candidates will move on to be members of the Sheridan City Council in the new year. And just taking a look at the 4% city lodging tax for Sheridan, 1,814 to 425. Really no question there. There is not even, that's not going to happen.
Well, and like we said, it's passed every year since 92. So it's a pretty well-known, well-appreciated tax.
Yeah, and constitutional amendment A for Sheridan County, about 500 votes in favor is what is splitting the to 1,856 for and 1,351 against. Statewide, of course, that is a statewide measure. Amendment A is still at 59% for and 41% against, with 14% of the state reporting there.
Well, and we've got some updates in the presidential race. Again, Trump has 18 more points, electoral votes, over Clinton with 168 to 109 now. Looks like Trump won Ohio, Missouri, New Mexico went for Clinton, Montana, Trump, Louisiana, Trump, Connecticut, Clinton, Arkansas, Trump, North Dakota, Trump, New York, Clinton, Texas, Trump. So there's definitely been a lot of states that Trump has taken, and hence why he's winning 168 votes, electoral votes, that is, over 109. Magic numbers, 270, still a long way to go in that race. And these other races, as we reported, not even 50% of Sheridan County is in yet. So these races, a lot of them are still a long way from being over there.
Go ahead.
It does not look like we have any more, any update on the state races, the representative and Amendment A. We are trying to get some more results on that, so we'll keep you guys updated. Back to you, Ron.
Right, we're going to get a quick timeout in from a word from some of our fine sponsors. Of course, election coverage 2016 here on Sheridan Media, brought to you by Wilcox Abstract and Title, Century 21 BHA Realty. You're listening to live coverage of election 2016 on Newstalk 930 KROE and 1410 KWYO. Be sure to stay tuned as results come in from Sheridan County, Johnson County, plus statewide results and national headlines from CBS News. You're listening to Election coverage 2016 from Sheridan Media News.
Election coverage 2016 from Sheridan Media News.
Here we go again. Elections. Whatever the outcome, it's sure to affect your major financial decisions going forward, and that's why Century 21 BHJ is proud to be a sponsor of Election Results. When it comes to your real estate considerations, you can count on Century 21 BHJ to know the latest implications that could affect you, whether buying or selling. First-time buyers, moving up, or large ranch investment, contact your locally owned C21 BHJ, the sign of the gold standard.
Hi, everybody. Trevor Jackson back with you as we get ready for a big football Saturday in Laramie. The Bighorn Rams, Tongue River Eagles, and Sheridan Broncs play for their football state championship games, and we have all three of them live for you on Saturday. We'll get started with Bighorn and Grable at 10 o'clock. Then the Tongue River Eagles take on the Pine Bluffs Hornets at 1 o'clock, and the Sheridan Broncs in Natrona County will play the final game of championship weekend at 4 o'clock. You can hear all three games live on 87.7 FM ESPN Radio.
It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of weathering the highs and lows and in-betweens of election years for over 100 years. History is important to our future, and Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of Sheridan's history and will be part of Sheridan's future, too. Wilcox Abstract and Title, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closing, and so much more.
Finally, a guy has won Pro Football Pick'em. Sorry, ladies, we just needed some redemption from our armchair quarterbacks. Congratulations this week to Bill Ostrom. He picked up a $75 gift card to the Main Street Tavern. This week's winner in Pro Football Pick'em will get a $75 gift certificate to Star Video Audio. Every week, a winner is picked based on that week's score, so sign up today and play. Sign up now for the McDonald's Sheridan Physical Therapy Pro Football Pick'em at SheridanMedia.com.
CBS News Special Report, Election 2016.
The Democrats have picked up a seat in the Senate. CBS News estimates that Congresswoman Tammy Duckworth will beat Republican incumbent Mark Kirk in Illinois. So far, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are winning where expected, but the battleground states are still in play. Trump campaign spokesman Brian Fallon is optimistic about North Carolina.
Initially, there was some talk about a drop-off in African-American turnout. We not only made up gains there in the second week of early voting in North Carolina, but we actually offset it with a surge, 83% increase in Latino participation in early voting in North Carolina.
Kellyanne Conway is Trump's campaign manager.
It's still a jump ball in many places, and we're really happy. I mean, for a campaign that has a fraction of the personnel, a fraction of the money as they do at Team Clinton, we're proud of our efforts on the ground, focusing some of our late in the game resources in some of these places.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Bill Whitney.
Currently serving as the president of the City Council here in Sheridan. I was, again, as Kristen said, selected by the council to serve as the president 2 years ago, and I really enjoyed that position. I helped Mayor Heath out a lot, and I spend quite a few hours a week doing the different jobs that need to be done, related to that position. I'm a mom of 4. My oldest daughter is a student down in Laramie. She's a political science major, and then I have 3 boys. I work for Ramaco, which is the coal mine company the mining company that's developing a coal mine north of Sheridan. I really enjoy working for that company. It gives me a good pulse on what's going on in the coal industry, and I have a lot of involvement at the state level with things related to that. I also serve as the chair of the SAWS board currently, so I've got to learn a lot about SAWS and how that functions. I didn't know a lot about that, before I got on SAWS, and now I think I could tell you pretty much anything you want to know. So that's interesting. I'm also the former president of the North Main Association. I was the chair of the Planning Commission, been on the Sheridan County Fair Board Association, a lot of different things, and I really enjoy serving in all of these different boards. It helps me as I learn more about Sheridan and how all these things work. And I have to say, I think between Chris and I, we have a lot of experience in all the different organizations here in town.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sheridan Media's Election Coverage 2016. Of course, brought to you by Wilcox Abstract and Title and Century 21 BHJ Realty. You're listening to 1410 AM KWYO News Talk 930 KRO. We will also Streaming live audio and video. If you want to look at our mugs at SheridanMedia.com, they are there. Yes. Rustin, what did you just do? But anyway,
it's blue steel.
You broke the camera. Anyway, we have 16 precincts. 55% of precincts have reported for Sheridan County. Give us an update, Rustin, on how things are shaking down.
Yeah, 55%, like you say, Ron. We're inching our way towards the end. Mark Kinner in the House race for District 29 is still ahead, 30-65 to Sandra Kingsley's 121. House District 30 race, Mark Jennings still ahead of Val Burgess, 1,561 to 731. Looks like there has been a change on the House District 40 race. Michael Madden is leading 155 to Greg Haas's 31, gaining a few more, some more votes to make it a little more comfortable for Madden there. And then Bo Beitman has also extended his lead over Hollis Hackman in House District 51 with 1,002 to 274 for Hackman. And then the county commission looks like Vicky Taylor has caught up a little bit, but still looking like it's going to be taken by the incumbents Mike Nickel and Tom Ringley. 2,789 for Nickel, 2,557 for Tom Ringley, and 1,146 for Vicky. Let's take a look at the mayor race, Ron.
The mayoral race for the city of Sheridan, 1,320 votes for Roger Miller, 829 for Alex Lee. And Sheridan City Council, Rich Bridger still leads the way. He has pretty much led the way all evening, 1,262 votes. Kristen Kelly is in second, 1,191. Tara Schaefer, 1,060, and Shalene Smith, 946. And taking a look at the city lodging tax, that's a runaway, 1,814 to 425. Constitutional Amendment A, 2,260 to 1,689 for Sheridan County. It is also a winning statewide with 59% of the vote. And taking a look, we haven't updated the school districts in a while. If you want to update the school districts, Rustin.
Yeah, absolutely, Ron. Start with trustees at large for School District 2. 5 will move on. We've got Craig Accord at 831. Shane Rader at 3,999. Wayne Schatz, 1,234. Don Sopron, 830. Molly Steele, 1,634. Michael Sweeney, 1,379. Seth Olvestad, 588. Anthony Wendlandt, 1,251.
Wendland.
Right. I'm not going to try saying it again. I might mess
Okay.
it up.
All
And then
right.
trustees at large for School District 2, only one will move on between Terry Burgess and Servio Carroll. Right now, Burgess has the lead, 1,998 over Servio's 798. School District 3, 3 will move on. Barry Bauer at 118. Regina Kane at 56. Sam Olson at 110. Reed Stoll at 68. And Amy Vineyard at 127. For the Conservation District, we have not more than 2 moving on, so they both will move on. That's Brad Holliday and Emerson Scott. And since they're both moving on, I'm not sure the votes matter so much.
No, interesting that it's even
A vote, yeah. It's kind of like Kinski's race there.
Yeah, running unopposed. What do we have now? We have 16 precincts reporting.
That's the last
18.
We've got some new ones.
Yeah, 18 reporting. Not a lot has changed. We will get you into what's changing there. But right now, we're going to check in with Sheridan Media News reporter Pat Blair. She's recently spoke with Shannon Anderson, the Democratic chair, and we will check in right now with Pat Blair, who is on the scene.
This is Pat Blair at Democratic County Headquarters with the County Democratic Chair, Shannon Anderson. Shannon, how's things going tonight?
Well, it's still early, but we're excited to see the results of tonight's election. It's the first time in our county in recent history that there have been Democrats running for all 4 state legislature seats. So it's really exciting to just have Democrats run and to give all of us Democrats in the county a chance to vote for people that we support.
All right. And, excuse me, have you had a chance to look at the voter turnout today, and how's that looking to you?
It looks really good. I think the turnout has been strong across the county and I hear across the state. So that's always a good thing, just to see people participate in the democratic process. And so far, I haven't heard of any irregularities or any problems. So that's always a good thing as well.
All right. So overall, hopeful for just a good night.
Yeah, overall hopeful. It's just nice to spend an evening with fellow Democrats and celebrate the campaigns that we've just fought hard to go through, and we'll see what happens in a couple of hours probably.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. This is Pat Blair from Democratic County Headquarters.
All right, welcome back, everyone. You're listening to Sheridan Media's Election Coverage 2016, and that was Sheridan Media News reporter Pat Blair on scene, speaking with Shannon Anderson, the Sheridan County Democratic Chair. We do have a few more precincts reporting. Rustin, why don't you give us a little update?
Yeah, 19% reporting now. That was 65% of the total Sheridan County votes. Real quick, we are going to run down the county commission race, still with 3,379 for Mike Nickel, Tom Ringley, 3,091, and Vicki Taylor, 1,401. The top two will advance. It looks like it will be the Republican incumbents. For the city mayor, Roger Miller at 1,561, Alex Lee at 981. And for the city council members, 3 will move on. It looks like Rich Bridger leads the way with 1,486, Kristen Kelly at 1,397, Thayer Schaefer at 1,251, and Shalene Smith at 1,221. Ron, why don't you send us to the House districts?
The House districts, right now we've got Mark Henner in House District 29, the Republican candidate, leading the way over Sandra Kingsley, the Democratic candidate, 687 to 210. And Mark Jennings, the Republican running for District 30 at 1,561. Deval Burgess, who is at 731. She's the Democratic candidate. Mike Madden is leading the way for House District 40 against his challenger. Of course, Mike Madden, Republican. He is leading the way over Greg Hawes, the Democratic challenger, 155 to 31. And let me see. I think I'm missing one. The Bo Beitman. Bo Beitman is
51,
leading. Yeah, well, House District 51, 1,408 for Bo Beitman. Hollis Hackman, the Democrat, there has 385, and that is for House District 51. And like I said, we've got 65% of the precincts have reported, so we're getting there. We've got 19 out of, 29 precincts, and we are going to send things back to Sheridan Media News reporter Pat Blair. She's standing by speaking with Thayer Schaefer, and then we will head into the news at the top of the hour. Take it away, Pat.
And this is Pat Blair at Republican headquarters with Thayer Schaefer, one of the city council candidates. And Thayer, what brings you out tonight?
Well, I got to find out what happens.
And you're running for how long have you been on the city council?
I've been on the city council for 2 years. I was filling in the second half of the term that was originally was Levi Dominguez's, and Levi resigned because he took a job with the county, and so they appointed. Initially, they appointed Jesus to fill the position, but that only holds till the next election. And so when the biennial election came up, there was a 2-year term, and then there was some 4-year terms on the council. And Jesus decided to run for the 4-year term, and I ran for the 2-year term, and was fortunate enough to get it.
So now you're running for the 4-year term.
Now I'm running for a full term. We'll see how long my health and my wife's health and so forth allows me to do it. And if I can go the full 4 years, that'd be great.
And during those 4 years, what if you're reelected to the council? What do you want to accomplish?
Well, I want to continue on with the master plan that was laid out by the Vision Quest sort of things that we've had in the community back 4 or 5 years ago, and just to make Sheridan the best place it can possibly be within the financial constraints that we have today. You know, the same things that attract people to come here as tourists ultimately are the things that will attract people to come here with a business or to either to start a business or to move a business here or something like that. We just have to have a great community to live in and raise a family in and to grow a business in, and we're doing that. And not all businesses can thrive in a small town that's 100 miles away from anything else and not part of a big metropolitan complex and that sort of thing, but it's the quality of life, and people are going to bring their businesses here for the lifestyle, and so that's what we're looking for, and so we just want to continue to make this the best community we can. And obviously there's going to be some constraints fiscally. We're not going to get the money from the state that we've gotten in the past for projects. Right now we've got a lot of great projects going, and those projects not only bring us, you know, the money that the people that are working on them earn and spend in town and so forth, but you know, when raw materials are delivered to a project here in Sheridan, where we get the use tax on them or the sales tax and that sort of thing, so that helps us financially. We're very fortunate because we haven't been dependent upon the mineral industry so much, and we do have, compared with the rest of Wyoming, we pretty much have a diversified economy. We just like to continue to work in that direction and bring new business to town. That's the way we generate jobs, is to grow businesses or make an environment that's friendly to business, and we're working on it. We just keep working on it, pecking at it.
Fantastic.
Maintaining the infrastructure.
Thank you, Thayer.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. That was Thayer Schaefer, candidate for Sheridan City Council, and I'm Pat Blair.
Local, regional, or national, Century 21 BHJ believes keeping informed helps with your decision-making options. That's why C21 BHJ is a sponsor of these election results, monitoring the issues that help you make the best decision to fit your circumstances. From tax implications to code issues, Century 21 BHJ offers informed, up-to-date guidance. Single-family investment property or relocation, you can count on Century 21 BHJ, the gold standard in real estate.
KROE Sheridan, KWYO Sheridan.
CBS News, I'm Bill Whitney. The races in most battleground states remain very close, but CBS News now estimates Hillary Clinton will win running mate Tim Kaine's home state of Virginia, while Donald Trump will take Ohio. The other battlegrounds are all toss-ups. One of them is Nevada. CBS News polling analyst Fred Backus joins us live with a closer look.
Bill, despite an estimated lead in early voting for Hillary Clinton in Nevada, Hispanic turnout at 18% is even with what it was in 2012. And while 6 in 10 Hispanic voters in Nevada are breaking for Clinton, that's less than the 7 in 10 who voted for Barack Obama 4 years ago. Donald Trump is winning all white non-college voters and white men regardless of education, while white women with college degrees are evenly divided between Clinton and Trump.
CBS News now estimates that Donald Trump is likely to win Florida and will win Ohio. Hillary Clinton will win California. The candidate's supporters are waiting nervously in New York. We go live first to Clinton headquarters and correspondent Steve Futterman.
And Bill, the mood here, one of growing concern. There was a big cheer just a few moments ago when California was given to Hillary Clinton, but that was really a state she was expected to win. This Clinton supporter admits she's surprised but still confident.
Well, I expected a landslide, but I think she's still going to win.
And not even nervous.
No, because I think I have faith in the people.
Clinton supporters here now closely watching results from 2 states, Michigan and Pennsylvania. For a report from the Trump headquarters a few blocks away, let's go live to CBS News correspondent Barry Bagnado.
The cheers keep getting louder here at Donald Trump's path to the presidency grows easier by the hour. Supporters have heard for days Clinton would likely claim the White House. Instead, Trump again is defying predictions, as he has since announcing his candidacy. A tweeted picture shows him and family members with eyes wide open watching the the results roll in exactly the way he hoped, with angry white workers turning out in droves. It's not over by any means, but it couldn't be going any better for Donald Trump. Bill?
The entire House of Representatives and a third of the Senate are in play. Correspondent Steve Dorsey is following those races.
Bill, the battle for Democrats to regain control of Congress just got more difficult. CBS News projects Republicans will retain control of the House. In the Senate, Democrats still aren't projected to win a key battleground race yet, losing in North Carolina now. Indiana and Florida, their only shining star, Congresswoman Tammy Duckworth ousting Mark Kirk in Illinois.
No matter who you voted for today, we are all in this together.
Several key races still toss-ups, Bill.
Dow futures have plunged more than 700 points on the prospect that Trump might win. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
This is really not on anything except for anxiety. And as soon as we started to see that Florida was tightening and none of these swing states were called in Hillary Clinton's favor, all of a sudden the conventional wisdom on Wall Street started to shift.
This is CBS News.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/talk. That's ZipRecruiter.com/talk. ZipRecruiter.com/talk.
Many voters went to the polls with mixed emotions today. WWJ Radio's Ron Dewey talked to a couple in Detroit.
John Somerville says you can't get around it.
It's just been a brutal, vicious, horrible election year.
But still important to bring his family, including his young son, to the polls.
Especially thinking about this guy, what the future of the country is going to be like.
His wife Vicky says they have nothing like this in her native China in terms of voting, but she could still do without the nasty stuff.
I'm worried about my kids seeing what they're talking about.
Ron Dewey, CBS News, Detroit.
Having his Kit Kat bar stolen might be the best thing that ever happened to Hunter Jobbins, a student at Kansas State University. He left the Kit Kat in his unlocked car when he ran into his dorm. When he returned, the candy bar was gone. The thief had left a note saying, "I am sorry and hungry." When Hershey heard about this, it sent Jobbins 6,500 Kit Kats. I'm Bill Whitney, CBS News.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/talk. That's ZipRecruiter.com/talk. ZipRecruiter.com/talk.
Election Coverage 2016. Brought to you by Century 21 BHJ and News Talk 930 KROE.
Finally, a guy has won Pro Football Pick'em. Sorry, ladies, we just needed some redemption from our armchair quarterbacks. Congratulations this week to Bill Ostrom. He picked up a $75 gift card to the Main Street Tavern. This week's winner in Pro Football Pick'em will get a $75 gift certificate to Star Video Audio. Every week, a winner is picked based on that week's score, so sign up today and play. Sign up now for the McDonald's Sheridan Physical Therapy Pro Football Pick'em at SheridanMedia.com.
Here we go again. Elections. Whatever the outcome, it's sure to affect your major financial decisions going forward, and that's why Century 21 BHJ is proud to be a sponsor of Election Results. When it comes to your real estate considerations, you can count on Century 21 BHJ to know the latest implications that could affect you, whether buying or selling. First-time buyers, moving up, or large ranch investment, contact your locally owned C21 BHJ, the sign of the gold standard.
Wilcox Abstract and Title has been taking care of Sheridan's real estate for over 100 years. There have been many changes over the years, up, downs, and even in between. But through it all, Sheridan continues to thrive. It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title in Sheridan, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closings, and so much more.
Hi, everybody. Trevor Jackson back with you as we get ready for a big football Saturday in Laramie. The Bighorn Rams, Tongue River Eagles, and Sheridan Broncs play for their football state championship games, and we have all three of them live for you on Saturday. We'll get started with Bighorn and Grable at 10 o'clock. Then the Tongue River Eagles take on the Pine Bluffs Hornets at 1 o'clock, and the Sheridan Broncs in Natrona County will play the final game of championship weekend at 4 o'clock. You can hear all three games live on 87.7 FM ESPN Radio.
Welcome back to Shared Media's Election Coverage 2016. We're broadcasting live on 1410 KWYO and News Talk 930 KROE. Thank you to those of you joining us there. And everyone joining us via SheridanMedia.com on our live stream, welcome. I'm Rustin Burr, and in the studio with me, my partner in crime, as it were, Ron Richter. We're going to take a look at some of the some of the election stuff now. We've got the gap between the president race closing to 201 electorals for Trump, 197 for Clinton. It is very close race now. First to 270 is going to win that. We've got 37% of the state reporting in on the federal race between United States Representative Liz Cheney and Ryan Green, and it's not much of a race as it is 59% to 34 in favor of Cheney. It looks like she will take that race. Amendment A statewide with 37% reporting, 57% for, 43% against. Moving on to our United States, or rather state representatives, for House District 29, Mark Kinner, the Republican, has a 687-point over 210 lead to Sandra Kingsley, the Democrat. District 30, Mark Jennings, with 2,187 over Val Burgess's 1,003. And House District 40, Michael Madden, the Republican representative, 155 with Greg Haas at 31. House District 51, Bo Beitman, 2,066 to Hollis Hackman's 679. And we've got county commissioners race. More of the same there. The incumbents, Mike Nickel and Tom Ringley, with 4,702 and 4,364 respectively. Those two will likely move on, with Vicki Taylor, the third candidate, with 1,880 after 22 precincts are counted, which accounts for about 75% of the Sheridan County vote. Ron, would you update us on the city races and the trustees for school districts?
Most definitely. Right now we have got, for Sheridan Mayor, Roger Miller out in front, 1,561 votes to Alex Lee's 981. And race for Sheridan City Council, there are 3 seats available for candidates. Rich Bridger is leading the way, 1,486 votes. Kristen Kelly, 1,397. Thayer Schaefer, 1,251. And Shalene Smith, 1,121. And taking a look at those trustees at large for the Sheridan, or the Northern Wyoming Community College District, there are 4 that will move on, and it looks like it will be Deborah Wentland, Gary Koltiska, Bruce Hoffman, and Walt Rogge are leading the way right now in that race, with Rolf Thor Distad and Elaine Olafson Henry really the only ones in contention there. And taking a look at the trustees at large for Sheridan County School District number 2, 5 will move on, and Craig Acord has 1,217 votes. Shane Rader, 1,461. Wayne Schatz, 1,757. Leading the way is Molly Steele with 2,322. She's been leading the way all evening. In second is Michael Sweeney, 2,052. Tony Wendland has 1,841. And for School District 3, there will be 3 moving on. And leading the way right now is Amy Vineyard with 127 votes. And Barry Bauer has 118. Sam Olson, 110, followed by Reed Stoll at 68 and Regina Kane at 56. And then, of course, the city lodging tax, it looks like that's going to pass easily. 2,116 for and against is 527, and the constitutional amendment A for is 3,794 against 2,752, but that is a statewide measure, but it is winning statewide as well, with 37% reporting, 57% in favor of Amendment A, 43 against.
Well, and it looks like as soon as we roll out these election results, we get another precinct reporting. So now we are with 23 precincts counted, 79%. We'll get to them in a second. First, I'd like to just thank our sponsors again for making all this possible, our live web stream and us being on air today. It's brought to you by Century 21 BHJ Realty and Wilcox Abstract and Title. So thank you again to our sponsors that are making this happen for us. Ron, why don't you take us back through the House races?
Well, the House races right now with, what have we got, 23 precincts, 79% of the votes are reporting. And House District 29, 998 for Republican Mark Kinner, 283 for Democrat Sandra Kingsley. And taking a look at the House District 30 race, Republican Mark Jennings, 2,187 votes to Val Burgess's 1,003. And not much has changed with the House District 40. Mike Madden leads the way, 155 to 31 over his challenger, Greg Hawes. Bo Beitman is leading the way in House District 51, 2,066. He's the Republican candidate. Hollis Hackman, the Democrat, has 679 votes. And it looks like Mike Nickel and Tom Ringley will be moving on. The incumbents there, the Sheridan County Commissioners, they are the Republicans, and the two incumbents and their challenger, Vicki Taylor, quite a few votes behind. Nichols almost at 5,000 votes. Ringley has 4,600, and Vicki Taylor just shy of 2,000 votes.
With the Sheridan Rare Mace,
The Rare Mace?
Yeah, the Rare Mace, the mayoral race there. It's Roger Miller still in the lead with 1,817. Alex Lee with 1,091. And we've got the council members, 3 moving on. Rich Bridger leading the way with 1,702. Kristen Kelly at 1,602. Thayer Schaefer with 1,455. And Shalene Smith with 1,271. And then again, the city lodging tax, as Ron said last, is still leading the way for the lodging tax with 2,402 to 627 opposed. Real quick here, we've got our reporter Pat Blair again, and we've got her at the Democratic headquarters with Hollis Hackman. Take it away, Pat.
This is Pat Blair talking with Hollis Hackman at the Democratic County headquarters. Hollis, how you doing this evening?
We're doing great, Pat. Thanks for coming down and having a chat with us.
And Hollis, by the way, is running for House District 51 on the Democratic, as a Democrat. Correct. So, are any returns in at this point?
There are some. I think there's like 2 precincts in, and I'm presently behind, but I'm expecting a close race. And we're just thrilled that we have Democrats on the ballot this year, so the voters of Sheridan County have an actual choice they can make.
And what are your thoughts? What are your plans if you're elected?
If I'm elected, what I want to do is protect public education. I want to stop the cuts to public education. It's affecting classrooms in a negative way around the state, and I think that's a bad idea. You know, our education is vital to the infrastructure of the state. We got to have kids with skill sets for employers to hire so our economy can grow and diversify.
Education is important to you, I know, because you've been on the Sheridan County School District 2 Board of Trustees.
Correct. I just was at my last meeting last night, so I was honored to have served School District number 2 for the last 7 years. We got some programs going that will help get our graduation rate up and continue to focus on student learning. And it's just vitally important for the economic health of our state that we make sure that our kids have a world-class education and that they graduate with a skill set that makes them attractive job candidates.
All right, that was Hollis Hackman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat.
Have a great evening.
Thanks.
And once again, that was Sheridan Media's Pat Blair reporting on the scene down at the Democratic headquarters, speaking with Hollis Hackman. You're listening to Sheridan Media's election coverage 2016, brought to you this evening by Wilcox Abstract and Title and Century 21 BHJ Realty. Of course, we are broadcasting live on AM 1410 KWYO and News Talk 930 KROE, plus streaming live audio and video at SheridanMedia.com. Sheridan Media's Rustin Burr has some national news to pass on. What do you got going on, Rustin?
Yeah, I've got some updates on the presidential race, Ron. First of all, let's go with the electorals. 216 for Trump, 197 for Clinton. So Trump holds his lead. 270 to win. First to the finish line is how it's going to go in this election, it looks like, folks. As far as states and how the electoral votes have been distributed, Hillary Clinton has won California and Hawaii. They've called that. Donald Trump won Idaho's 4 electoral votes. And the results in the West bring Clinton's electoral vote total to, again, 197. So some other key states that Trump won, he won the state of Florida. And as we've mentioned throughout the night, Ron, that was going to be a big one if Donald Trump would, if he was going to become the president, he had to show up and win Florida. And at this point, he's been commanding the lead the whole time that we've been reporting on it. On Tuesday, he was awarded 29 electoral votes, I believe, just from that key state, Florida. Hillary Clinton won Colorado and Virginia. Donald Trump won the Ohio state and Missouri as well. So definitely shaping up there in the presidential race. It's still close, still could go any way. There's 125 votes left. Looks like Trump needs 54 to breach it and 73 for Clinton. So at this point, Ron, it's too close to call it. We're still going to have to keep up to date on that.
All right, we have got 26 precincts reporting for Sheridan County, 89.6% of the votes, and we'll see if there's any major changes here. For House District 29, Mark Kinner, the Republican candidate, leads the way, 1,900 votes to Sandra Kingsley's 463. She's the Democratic candidate there. For House District 30, between Mark Jennings and Val Burgess, Mark Jennings, the Republican, leads the way, 2,187 votes. Val Burgess has 1,003. And Bo Beitman, House District 51, it looks like Bo Beitman is going to be the representative for House District 51. He has got 2,238 votes to Hollis Hackman's 790. And then, of course, Sheridan County Commissioners, 5,811 votes for incumbent Mike Nickel, the Republican, and Tom Ringley, Republican and incumbent as well. He has 5,462. And Vicki Taylor, the Democratic challenger, 2,371. Why don't you take over with some of the citywide stuff?
Yeah, absolutely, Ron. Roger Miller in the mayoral race. I got it right that time. 2,655 now with a commanding lead over Alex Lees. 1,576 votes. We've got Sheridan City Council. No change there as far as the structure of how things are going. 3 will move on. Rich Bridger with 2,552 leads the pack. Kristen Kelly at 2,329. Thayer Schaefer at 2,128. And Shalene Smith falling to 1,819. It does appear that at 80% of the vote, not a whole lot has really switched from when we started, Ron. As far as those 2 races go. And then, as we supposed, the city lodging tax is still firing on all cylinders. They got another 1,000 votes for it and not very many more for against it. So it's going to pass with flying colors there, I'm pretty sure, Ron.
Yeah, definitely. And you kind of hit the nail on the head with that Sheridan City Council. It's been that way since the very first precinct has reported that Rich Bridger has led the way, and he's led the way all evening. And
now that I'm thinking about it, have any of them actually changed?
No, that's been the exact order it has been since that first precinct reported, which is very interesting, actually. It's been Rich Bridger, Kristen Kelly, Thayer Schaefer, then Shalene Smith.
Yeah.
and it's been that way all evening.
The commission race has been the same way. Nickel, Ringley, Taylor. And then I want to say that, I mean, most of the races have kind of been, we've been seeing the same trend of a few votes for one candidate and significantly more for the other ones. So, you know, it wasn't quite as exciting with flip-flops in our local election this year.
Right. Just to inform you what's going on with some of the outlying areas, Ranchester and Dayton. Ranchester has Jeffrey Barron and Samantha Nixon, and both of them are going to move on. So,
right.
Barron has more of the votes with 252. Samantha Nixon's 215, but both will make the Ranchester Council. And ton of Ranchester council members. The other, Lacey Schwend, has 294, and she's the only one running. But now Dayton council members, two of them will move on. And right now, Cliff Reed and Lori Walters Clark are leading the way there. Cliff Reed has 193 votes. Lori Walters Clark has 166. Dennis Wagner has 162, and Johan Nield has 129. And two of them move on. And right now, Lori Walters Clark and Cliff Reed are leading the way for Dayton Town Council.
Yeah, you know, Ron, definitely some other things going on as well in the school districts. We got Bighorn trustee area for the school district 1. That one's a non-contested race, so Penny A. Mentok Barkin will be winning that race, presumably, unless well, I think it's impossible at this point, so we won't speculate there. Dayton trustee area, school district 1. There is a race there, and it looks like Gary Reynolds is winning that with 914 to Jolie Faye's 579. Another non-contested race for the Ranchester trustee of area, school district 1. That's Karen Walters with 1414. And ironically, the write-ins are 14 as well. So, and then moving on, trustees at large for School District 2 vote for not more than 5. Right now, it looks like Molly's still leading the way with a strong 3,261. Next would be Michael Sweeney at 2,867. After that, it looks like we have Wayne Schatz with 2,469. Anthony Winland at 2,499, followed by Schatz, 2,469, and Shane Rader at 2,009. 5 will move on in that race. And
only 5?
Only 5, Ron. Yes, only 5.
Just to update you, the Associated Press has called the race between Liz Cheney and Ryan Green.
Okay.
Liz Cheney is the winner. 53% reporting, and she has won. So our U.S. representative, our lone Congress seat, will be taken up by Liz Cheney.
Yeah, so when Cynthia Lummis leaves the office at the beginning of the year, it'll be Cheney, Enzi, and Barrasso that represent us at a federal level.
Yep. I think Cynthia Lummis has done a very good job.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And she worked well with us. She was always accessible, and every time she came to town, she made a point to get a hold of us to see if we wanted to interview her. And
she did great work in the state. She had great love for has great love for the state.
Yep.
And she'll be missed in the House for sure.
Yeah, I think so as well. It'll be interesting to, Liz has a big name, but she's got some big shoes to fill.
Oh, yeah. All right, so we're going to take a break real quick, and we'll be back with some more election results. Thanks for tuning in. You're listening to 1410 KWYO and News Talk 930 KROE, also live at SheridanMedia.com. I'm Rustin Burr. He's Ron Richter, and we'll be back with more.
This is Election Coverage 2016 from Sheridan Media News. Local, regional, or national, Century 21 BHJ believes keeping informed helps with your decision-making options. That's why C21 BHJ is a sponsor of these election results, monitoring the issues that help you make the best decision to fit your circumstances. From tax implications to code issues, Century 21 BHJ offers informed, up-to-date guidance. Single-family investment property or relocation, you can count on Century 21 BHJ, the gold standard in real estate.
Hi, everybody. Trevor Jackson back with you as we get ready for a big football Saturday in Laramie. The Bighorn Rams, Tongue River Eagles, and Sheridan Broncs play for their football state championship games. and we have all three of them live for you on Saturday. We'll get started with Bighorn and Grable at 10 o'clock. Then the Tongue River Eagles take on the Pine Bluffs Hornets at 1 o'clock, and the Sheridan Broncs in Natrona County will play the final game of championship weekend at 4 o'clock. You can hear all three games live on 87.7 FM ESPN Radio.
Wilcox Abstract and Title has been taking care of Sheridan's real estate for over 100 years. There have been many changes over the years, up, downs, and even in between. But through it all, Sheridan continues to thrive. It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title in Sheridan, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closings, and so much more.
Finally, a guy has won Pro Football Pick'em. Sorry, ladies, we just needed some redemption from our armchair quarterbacks. Congratulations this week to Bill Ostrom. He picked up a $75 gift card to the Main Street Tavern. This week's winner in Pro Football Pick'em will get a $75 gift certificate to Star Video Audio. Every week, a winner is picked based on that week's score, so sign up today and play. Sign up now for the McDonald's Sheridan Physical Therapy Pro Football Pick'em at SheridanMedia.com.
CBS News Special Report, Election 2016.
CBS News estimates the presidential candidates so far have won the states where they were favored, but the battlegrounds are still up for grabs. Clinton campaign spokesman Brian Fallon remains optimistic.
If you look at Nevada, you're seeing record turnout in the early vote in Clark County, which is a huge Democratic stronghold area, and even in a state like North Carolina, which we think is going to be tight and probably going to be late to be called.
A.J. Delgado is a senior advisor to the Trump campaign.
In these battleground states, especially, for instance, Michigan, I just saw a poll last night that showed we were actually up in Michigan. It's really anyone's game at this point.
In battleground Florida, CBS News estimates Republican Senator Marco Rubio has been reelected.
America's going to be okay. We will turn this country around. I have faith. I know God is not done with America yet.
We estimate Democrat Tammy Duckworth beats incumbent Republican Senator Mark Kirk in Illinois. CBS News Special Report. I'm Bill Whitney.
And not that I want taxes increased for Wyoming, but we have some of the lowest in the nation. That's why many people retire here, especially people with means, because we have some of the lowest tax rates in the country. And I hate to say that, but, there are some things, flared gas is not taxed at all. And, I said before, it's too bad we can't create a market for that. Some way figure how to get those gas out of the fields and into a market, because in Laramie or Albany County, Laramie County alone, I think it was 30 trillion gallons is flared a year. I mean, that's huge. There's no taxes going into to the state coffers. It's just wasted. I think it's because they don't have a mechanism to transport.
Well, I mean, if you go
they
ahead,
don't have all the piping underground so that they can move it from the well sites to a holding area where they can transport.
Welcome back to Shared Media's 2016 election coverage. We're broadcasting live on 1410 KWYO and KROE 930 AM News Talk. I'm Rustin Burr, and with me, Ron Richter. Also, thank you for joining us on our live web stream. It's been quite the night, Ron, and we're at 100% of our votes. All 29 precincts are in. So let's run down the finished results of Sheridan County voting. First of all, Mark Kinner has won the race for House District 29. Unofficially, right. They have to be canvassed, yes.
Well, and the absentees need to be added, too.
And the absentees. So, unofficially, Mark Kinner has won with 2,317. And the reason why we are stressing unofficially is that we reported that 29% of the total voters in our Sheridan County have put in ballots for absentees. So that could swing some of the races. So we just want to make sure that that's out there, that it's not totally official. Mark Jennings has unofficially won the House District 30 race with 2,187 votes over Val Burgess's 1,003. State Representative for House District 40, at least on the Sheridan County side, Michael Madden has won that one unofficially, 155 to Greg Haas's 31. Bo Beitman has unofficially taken the House District 51 race with 2,899 votes to Hollis Hackman's 1,134. County Commissioners, it looks like Mike Nickel and Tom Ringley will continue to be the incumbents there. 6,862 for Nickel, 6,439 for Ringley, and 2,797 for Vicki Taylor. again, unofficial results, folks. Why don't you give us the results for mayor, council members?
All right. Roger Miller has officially won the race for Sheridan mayor, 3,389 votes to Alex Lee's 2,050. And the Sheridan City Council, Rich Bridger garnered the most votes, 3,321. Kristen Kelly, 3,050. And Thayer Schaefer, 2,717. Shalene Smith had 2,317. But Rich Bridger, Kristen Kelly, and Thayer Schaefer are the ones that will be moving on to have a seat on the council starting January 1. And, of course, like we said, the results are unofficial. And taking a look at Dayton council members, I don't think there's any change here. Cliff Reed and Lori Walters Clark will move on, but Lori Walters Clark beat Dennis Wagner by 4 votes.
So that one could definitely change.
Yeah, that could change, and there might even be some kind of a recount there or something. But and of course the 4% city lodging tax that moves on handily, 4,549 votes in favor of it to 1,067.
Clearly, mathematically, that one stands.
I just wonder about the 1,067 to vote against it.
Yeah, what was your reasoning?
I think they hear the word tax.
That could scare people away.
And they just do not know what it is.
Right.
They don't realize that they aren't the ones paying it.
Right, exactly. It's like it's a tax that other people pay.
Yep. Interesting. So how are we doing on that Constitution Amendment A? 50% of the state reporting 56% for, 44 against. Actually, a little closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, last we checked, wasn't it 59 to 41?
Yeah, it's kind of, the gap has been bridged a little bit. But and just to let you know, Liz Cheney has won the congressional seat. The Associated Press called the race at 9:13 this evening. And Liz Cheney, with 53% of the district's, the precinct's statewide reporting, she is 62% of the vote to Democratic challenger, I shouldn't say challenger, Ryan Green, 30%, and then 4% for Constitution candidate Daniel Clyde Cummings, and Libertarian candidate Lawrence Gerard Strump has 4% as well.
Yeah, and right now we're going to update you on some of the national election. So for the presidency, Trump is still leading with 216. Clinton is very close at 209 electoral votes. Again, it's a race to the finish. 270 is the magic number to win. There are still 113 electoral votes available. And then kind of an interesting, we'll take a look here at the U.S. Senate. So there's 100 seats up for election in the Senate between the 50 states this year. And right now, the Republicans are at 48 Republican candidates in the Senate to the 46 that the Democrats have. 51 wins the majority there. So that one, we won't know for a while who's going to be the majority in the U.S. Senate. And in the House, though, it does appear that the Republicans have a slightly bigger lead there with 194 Republicans to 134 Democrats. You need 218 to win a majority. So it looks like the Democrats are about 60 people behind to getting a majority in the House. So at this point, of course, things are going to change. In fact, things have changed. Trump is now at 232, with Clinton still at 209. 38 more needed for Trump to win it, 61 for Clinton. This is going to come down to the wire like we've suspected, Ron.
Cage match.
Yeah. Celebrity death match. I think we have an interview real quick with Pat Blair and Bo Beitman. Let's send it to Bo.
This is Pat Blair from the Republican County headquarters with Bo Beitman, who right now appears to be leading the race for House District 51. So, Bo, how are you feeling right now?
Feeling really good now that the Bighorns come through. We're still waiting on Sheridan, precincts 2-5 and 2-2, which I expect Mr. Hackman to do pretty well in. So, but the numbers so far look very good.
All right. And what are your plans once you're elected?
Well, take a couple days to catch up on some chores around the house that have been neglected. My wife's got a honey-do list for me. Gotta go fill my deer tag, and then it's turkey, and then getting up to speed for the legislative session and getting my homework and getting ready to go to Cheyenne.
Any particular items that you want to address as a legislator?
Yeah, the budget is probably the number one issue right now. On the campaign trail, that's what everybody wants to talk about. We want to make sure our budget's in order and we do the right thing as far as getting that taken care of.
All right. Thank you very much. That was Bo Beitman, and this is Pat Blair.
All right, thanks a lot, Pat, who has been the on the street this evening, doing the dirty work and doing a great job, and speaking with all the candidates, and some happy, some not so happy, but I think all the candidates have been pretty good about it this year. They have not. There's been a little dirt slung here and there.
It's not like the presidency, is what you're saying.
Well, and even some of the other national races out there, there's some ugliness going on and whatnot. But we had Alex Lee on earlier tonight, and he talked about him and the mayor now.
The presumable mayor.
We
yes.
can refer to Roger Miller as the mayor.
Mayor Miller, yeah.
And hey, that has a ring to it.
Yeah, some alliteration there.
Mayor Miller. But anyway, they disagreed on a lot of things, but they disagreed on them
professionally,
mature. I mean, it wasn't two kids in the sandbox kicking sand around. It was, I actually enjoyed my interview with them when I hosted both of them on Public Pulse. I was a little worried because it was for the full hour. Yeah. And it flew by. I mean, literally, I just let them go at it.
Well, and I think that one thing you can say about the mayoral race is that there was opposing sides. For me, I think it's nice to have people that don't agree 100% for obvious reasons. I mean, if they agree 100%, then what about this person who doesn't agree with either of them?
Right.
Who do they vote for? So I think that the two candidates that were close, that definitely had different sides and different views, were the ones who made it past the preliminaries, and then Sheridan County voted for the one that they wanted to represent them, that they aligned with mostly. So, they both ran a very professional race. I think you're exactly right, Ron.
10,607 ballots cast.
Right, and
so
we
have 29% absentee that will come in. Could be hours from now.
Right. Well, and we're going to keep it here for a while. We're going to wait on it, see if we can get him in.
And
we also should be getting word from Aaron Palmer over in Buffalo. So.
Johnson County, hear what's going on out there as well. And, everything's pretty much unofficially final for Sheridan County, but we have a lot of absentees to come in. And there's some close races. The only thing is, what I've noticed in the elections in past years, the absentees kind of follow the trend of how the voting goes.
Right. Well, and speaking of trends, Ron, again, the way the trends went tonight never changed. I don't remember any of the races having the leader or the one who has unofficially won it. I don't remember the challenger ever being ahead in any of these races.
Well, no, and it all started off, I mean, like, for instance, for the city council, Rich Bridger, who is not on the city council, he is now, he has led since that first precinct reported, and it went Rich Bridger, Kristen Kelly, Thera Schaefer, Shalene Smith, in that order all evening long.
Well, and I think it's notable to mention that Rich Bridger is the only non-incumbent on the council of those four candidates. So for him to get the most votes, it was very clear that people wanted him to be part of that council, that they were excited about the prospect of him being a part of it. And it's very clear that that's what the city of Sheridan wanted.
Yeah.
And, it was a close race between all of them. Kristen's only 300 votes, a little less than 300 votes behind Rich, and only 400 votes separate Shalene Smith and Thayer Schaefer. So, there were some closely contested races, and that's why we say, again, unofficial results.
Yeah.
When you're talking about the council members, some of these could flip if the 30% goes another way.
Right. I would be very surprised, though, because, like I said, the absentees usually fall in line with how the voting has went, and nothing's changed. We did not see anyone jostle back and forth, so to speak.
No one.
Crazy. Kind of weird. Just to let you know about the trustees at large for the Northern Wyoming Community College District who have moved on, the leading vote getter was Bruce Hoffman, 5,693, followed by Gary Koltiska at 5,407. Then Deborah Wentland at 3,996, and Walt Rogge with 3,194. Those are the four that will be elected to the Northern Wyoming Community College District. And then taking a look at the trustees at large for Sheridan County School District 2, there are 5 that will move on. Molly Steele led the way with 4,099 votes. And then behind her, we've got Michael Sweeney, 3,609. And Tony Wentland, 3,159. Wayne Schatz with 3,089. And then, let's see, Shane Rader with 2,468. And those will be, of course, Terry Burgess for the 2-year seat, 4,951 over Servio Carroll, 1,918. And those are for the Sheridan County School District 2 Board of Trustees.
You know, Ron, how we were talking about how Constitutional Amendment A is a pretty close race right now statewide. I'm not sure that we have an update on that yet. We'll check. But it was also close here in the county. Only about, looks like about 60% of the votes that were for, 60% of the total votes for were against. So let me say that in a way that makes sense to everyone else except for myself. So constitutional amendment, there were 5,675 votes for that amendment and 3,970 against. I tried to do math. It didn't work. We're going to move on.
Yeah. There's a reason we're in radio.
Yeah, well, hey. And no update on the presidential race yet, Ron. It's 232 to 209. Trump is winning. And to my knowledge, since we started, Trump hasn't lost his lead as far as electoral votes. So if that trend continues like all the other ones have, you're looking at President Trump tomorrow morning, folks.
President Trump. That just sounds, it both sounds weird, though. Just saying either or would be.
Yeah, I honestly, coming into it, I was not expecting Trump to win. I didn't realize how close Trump was. And I really did expect it to be a little more leaning towards Clinton. And I think it's as our buddy Steve Sisson says, it was this week, the last week, that really changed the polls.
It did. Well, it was, what was it, 2-3 weeks ago? They were almost writing.
Way ahead, yeah.
Well, they were writing him off.
Yeah, he was. Clinton's going to win it.
The week after that last debate, there were some people that were speculating that he was going to withdraw, which I don't think he would ever do.
No.
But you always get speculation here and there. But of course, Donald Trump won handily in Sheridan County, 7,696 votes to Hillary Clinton's.
Well, and in Wyoming for that.
Yeah. I find it kind of funny, though, that there were more write-ins than the other candidates.
Yeah, in Sheridan County. Yeah, that was funny. Well, and they called the Wyoming race right away. They knew Trump would. Like, I'm telling you, 8 o'clock they had called, Wyoming went Trump. Yep. And, I mean, most of us figured that. An update on the U.S. House as far as who's going to win the majority there. Republicans are still plugging along. They got 203 over the Democrats, 143. 218 for a majority. So the Republicans look to keep the majority in the House, and the Senate, on the other hand, there's a very close race there to the majority of 51, with the Republicans at 48 and the Democrats at 46. That could go either way, Ron, but it looks like we'll keep a majority of the Republicans in the U.S. House.
Yeah, no change on the Amendment A statewide, still at 50% reporting and 56% in favor of Amendment A and 44% against, and that, of course, that's will allow the Wyoming legislature to invest some of the funds into the stock markets, and I think the Treasurer Mark Gordon has a good grasp on what he's doing with that, and did a good job touring around the state, letting people know exactly what Amendment A is, because I think sometimes when you see an amendment to the Constitution, the state Constitution, some people get a little scared. They get a little, why are you amending the Constitution? But
right, absolutely.
Gordon did a good job going around the state and telling people that this will benefit you and I.
Well, and I think that even though amendment is kind of a scary word, it's undeniable that there needs to be amendments here and there. Yeah. I think that's pretty obvious, especially on the scale of on the national scale, with women voting and the racism being basically written off the Constitution as well. So amendments although they sound scary, not all the time are. And like you say, there's a very good presence. So we've got Aaron Palmer reporting. He's live from Johnson County, the Buffalo Courthouse, I do believe. So send it to Aaron. How's it going, man?
Good evening.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. It seems like it should be morning already.
Yeah.
Johnson County results were just announced here a little bit ago. And, of course, these are non-official, but we do have all the precincts reporting. We'll just kind of hit the highlights here for the races that were pertinent to Johnson County here. As far as state senator goes, Dave Kensky, of course, was reelected, or at least he won the county. State representative for House District 40 went to Mike Madden in Johnson County. For county commissioner, Bob Perry, no surprise there. For city council, Buffalo City Council, Travis Lawrence and Richard Scott Madsen both will serve on the city council as of January. And let me move on here to the next page. The rest of these are pretty much, let's see here, let's go to school district if I can find it, because that was kind of, there we go. School district trustee, we'll just read the names here. There was Tim Blaney and Rich Hall, Margot Harlan Sabeck, Marcy Schuler, and Jody Verplanke are the 5 that will serve on the Johnson County School District number 1 board. The rest of these I think we can kind of report on later as we need to. The amendment to the state constitution passed, Amendment A, I guess, passed in Johnson County. Sorry, I'm fiddling with the paper here, trying to get it changed. That was favored about 59% to 34% in Johnson County, so that did pass as well. And then as far as the presidential race, no surprise, Trump and Pence won Johnson County as well. So that's where we're at. We'll have the full results of all the districts and commissions and everything
Do you happen to
on Sheridan Media tomorrow morning.
Any
questions, guys?
Yeah, Aaron, do you happen to know how many absentee ballots were over there?
Absentee, no, not offhand. I know we have the total here, 4,485 ballots were cast in the county. But there is not an absentee total here. I could probably find that out and get that in the story, but that's nothing on what we have here.
All righty.
Okay, well, good job, Aaron, and thanks for hanging in there.
Not a problem. Like I said, we'll get these updated and have a story on there for later on tonight, and then, of course, for you guys' newscast in the morning. So reporting from the Johnson County Courthouse, it's Aaron Palmer, and back to you.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Great work tonight, buddy. And again, I'd like to thank Pat Blair. She was our woman on the street tonight, and she got us all those interviews from the Democratic and Republican headquarters here in Sheridan County. What great work she did for us tonight, and just a nice little shout out for her. We're going to take a little break, and we'll be back with some more from your 2016 election coverage. You're listening to 1410 KWYO and News Talk 930 KROE, and you're streaming live on SheridanMedia.com.
This is Election Coverage 2016 from Sheridan Media News.
Hi, everybody. Trevor Jackson back with you as we get ready for a big football Saturday in Laramie. The Bighorn Rams, Tongue River Eagles, and Sheridan Broncs play for their football state championship games, and we have all 3 of them live for you on Saturday. We'll get started with Bighorn and Grable at 10 o'clock. Then the Tongue River Eagles take on the Pine Bluffs Hornets at 1 o'clock, and the Sheridan Broncs in Natrona County will play the final game of championship weekend at 4 o'clock. You can hear all 3 games live on 87.7 FM ESPN Radio.
Here we go again. Elections. Whatever the outcome, it's sure to affect your major financial decisions going forward, and that's why Century 21 BHJ is proud to be a sponsor of Election Results. When it comes to your real estate considerations, you can count on Century 21 BHJ to know the latest implications that could affect you, whether buying or selling. First-time buyers, moving up, or large ranch investment, contact your locally owned C21 BHJ, the sign of the gold standard.
Is it time to break up with your current grill friend and get ready for a new one? With the Blowdorn Lumber Me and My Grill Friend contest, you could win a brand new Traeger grill and meat bundle from Sackett's Market. Just take a picture of yourself with your grill. Enter it on the Me and My Grill Friend contest page at SheridanMedia.com. Here's your chance to say goodbye to your old grill friend and hello to a brand new Traeger. Visit the Blowdorn Lumber Me and My Grill Friend contest page at SheridanMedia.com.
It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of weathering the highs and lows and in-betweens of election years for over 100 years. History is important to our future, and Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of Sheridan's history and will be part of Sheridan's future too. Wilcox Abstract and Title, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closing, and so much more.
CBS News Special Report, Election 2016.
CBS News estimates the presidential candidates so far have won the states where they were favored, but the battlegrounds are still up for grabs. Clinton campaign spokesman Brian Fallon remains optimistic.
If you look at Nevada, you're seeing record turnout in the early vote in Clark County, which is a huge Democratic stronghold area, and even in a state like North Carolina, which we think is going to be tight and probably going to be late to be called.
A.J. Delgado is a senior advisor to the Trump campaign.
In these battleground states, especially, for instance, Michigan, I just saw a poll last night that showed we were actually up in Michigan. It's really anyone's game at this point.
In battleground Florida, CBS News estimates Republican Senator Marco Rubio has been reelected.
America's going to be okay. We will turn this country around. I have faith. I know God is not done with America yet.
We estimate Democrat Tammy Duckworth beats incumbent Republican Senator Mark Kirk in Illinois. CBS News Special Report. I'm Bill Whitney.
Well, why I'm running for the state legislature is it's kind of a interesting story, but I wasn't really planning on doing this. But as you know, I'm on the school board for Sheridan number 2, and you know we keep track of our funding sources, of which are vitally important to us. And we appreciate what the legislature's done for us over the years. But recently they've decided to reduce our funding and our budgets, and it's not helping education, it's hurting education, and that's really what stimulated me into considering running and actually throwing my hat in the ring.
Okay, you want to give us a little bit of background on yourself? Just, you know, your history, what you've done.
Sure. Well, I've been on the school board for 7 years, and prior to that, I've completed a federal career at the VA. I'm a psychologist. I was trained at the University of Nebraska. Brought my family here in 1984 because we love the outdoors. We love Wyoming. We like hunting and fishing and backpacking and those sorts of things. And so raised 2 boys here. My wife's a retired professional educator. Just love the community, interested in the community, and want to support the community in any way I can.
We're back on 1410 KWYO and News Talk 930 KROE, and we're here with our mayoral candidate, Roger Miller, and unofficially, Roger, congratulations. You have won with 3,389 votes to Alex Lee's 2,050. Of course, we say unofficially because the absentee ballots are not in yet, but presumably, Mayor Miller, how are you doing?
I'm doing very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I definitely want to wait until hear the final count for sure, but I do appreciate the invite to come up to the radio show. Thanks.
Yeah, congratulations, and thanks for joining us. What were some of the things that you were really excited about if you became mayor? What are some of the things that you're just chomping at the bit to come and do?
Well, you know, mainly I want to help and serve with the community. That's my big thing. I want to continue the city to moving forward in positive directions. A lot of the projects that are on the table to be done, I think, have been well planned out, and we're looking forward to working with the city and the city council to move forward on a lot of the different aspects, like the interchange and the Goose Creek project on Main Street, and just trying to continue that progress forward with the economy, working jobs, good paying jobs. Still try to help build those lower income housing so that we can have that transitional houses in the area. And that's what's been going on for the last 10 years really strong. And I wanted to make sure that still continued on. A couple of the projects that I've been bringing up with the Goose Creeks, it would be fantastic if we could do some kind of a green energy thing in Sheridan County with that for long-term water, irrigation, city use, all that kind of stuff. Working and reaching across the border with the county and having the county work with the city and continue to move everything forward and not any kind of separation type thing. So I'm really excited. I'm just I'm kind of more excited than I've been in a long time. Having been a police officer, you don't get excited. You handle business and you work and you move forward. So it's been a while since I've been kind of excited and happy to be moving forward.
Well, congratulations again, Roger. I forgot to say it, but I'm Rustin Burr here with Ron Richter, the mysterious voice that's not on camera for those of you watching on Shared Media. Ron, go ahead.
The new mayor took my spot.
Yeah.
It was given to me, and I appreciate it. Thank
you. So, I know that you were not majorly in support of the city administrator position. It has been filled. And
it has.
So now that you are presumably the mayor, how are you going to work together to do that and work with the council and their wishes? How do you make sure that there's not a disconnect there?
Well, I as I've said the last month or so, it's like I fully plan on working with the council, trying to mend whatever fences that have been buffaloed a little bit there. But in all, we're all professionals. We all have the same vigor for the city of Sheridan to move it forward, and that's what I'm going to move forward with. Being professional and working with Mark, I'm actually kind of excited about that, just because we're going to get two brains working on evaluating the city, and I'm going to absolutely evaluate it for myself, and he will be evaluating it on his self.
So it's almost like having two brains.
At this point, the city's going to have a very good two-brain working forward type of setup. I still would like to see the position under the mayor as opposed to more or less under the council as a whole. And I would like to see the mayor have the authorities back that the mayor should have, and then work that under with the administrator so that basically both positions have the ability and authority to be the managing aspect of the city. In particular, the mayor and then the city administrator and on down the line that way. So I'm really looking forward to having further meetings with Mark, and I've heard many great things about him. I've had a conversation with him, and it was a very good conversation. So I'm really looking forward to having more conversations. I understand, is it November 28th or 30th?
I think it's the 30th.
30th.
Yeah.
Yep.
End of the month.
So looking forward. I'm hoping it comes a few days early so I can get a couple of hours or at least a few days with him beforehand too. Maybe I can take him fishing on the river before we actually get down to business.
Yeah, well, shoot, you should go fishing for sure. It's like, summer out there.
It's beautiful out there right now. There's still some fall fishing to be done.
Yep,
I was telling my wife, or rather I was telling Ron about my wife, that she gets cold really easy, and I couldn't believe it. But we were in my car, and I had both my windows down and my sunroof open in the evening in November, and she wasn't cold. I was like, my gosh, what's going on? It's not summer, it's November. So, yeah, it's been great out. Ron, do you have anything you'd like to ask the mayor?
No, congratulations. We spoke with the other candidate, Alex Lee, earlier tonight, and, I think we talked about you guys did not agree on everything, but in the long run, the agreement was not really an agreement, but I mean, you both wanted what was best for the city of Sheridan.
CBS News.
And
I'm Jim
I think
Shelby.
you
244 to
both knew that.
197. That's the CBS News electoral
there
count
was a
total
level of
right
respect
now.
there
But it may
because
surprise many to know it's
I
Donald
remember I
Trump with the
hosted
current lead.
public
In the
polls several
battleground
weeks
state,
ago,
CBS News now
and
projecting Trump has
you
won
two kinda went
Florida,
at it on the
Ohio.
air, but then when we took a break, you guys were like, "How's it going today?" It was very cordial and very mature.
And that's exactly what I will plan on being. Professionalism is a very important thing, especially as your city leaders. And that's what I've seen from our council members as well, is they've been very professional about a lot of the duties that they've been performing. And this campaign, I think, should be looked at nationally as far as how people can talk about the orders, or talk about what's been going on, talk about the issues. That's what I was trying to say. Talk about the issues and continue moving forward professionally and with integrity and with all the honesty that people want. And at times we were a little soft as far as arguing on points, but the fact is we are very similar candidates. I give kudos to Alex for running a good race, and I look forward to working with him and the rest of the council for at least the next couple of years and doing the right things for Sheridan. And I really actually look kind of forward to their knowledge and experience, because technically with Mark, even though he has lots of experience, the local knowledge and the local experience is invaluable. So I'm really looking forward to working with everybody at this time, determining what the city needs for the future. That's my biggest thing is we want a lot of things, but what do we need and how do we move forward with that? And being conservative while we do that, that's my goal. So I will be very professional and continue to work with everybody and smile while doing it.
Well, piggybacking off of what Ron said, we did discuss this just half hour ago about the professionalism of many of the campaigns, most of the campaigns in our local area, and how nice that is considering how the presidential election has gone. And that being such a source of really seems to bring out some of the worst in people on both sides of it. So, an admirable race that you guys both run and a professional one, a polite one. It was really nice to see that in our local sector for sure.
We all live here in Sheridan, and there's no reason to create that kind of animosity amongst the citizens. We all want what's best. We have a little bit different ideas on a couple of issues, and we can shake hands and move forward with that. And I do want to thank everybody who did get out there and vote, and everyone in the city. I really look forward to serving everybody in the city, and I want to thank the radio station and the newspaper and everybody else that spent time working on this and helping us move through this very efficiently and very effectively. I think I really had a lot of fun. This is kind of why I did it. Being a law enforcement officer, most of the time when I showed up, people were unhappy and were not looking for the cops to be there. Right. So this is going to be fun. I'm hoping that people will be much more happy and very excited to see the mayor or the city council show up and say, hey, what kind of great projects are we working on now? What kind of things are working? And I want us to work together as a group to continue to really push out everything that's going on. I want the public to literally be like, we've heard that like 5,000 times. What else is there? That's what I want to see, is that transparency and that working together, that cohesion as a city, as a group. And again, we're all here together. We're a community, Sheridan City, Sheridan County. Let's move forward and let's make Sheridan to continue what I call the center of the universe. Sheridan is the center of the universe. It all starts here and ends here. It's the most fantastic place in the world. Everywhere that you travel, you'd be surprised if you have something from Sheridan, Wyoming on it. Someone's going to stop you on the airplane, at the airport, down the street. Every city I've ever been in across the United States, I've always been stopped and talked to. So I love that kind of a thing. And the more we have of that, the more cohesiveness that Sheridan can brings cohesive to the world, I think.
All righty, Roger. Well, thank you so much again. Presumably the expected mayor coming up here this next year for a 4-year term after winning in the general election. Of course, we still are saying that the results are not finalized yet.
They're not finalized, and we gotta hear the final word.
Right.
I will not accept until then.
So you know, that's why we're hitting on that and making sure that we're not saying it as factual evidence. Anyway, thank you so much, Roger, for coming in. Congratulations, and I think we're going to take a break and come back and wrap it up. So
thank you very much. Thank you, Sheridan.
All righty. So you're listening to 1410 KWYO and News Talk 930 KROE. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Appreciate you guys taking the time with me.
Local, regional, or national, Century 21 BHJ believes keeping informed helps with your decision-making options. That's why C21 BHJ is a sponsor of these election results, monitoring the issues that help you make the best decision to fit your circumstances. From tax implications to code issues, Century 21 BHJ offers informed, up-to-date guidance. Single, family, investment property, or relocation, you can count on Century 21 BHJ, the gold standard in real estate.
Hi, everybody. Trevor Jackson back with you as we get ready for a big football Saturday in Laramie. The Bighorn Rams, Tongue River Eagles, and Sheridan Broncs play for their football state championship games, and we have all three of them live for you on Saturday. We'll get started with Bighorn and Grable at 10 o'clock. Then the Tongue River Eagles take on the Pine Bluffs Hornets at 1 o'clock, and the Sheridan Broncs in Natrona County will play the final game of championship weekend at 4 o'clock. You can hear all three games live on 87.7 FM ESPN Radio. Honey, where's the fire extinguisher? The grill's on fire again.
When are you going to get rid of that thing?
Don't let this be you. Enter the Blodorn Lumber Me and My Grill Friend contest, and you could win a brand new Traeger grill from Blodorn Lumber and a meat bundle from Sackett's Market. Just take a picture of yourself with your grill and enter it on the Blodorn Lumber Me and My Grill Friend contest page at SheridanMedia.com.
It's during election time that our votes help to ensure that Sheridan remains the progressive, vibrant, and amazing community we all call home. Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of weathering the highs and lows and in-betweens of election years for over 100 years. History is important to our future, and Wilcox Abstract and Title has been part of Sheridan's history and will be part of Sheridan's future too. Wilcox Abstract and Title, here to serve you with all your title insurance, closing, and so much more.
CBS News Special Report, Election 2016.
CBS News estimates the presidential candidates so far have won the states where they were favored, but the battlegrounds are still up for grabs. Clinton campaign spokesman Brian Fallon remains optimistic.
If you look at Nevada, you're seeing record turnout in the early vote in Clark County, which is a huge Democratic stronghold area, and even in a state like North Carolina, which we think is going to be tight and probably going to be late to be called.
A.J. Delgado is a senior advisor to the Trump campaign.
In these battleground states, especially, for instance, Michigan, I just saw a poll last night that showed we were actually up in Michigan. It's really anyone's game at this point.
In battleground Florida, CBS News estimates Republican Senator Marco Rubio has been reelected.
America's going to be okay. We will turn this country around. I have faith. I know God is not done with America yet.
We estimate Democrat Tammy Duckworth beats incumbent Republican Senator Mark Kirk in Illinois. CBS News Special Report. I'm Bill Whitney.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sheridan Media's Election Coverage 2016, brought to you by Wilcox Abstract and Title and Century 21 BHJ Realty. And we have got on the line, I believe, right now, we've got Mark Kinner, who is the Republican candidate and the winner of House District 29. He garnered 2,317 votes to the challenger, Sandra Kingsley, at 560. And we have Mark Kinner on the line. Go ahead, Mark. Are you there?
I am. Good evening.
Congratulations, Mark.
Yeah, congratulations.
Well, yeah, thank you very much.
I mean, unofficial. We have to throw
say,
that.
Disclaimer.
We better qualify that. But with the precincts reporting without the absentee ballots, the numbers look good. 2317 to 560. So I'm very pleased for that support that people have shown, and one thing I'm hoping that my campaign maybe demonstrated to folks that you can really run a campaign in a positive way, and that you don't have to go negative. I didn't run ads or send out mailers with anything negative about my opponents, and so I guess I'm hoping going forward that maybe people can take note of that and maybe run other campaigns in the same way where people talk about their qualifications for the job, and then also where they stand on certain issues, which is also important, so people understand that, and then let the people decide. So anyway, that's just a quick comment on that.
And Mark, now the legislature convenes in January, and I think it would be safe to say that you have the work cut out for you. I mean, this isn't going to be an easy session coming up.
No, it isn't. We are going to have some challenges, but good for the legislators that came before us, where they they really worked hard to protect the state by setting money aside in the rainy day fund, if you will, the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. And so that could be used to help soften the blow. It will, we'll all have to get together and get our heads together and decide how to do that. But personally, I would prefer to maybe lean on that a little bit more at this time and let the cuts that the governor put in place earlier in the spring actually take effect. And let's see how those things really work through the process and how they work out. And then also that gives us a little bit more time to see, if there's any recovery, in our energy industries that may have a positive effect on that and sort of reduce, maybe those concerns. But and then a little bit of information. The next sort of big thing really coming up now is that on November 19th, the House will meet in Casper. The House Republicans will meet in Casper to choose our next Speaker of the House and our leadership, and then in turn the leaders will meet and get together to determine committee assignments for the upcoming 64th legislature. And so that's really important, and of course I'm hoping that they would reappoint me to both the Education and Revenue committees, unless they feel that there's another assignment they would like me to try to take on. But right now I'm hopeful that I'll continue to serve on both of those committees. So stay tuned for those leadership things. And of course, that's really important, with the loss of Majority Floor Leader Berger in the primary. Certainly, she had the possibility of being our next Speaker of the House, and so we're going to miss her leadership, and but we'll then look for other people to step up and provide the leadership that the state needs going forward.
Mark, Rustin Burr here. Again, congratulations on your presumed win. Yeah, and right now we have 79% of the state reporting that 56% are for Amendment A and 44% are against. Assuming that does pass Amendment A, how do you feel about that?
Well, I'm very pleased with that, quite honestly, because I think that was a change that we needed in our state so that we can invest those monies, in my opinion, a little wiser, like might be done in retirement accounts and things like that, so that we could take advantage of that. I've heard some numbers, and you can't quote me on this, but I've heard some numbers that, maybe over time Wyoming may have lost, several $100 million in potential investment earnings by being invested in a very ultra conservative way, and so I think that's good going forward. Now I'm not suggesting that we get careless about it. I think we need to be very prudent and take a close look at it. And I know our state treasurer Mark Gordon will certainly help us do that, and we'll have a lot of advisors. And so we're not going to go about this recklessly. We're going to be very prudent and try to be very careful, because really at the end of the day, this is the people of Wyoming's money, and so that's our role, to ensure that we do the best job possible with other people's money.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Mark, and look forward to working with you in the future. And you have, I'm sure, a busy few months ahead getting ready for the session in January.
Well, we do, and appreciate your coverage. You folks do a fine job of informing people, and you've always been great to work with, and I would certainly hope to continue to work with you on into the future to pass information on to the folks that's really important for them to know. So thanks for your help.
Yeah, well, likewise, Mark. It's always been a pleasure working with you, and look forward to working with you in the future.
Okay, likewise. Thanks for the coverage this evening, guys, and really appreciate it.
All right, thanks a lot, Mark. Go celebrate.
Okay, thanks a lot. Take care.
All right,
Bye.
Mark. Mark Kinner, of course, unofficial results, but all indication looks like Mark Kinner has won that House District 29 seat in 2317, 2,317 of the votes to Sandra Kingsley's 516. And I like how Mark pointed out that
the no slander.
yes, a very clean race, because I hosted them a little over a week ago on Public Pulse, and they too were very, they disagreed on some things, and it got, I wouldn't say heated, but I mean they went back and forth, but it's
the respect was still there.
Yes, and I think the national scene can take some lessons from Sheridan County elections, because a lot of them disagreed on some very contentious issues.
Well, yeah, and if I could call the national race one thing, I'd call it cutthroat. If I could call Sheridan County's races one thing, I'd call it respectful.
Yeah. Well, I think the national race are two kids in a sandbox kicking around.
Yeah.
That's what I
that
call
was
it.
my castle.
Yeah.
Right. I suppose we should get through some of these results before we sign off. So let's run them back down, Ron.
All right. Taking a look, like we said, House District 29, Mark Kinner, the Republican, will advance 2,317 votes over Sandra Kingsley. And taking a look at House District 30, Mark Jennings, the Republican candidate there. He's the incumbent as well. He moves on. He reelected 2,187 to Val Burgess's 1,003 votes. And it looks like Mike Madden will move on as well, House District 40. And then we've got Bo Beitman taking House District 51. He's the Republican candidate. 2,899 votes to Hollis Hackman's 1,134. And, of course, State Senator Dave Kinski ran unopposed, so he will be elected to another term. And we really haven't talked about the Supreme Court justices, but it wasn't even close. All of them got reappointed or reelected, or however you want to put it. So we've kind of left that alone. But taking a look at Mayor, we just heard from unofficial Mayor Roger Miller. He won handily over Alex Lee for Sheridan Mayor. 3,389 votes to 2,050 is what Alex Lee came in with. And Rustin, if you want to run down the Sheridan City Council and wrap it up.
Yeah, absolutely, Ron. For Sheridan City Council, as we mentioned, it was set from the start. Rich Bridger took the lead immediately, and it appears that he will have the most votes with 3,321. Of course, unofficial results, so that could change a little bit. But Kristen Kelly took 3,050 votes. Thayer Schaefer with 2,717. Presumably, those three will be the council members, 2 incumbents and 1 newbie with Rich Bridger. And then incumbent Shalene Smith, current council president, does not look like she will make it again with only 2,317 votes there. Again, 4% citywide lodging tax for Sheridan moved forward with a resounding yes. I'm pretty sure statistically it cannot be beat, even if all 30% of those votes go towards the no. So you can pretty much assume to have that. Republican Liz Cheney took the United States representative. Man, they called that way long time ago. They called that about an hour ago with 62% over Ryan Green's 30%, and that's just with 79%. Amendment A looks to pass. Of course, that hasn't been called yet with the 79% reporting. It is standing at 56% for and 44% against. We'll take a quick look at the national scene. Not President Trump yet, but it appears that could be the case. 244 votes out of 270 to win it, to Hillary Clinton's 209. It has been at a standstill for a while here, so I'm not sure what's happening there. The U.S. Senate looks to, it could have either a Democratic or Republican majority. It's too close there to call right now. And I think it is safe to say with one more needed to make the majority in the House, the Republicans will keep the House with 217 of the 218 to the Democrats' 159. So that's going to wrap it up for us tonight. You've been listening to live local coverage of election 2016 on News Talk 930, KROE, and 1410 KWYO. Brought to you by the BHJ 21 Realty, Century 21 BHJ Realty. Sorry there, and of course Wilcox Abstract
Entitled. It's a mouthful.
Yeah, it is a mouthful. Thank you so much, Ron. And for complete stories and links to the election results from around the state, check out SheridanMedia.com. Also, I'd like to thank everyone that tuned in on SheridanMedia.com to watch us tonight. Coverage was produced by Tommy B. Thank you, Tommy. You did a great job. And co-hosted by Ron Richter and myself, Rustin Burr, for Sheridan Media News. Live on location reports were provided by Pat Blair in Sheridan County and Aaron Palmer in Johnson County. Thank you, Pat and Aaron. Online streaming was engineered by Grant Toth and our own Steve Sisson. I guess Grant's our own too, but we're not going to claim him this time. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. We marvel at what you guys do here in our building. Thank you so much. Our broadcast control room has been operated by Dylan Cruz. Dylan, you did a great job too, buddy, and you made sure to scare us plenty of times with that CBS sounder, so kudos to you, pal. Thanks to our live guests. First it was Alex Lee, then Val Burgess, then Roger Miller, and Mark Kinner. And they joined us live, and of course, Mark joined us on the phone. Election Coverage 2016 is a production of Sheridan Media News. Good night, Sheridan County.
Election Coverage 2016, brought to you by Century 21 BHG.
That I've never known before in my time.